Chapter 1. Kanglin Base City, Sector F. The dusk hung like a smear of dried blood against the towering alloy walls. Beyond the perimeter lay the wilderness of roaring beasts, while inside stood a steel jungle governed by strict hierarchy. A sharp voice cut through the silence. "Stop daydreaming. You missed a spot cleaning the corpse-eater fluids." Suwu gripped a rag caked in filth. He hunched his shoulders and scrubbed at the residual beast gore wedged in the wall seams. He shuddered at the command. He straightened his back, forcing a submissive smile onto his face. "Coming. Right away, young Master Liang." Young Master Liangqi stood before him. He wore a pristine nano-combat suit. Liangqi wrinkled his nose in disgust. He kicked the bucket of dirty water near Suwu. "Old So, I have plans to drink at the pleasure of the heavens tonight. Take the night shift for me. You are a lonely old bachelor with nothing else to do. You can earn some extra pay to buy medicine for your useless son." Suwu froze. Overtime pay. The money would inevitably end up in Liangqi's pocket. If he saw 10% of it, that would be a miracle. He could not refuse. Liangqi was a spoiled brat, but he was a warrior at the early stage of the blood realm, not to mention his uncle. Suwu lowered his eyes. He hid the flash of sharp intent deep within them. He bowed and scraped. "Yes, yes. It is my honor to work for you. Go enjoy yourself. I will guard this wall. Not even a fly will get through. You know your place." Liangqi scoffed. He slapped Suwu on the greasy shoulder like he was patting a loyal dog. "Work hard. In this world, you must accept your fate if you have no power." Liangqi hummed a tune and walked toward the floating train station in the wealthy district. Suwu stood still as he watched Liangqi walk away. He straightened his spine for a moment. A violent, phantom pain erupted from his dantian. He hunched over again. "Accept fate." He muttered the words bitterly. He stared at his rough, cracked hands covered in calluses. Who would have guessed these hands holding a rag and shovel had shattered a mountain with a single punch 20 years ago? Who could imagine this middle-aged man bowing and scraping at the wall did not belong to this world? He was a traveler from another realm. In his former life on Earth, he lived in a world of technology. After crossing over to this parallel world of high martial arts, he had been full of ambition. He had cultivated to the realm of a Grandmaster in 20 years. That was a Grandmaster. He could control the air with his thoughts and kill with a falling leaf. In this Kanglin-based city, even the city lord would sweep the floor to welcome him. But that was the past. Suwu turned to look at the deep, boundless starry sky. Bitter pain flashed in his eyes. All glory vanished on that night 20 years ago. To protect that woman, he was struck by a terrifying man from the depths of the stars. With a casual strike, the man shattered his dantian and severed his meridians. "Ant." That was the only word the man spoke to him. From that moment, the Grandmaster Suwu had fallen. He became a broken man restricted to the late stage of the body-tempering realm. His wife was taken away. His newborn daughter was stolen. Only he and his infant son, Suyu, remained to survive in this frigid, unforgiving world. He exhaled a long breath and reached for the rag again. He pushed the thoughts aside. Dwelling on the past solved nothing. He was merely a father bowing for a meager wage now. He had a son to raise. Midnight arrived. The bustling city neon lights faded gradually. Only the holographic billboards in the distant wealthy district continued to flicker with tireless energy. Suwu dragged his exhausted body back to the crumbling tenement building in the slums of Sector F. The air hung heavy with the acidic stench of the sewer and the faint aroma of cheap synthetic food. Patches of paint peeled from the walls. Electrical wires tangled like spiderwebs throughout the hallway. A chime signaled the authentication success. A mechanical voice spoke to welcome the third-level resident, Suwu. The rusty security door groaned as it swung open. The interior space was cramped. It measured only 30 square meters. Despite the size, the room remained spotless. The furniture was old but arranged with meticulous care. Suwu shut the door softly. He opened the antique refrigerator that had served their family for 10 years. 2 lunch boxes rested inside. His son, Suyu, had saved dinner for him. He placed the meal into the warmer. The hissing sound of heating food rang out clearly in the silent night. Suwu slumped onto the fabric sofa. Its springs had long since collapsed. Aches radiated from every bone in his body. He lifted his head to look at the mottled white wall in the living room. It was the most luxurious feature of their home. Awards covered the surface from his son's childhood years. Certificates for outstanding student, top rank in martial theory, and perfect scores in basic fist techniques adorned the space. Chapter 2. Under the dim light, a slim yet upright teenager stood in the doorway. He resembled his father, yet his features held the delicate grace of his mother. Just then, that once handsome face was a map of purple and blue bruises. A fresh, bloody gash marred the corner of his left eye, and his mouth was swollen. His first middle school uniform hung in tatters. Dirt and dried blood stained the cuffs. Suwu fell silent. He gripped the armrest of the sofa so hard his fingernails sank deep into the fabric. His knuckles turned stark white from the exertion. A long dormant rage surged within his chest, but he forced it down with a heavy sense of helplessness. "What happened?" Suwu asked. His voice sounded raspy, and he fought to keep the tremor at bay. "Was it because of that matter?" Suyu did not answer right away. He limped over to stand opposite his father and hung his head, looking every bit like a child who had done something wrong. Yet his eyes remained unnaturally bright, burning with a stubbornness that betrayed his youth. "Dad, I am not in pain." Suyu looked up and forced an ugly smile. The expression pulled at the wound on his lip, and he hissed in pain. "Who did this?" Suwu drew a deep breath and demanded in a low voice. "No one. We were just sparring." Suyu looked away, but his trembling fingers gave him away. That was impossible. Suwoo understood his son far too well. While Suyu was not a top heir at first middle school, his combat skills were immense. An ordinary student could never wound him like this. Only the children of the elite could beat him into such a state and leave him unable to fight back. Is this about the martial arts college entrance exam fees? Suwoo asked suddenly. His tone carried a hint of heartbreak. Suyu snapped his head up. Panic flashed in his eyes, but he gritted his teeth as if he had made a final decision. Dad, I am not taking the martial arts exam anymore. The boy hung his head. His voice was quiet, yet it rang through the small living room like a thunderclap. What did you say? Suwoo surged to his feet. He stood up too fast, and a wave of darkness blurred his vision. I said I am not taking it. Suyu lifted his head. His eyes turned red, and tears choked his voice. That spot was supposed to be mine. It was Wang Tai. His family is rich, and he bribed the dean with 100,000 yuan to steal my guaranteed admission. He blocked my path and said if I dared to sign up, he would break my legs. He even said he would get someone to make you lose your job. The boy could no longer hold back his tears. He clenched his fists so hard his nails dug into his palms. Dad, I checked everything. Wang Tai is the nephew of the deputy commander of the city defense army. We cannot cross them. We really cannot. Besides, the registration fee is 50,000 yuan. I know we do not have the money. I will quit school. Tomorrow, I will go to the construction site and haul bricks. I have reached the perfection of the body tempering realm, so I have strength. I can earn quite a bit each month. A sharp slap rang through the air. Suyu froze. He covered his face and stared at his father in disbelief. Suwoo froze with his hand still in the air. It trembled slightly. This was the first time he had struck his son in 18 years. The blow landed on his son, but the pain settled in his own heart. It felt as if someone were carving out his flesh with a knife. Nonsense. Suwoo roared. Veins bulged on his neck, and his eyes turned bloodshot. I let you study and practice martial arts, not so you could go haul bricks. Do not worry about the money. Even if I have to sell my blood or my kidneys, I will pay for your education. As for Wang Tai, Suwoo lowered his voice. A chilling, unsettling coldness seeped through his words, but as he looked at his son's bruised face, that coldness dissolved into endless sorrow. I will find a way. You just focus on your martial arts. If the sky falls, your father will hold it up. After he finished speaking, Suwoo seemed to age 10 years in an instant. He did not look at his son again. He turned, walked into the cramped bedroom, and slammed the door shut. In the center of the certificates hung a yellowed photograph. A beautiful woman with a gentle expression leaned against the embrace of a young, handsome Suwoo. Her eyes held a tenderness that could melt eternal ice. She was his wife, Lin Wanner. She was also the noble woman who carried the bloodline of the celestial race. Wanner, our son has grown up. Suwoo stared at the photo. Tears welled in his bloodshot eyes. This was the most relaxed moment of his day. Xiao Yu is working hard. He is stronger than I was at his age. Although Suyu had not inherited the heaven-defying gifts of his mother's race, he was a rare talent among ordinary people. At 17 years old, he had reached the perfection of the body-tempering realm. He stood only one step away from entering the blood energy realm. In this slum devoid of resources, such an achievement came only from the boy's endless, tireless training. If Xiao Yu can get into a key martial arts university, even if he never becomes a grandmaster, he can reach the Xiantian realm. He will be able to stand tall in this harsh world. Suwoo calculated his plans for next month. When he received his wages, he would go to the black market. He would buy a primary blood energy potion to help his son break through the barrier. Suddenly, a clicking sound broke his thoughts. The bedroom door opened. Suwoo quickly wiped the exhaustion from his face. He put on a cheerful expression and turned around. Xiao Yu, are you not asleep yet? Are you hungry? The words died in his throat. His smile froze on his face. Suwoo slumped against the door panel, sliding slowly down to the floor. His fingers buried themselves deep into his hair, gripping tight. A profound sense of powerlessness surged over him like a rising tide. Find a way out. What options did he have left? Should he risk everything against the deputy commander? With his current broken frame in the body-tempering realm, he would likely die under a hail of gunfire before he even stepped close enough to strike. Should he beg the dean for mercy? Without money or influence, no one would spare a second thought for his pathetic life. Suwoo let out a silent roar, his throat constricting. Tears tracked down his weathered face. Grandmaster. To hell with being a grandmaster. At this moment, he lacked the stature to even demand justice for his son. Wanner, he whispered, I have failed you. I have failed Xiao Yu. The night deepened. Suwoo lay on the bed, his body exhausted, but his mind thrashed in agony. Time slipped away until he drifted into a fitful, heavy sleep. In his dreams, he returned to that night of despair 20 years ago. Starship fleets blotted out the sun and stars. That man stood in the void, watching him like a god judging an ant. A massive palm of light descended from the heavens, crushing his bones, his dignity, and his entire existence in one strike. That suffocating pressure, that profound sense of hopelessness, haunted him even within the nightmare. No, please, no. Suwoo writhed in his sleep, the pillow soaked through with cold sweat. Deep within the desperate landscape of his dream, within his long-shattered and barren dantian, a faint light glimmered. It flickered in time with the frustrated, uneven breathing of the boy in the next room. A sharp chime echoed. The system detected intense emotional instability within his offspring, Suyu. The father-by-son value system was activating. Suwoo bolted upright, wrenched from his nightmare. His heart hammered against his ribs, and his shirt clung to his back, drenched in cold sweat. He dragged in ragged breaths, his gaze unfocused. It was that dream again, the memory of his dignity shattered by a single blow. Another auditory hallucination. Suwoo massaged his throbbing temples. He prepared to mock himself for wishing to become strong, until he lost his mind. But a cold, mechanical voice detonated in the depths of his mind, clear as a tolling bell. The system activation was successful. Bounding to your soul offspring, Suyu. The current level of offspring is at the perfection of the body tempering realm. Per the rules of the father by son value system, your cultivation level would always remain 4 major realms higher than your offspring. Your level synchronized. Your cultivation advanced to the perfection of the Grandmaster realm. A cascade of data flooded his awareness like a waterfall. Offspring is practicing the Wild Bull Fist, achieving minor success. Your own Wild Bull Fist reached automatic perfection, and he grasped the essence of fist intent. Offspring is executing the basic chi breaking technique, grasping the fundamentals. Your chi breaking technique reached automatic perfection, and evolved into the Hun Yuan 1 Qi Gong. Suwoo stared, his pupils dilating as his body locked up on the bed. What is this? Chapter 3. Before he could register the absurdity of the situation, an unprecedented, terrifying stream of heat erupted from his long-withered and shattered dantian without warning. A muffled boom echoed within him. If Suwoo's body had been a riverbed dried up for 20 years, now it was a celestial flood, a peak torrent crashing through. Suwoo bit down hard on his teeth, a low groan escaping his throat. Pain. Yet this agony came with a sense of extreme relief. The dantian, broken for 20 years, began to mend, expand, and reshape at a visible pace, instantly transforming into a golden sea of energy. Then came the meridians. Shriveled and clogged, they flushed with golden energy, stretching wide and tough, snapping with the crisp sound of a bowstring pulled to its limit. A system prompt flickered into his mind, declaring that the remodeling of the physical body had begun. Suwoo's skin flushed red as black, foul impurities poured from his pores. Bones popped in explosions, and muscles tore and knit themselves back together. The overwhelming sense of destructive power caused even this former Grandmaster to shudder. 1 minute. In just 1 minute, the violent energy gradually subsided, flowing as a gentle stream through his limbs and bones. Suwoo sat shirtless in the darkness. As he opened and closed his eyes, a tangible spark of electricity flashed, illuminating the dim bedroom. Is this truly not a dream? He raised his hand, staring at palms that had been rough, scarred, and calloused. Now, the old skin had sloughed away, replaced by flesh as fine as a baby's, yet packed with explosive power. He tried to clench his fist gently. Crack. The air in his palm vanished instantly, popping with a crisp snap. The golden finger. Finally, the golden finger. Suwoo let out a low laugh. He laughed until his eyes grew red. 40 years. He had traveled here 40 years ago, and been crippled for 20. He had spent his time living like a dog on the city walls, bowing and scraping for a few thousand yuan to buy medicine for his son. He had assumed he would rot in the mud forever, but heaven had finally opened its eyes. A translucent panel glowing with a pale blue light manifested before his eyes. It displayed his status. Host Suwoo. Bound offspring Suyu. Offspring realm perfection of the body tempering realm. Host realm perfection of the Grandmaster realm. Technique Hun Yuan 1 Qi Gong. Reaching perfection. Evolved from the chi breaking technique. Martial arts Wild Bull Fist. Reaching perfection with fist intent developed, and leaf-stepping footwork, reaching great completion. Suwoo stared at the characters on the panel, his breath coming in short, rapid gasps. In this world of high martial arts, the hierarchy was strict. The body tempering realm involved training skin, flesh, tendons, and bones to reach the strength of 1,000 caddies, serving as the foundation of martial arts. The blood energy realm involved generating internal chi to nourish the body, extending lifespan, and becoming capable of carrying a tripod. The Xiantian realm required opening the bridge between heaven and earth, projecting true chi, and striking with power from 100 paces, allowing one to be recognized as a regional expert. The Grandmaster realm allowed for manipulating matter with the mind, flying through the air, and killing with a leaf or flower, making one the true privileged class. Suwoo's peak had been the middle stage of the Grandmaster realm, but a Grandmaster beyond the Grandmaster. That was a being standing above all others. One was able to withstand a missile with physical flesh, condense true chi into armor, and guard a small base city single-handedly. In the entire Kanglan base city, the strongest individual was the city lord, yet rumor had it he had only just touched the threshold of this level. Suwoo only had to sit on his bed, and he was already one of the strongest combat powers in the city. Suwoo contemplated the system logic. It was ruthlessly efficient. He steadied his racing heart. His eyes glinted with newfound intensity. His son occupied the body tempering realm. Suwoo had vaulted 4 levels to become a Grandmaster. If his son broke through to the blood energy realm, the implications were staggering. The math was simple. The body tempering realm plus 4 levels equaled a Grandmaster. The blood energy realm plus 4 levels equaled a martial king. A martial king commanded the power to walk on air. He was a true powerhouse. If his son put in even a fraction of effort, Suwoo would essentially ascend to the heavens. Suwoo swallowed hard. The phrase hoping for one's son to become a dragon took on a visceral meaning. He was not just raising a son, he was raising a super experience booster. A suppressed grunt drifted from the adjacent room. Suwoo perked up. Now a Grandmaster, his senses were sharpened to the absolute limit. Even through the wall, he visualized the scene next door. In the cramped room, Suyu wore nothing but a pair of shorts. Sweat drenched his skin. His bruised face contorted with stubborn resolve. He swung his fists repeatedly through the basic wild bull fist technique. Every punch jarred his injuries. Pain twisted his features into a grimace. Yet he did not stop. A desperate refusal to surrender burned in the boy's eyes. Wang Tai, I will not accept this. Suyu gritted his teeth and muttered to himself between strikes. For Dad, for the registration fee, I must become strong. I do not believe I cannot defeat you. If I break through to the blood energy realm, I can compete in the underground black market boxing matches. I can earn the money. Suwu stood in the room next door, his heart clenching as he listened. The silly boy was staying up half the night, desperate to earn money, even considering the life and death gamble of underground fighting. Suwu felt the wild joy in his heart fade. A tenderness like he had never known replaced it. Then a cold, bone-chilling killing intent surged. He rose slowly from the bed. Crack. The low-quality floor tiles shattered into dust under the unintentional leakage of his Grandmaster pressure. Suwu looked down at the wreckage. He drew a deep breath and suppressed his aura instantly. The overwhelming pressure of the Grandmaster vanished. Once again, he appeared as nothing more than an ordinary middle-aged man. Only Suwu knew that everything had changed. He walked to the window and pushed it open. The night air blew cool against his messy hair. His gaze pierced the layers of the night. He looked toward the bright, wealthy district in the city center. So it is Wang Tai, and the deputy commander of the city defense force. Suwu reached into his pocket and pulled out a half-smoked, low-quality cigarette. He rubbed his fingers together. A wisp of golden energy appeared at his fingertip. It ignited the cigarette instantly. He inhaled deeply. Surrounded by smoke, his once clouded eyes appeared as deep as the starry sky, and as terrifying as an abyss. In the past, I was submissive because I only had one miserable life. I had to save it to raise my son. Suwu exhaled a smoke ring. He watched it dissipate in the wind. A cold, menacing curve touched his lips. If someone wants to break my son's legs, I will crush his bones first. Suwu flicked the cigarette butt out the window. The spark trailed a red line through the air. As it fell, it unleashed a terrifying burst of energy. The impact melted a bottomless, silent hole through the hard concrete ground. It is time to sleep. Suwu turned and lay back on the bed. His mind felt more peaceful than ever. Tomorrow morning, I will go resolve the trouble caused by that deputy commander. He will settle it with the casual ease of a chore. That night, Kanglan Bay City remained full of music and dance. No one noticed the corner of the slums. Chapter 4. 5:30 in the morning. The slums in Sector F of Kanglan Bay City remained shrouded in a thin, gray mist. Suwu sat before the worn wooden table. A bowl of thin porridge, a small dish of pickled vegetables, and a few eggs sat before him. Suwu kept his head down. He stuffed food into his mouth with mechanical movements. The swelling on his face had faded slightly since the previous night, but the bruises looked even more alarming in the morning light. Suwu spoke, his voice flat yet carrying an undeniable weight. Do not worry about the martial arts registration. Focus on your training at school. Leave the rest to me. Suwu paused. He set his chopsticks down and looked at his father. He sensed something different about his father today. Those eyes, usually clouded from sleepless nights, now held the depth of an ancient well. They felt impenetrable. He dismissed the thought, believing his father was merely trying to comfort him. He offered a soft hum of acknowledgement, a flicker of resigned determination passing through his eyes. I am heading out now. Suwu stood up. He grabbed his gray work jacket, the fabric washed until it looked faded. As he crossed the threshold, his spine no longer hunched in its usual arc. He tried to restrain the aura of a Grandmaster, yet every muscle and bone radiated a rhythm as steady as a mountain. He now possessed two goals. The first was to hold up the sky for his son, ensuring he could continue his martial arts journey. The second was to use this reborn strength to find his wife and daughter. The 6 o'clock commuter train roared with a dull, heavy sound. It wove through the gaps in the steel forest. Suwu stepped into the entrance of the Sector F City Defense Management Office. His sharpened senses immediately detected the strangeness in the atmosphere. The air carried a scent of anxiety and unease. At this hour, staff usually busied themselves with shift changes or complained about the food in the cafeteria. Today, however, people huddled in small groups in the shadows. They whispered, their eyes filled with terror. Old So, thank goodness you are here. A figure darted from the crowd. It was Old Zhang, a veteran colleague from his squad. His face, eroded by years of wind and sand, wore an expression of deep anxiety. He pulled Suwu into a vacant corner and lowered his voice. Old So, something terrible has happened. Have you heard? Suwu maintained a calm expression. What happened? Old Zhang stomped his foot, his spit flying. Last night, right near the section of the wall we guarded, a shadow-cat beast slipped into the base city. The beast entered the wealthy district and killed the only heir of an aristocratic family. People say he was a relative of someone important in the inner city. The higher-ups are furious. They are going to tear the city defense force guarding that perimeter apart. Suwu replied calmly. We were on duty last night, and not a single brick fell from that wall. It should not concern us. Old Zhang slapped his thigh, his voice trembling. My good brother, do you not understand? Liang Qi asked you to cover his shift last night. On paper, his team was still on duty. A noble died, and Liang Qi's uncle, Liang Jianmin, will definitely try to protect his nephew. If they pin the blame on people like us, those without connections, they will claim we neglected our duty and hid intelligence. That is a capital offense. Before Old Zhang could finish, the cold voice of the intercom echoed through the city defense hall. All personnel on duty from the 3rd Battalion must report to the briefing room for questioning immediately. Violators will be dealt with according to military law. Old Zhang trembled with fear. He grabbed Siwu, ready to drag him away. Quickly, Old Su, we have to find a way to get our stories straight. Siwu gently pushed Old Zhang's hand away. He looked toward the upper floors of the office building. Go ahead. I have my own matters to attend to. Hey, Old Su, where are you going? The captain's office is that way. Old Zhang hissed from behind, but Siwu did not even look back. Since the world had changed, he would no longer do this job, where he was constantly mistreated. He reached the captain's office. The door remained closed, but Siwu's hearing clearly caught the conversation inside. He did not knock. He pushed the door open. The door groaned on its hinges. The two men inside spun around. Liang Jianmin, a middle-aged man, sat frowning as he flipped through a shift schedule. Liang Qi huddled in a chair, his face pale. He still wore his expensive nano-combat suit, and the smell of alcohol from his night at the pleasure of the heavens still clung to his collar. Liang Jianmin's expression darkened when he saw Siwu burst in. He slammed his hand onto the table. Siwu, who told you to come in? Get out and get back to your post. I am here to resign. Siwu stated his purpose directly. His tone lacked any trace of humility, carrying instead a level gaze that unsettled Liang Jianmin. Resign? Liang Jianmin froze for a second. Then he laughed in extreme anger, a flicker of viciousness flashing in his eyes. Siwu, do you think this place is a vegetable market? You come and go as you please? Something huge happened at the perimeter last night. A beast snuck in and a noble was killed. And you were the one covering the shift. Liang Qi heard the word resignation. Panic flashed across his face, but he quickly seized upon the idea, like a drowning man clutching a straw. He sprang up and jabbed a finger at Siwu. Uncle, he is the one. I let Old Su cover my shift last night, because I trusted him. It must be him. He intentionally let the beast in to frame me. He is trying to get revenge for my strict requirements. Siwu, you are ruthless. You would endanger the safety of the entire city just to ruin me. Liang Qi spoke with growing excitement, eventually convincing himself of his own fabrication. A twisted sense of pleasure crossed his face. You bastard, you lowly slum rat. You are trying to get me killed, are you not? Liang Qi rushed towards Siwu and raised a hand to strike. I will destroy you first. Siwu stood his ground. He did not even blink. To an expert of his caliber, the movements of a beginner in the blood energy realm appeared as sluggish as a snail crawling along a wall. Just as the palm of Liang Qi neared his face, a faint ripple of energy emanated from Siwu. A muffled sound followed. Liang Qi did not understand what happened. He slammed into an invisible concrete wall. His body flew backward and crashed into the file cabinets, sending documents cascading to the floor. You dare to fight back? Liang Qi clutched his chest and stared at Siwu in terror. Liang Jianmin rose from his chair, suspicion and surprise evident in his expression. As an expert in the Xiantian realm, he failed to track how Siwu had struck. Siwu, are you intending to resist the investigation? Liang Jianmin lowered his voice, his tone heavy with the pressure of a superior. Resigning. You are going nowhere until the case from last night concludes. If you admit your negligence caused the beast to enter now, I might spare your life in honor of your long service. Otherwise, Siwu chuckled. Otherwise what? Otherwise, your son Siyu, who attends the first middle school, may find it impossible to take the martial arts entrance exam. Liang Jianmin spoke with measured deliberation, his tone dripping with threats. A suspect's son cannot pass the background check. Siwu stared at him with chilling intensity. He cared little for the false accusations of ants, but he would not tolerate anyone using his son's future as a bargaining chip. Captain Liang, I suggest you swallow those words. Siwu took a step forward. The atmosphere in the quiet office shifted instantly as a violent wind howled. The window glass groaned under the pressure. Liang Jianmin felt as if an ancient predator had locked onto him. His internal energy stalled completely. Who are you? Liang Jianmin broke out in a cold sweat. He tried to stand, but his legs trembled uncontrollably. The office landline rang and shattered the suffocating tension. Liang Jianmin grabbed the receiver with shaking hands. A frantic voice burst from the other end. Captain Liang, this is a disaster. The internal inspection team from the inner city has arrived at the gates. They are demanding the arrest of everyone responsible for patrolling Sector F, especially you, Liang Qi. Liang Jianmin dropped the phone onto the desk. He glanced at his nephew, who lay like a pile of mud, then looked back at the inscrutable Siwu. If Siwu remained an employee, if he could force a confession, he could clear his nephew. Siwu, I will sign your resignation. But first, you must do one final thing for me. Liang Jianmin gritted his teeth, a desperate madness flashing in his eyes. Go to the inspection team and shoulder the blame. I will give you more money than you could earn in a lifetime. It will be enough for your son to attend a university in one of the outer bases. How about that? Siwu watched him with the pity one reserves for a fool. You seem to labor under the delusion that 20 years of living at the bottom of the pile has blinded me. Siwu turned and walked toward the door. This wretched department is not worth staying in. As for your inspectors and your scapegoats, anyone who dares to block my path will die. He turned his head slightly and glanced at Liang Jianmin. You dared to make this threat. I hope your commander can protect your head. As Siwu stepped through the entrance, the heavy alloy doors could not withstand the lingering energy. They collapsed with a roar. Liang Jianmin slumped into his chair, drenched in sweat. He waited until the presence of Siwu vanished before he could breathe again. His eyes filled with venomous resentment. Arrogance. You are a hidden expert, but so what? This city belongs to the Wang family, not the Sa family. You want to resign. Fine. I will let you walk away, but I will make sure you have nowhere to hide. He reached for the phone with trembling fingers and dialed a number. Hello, Commander. Chapter 5. Several minutes later, So-woo walked at a leisurely pace along the empty street. He was certainly not wandering without a goal. His destination was clear. Sector D, the official residence of the Deputy Commander of the City Defense Force. Since the man wanted to cut off his son's future, So-woo would go there to reconnect it with his own hands. For him, the powerful figures of Kanglan City, once so unattainable, were now nothing more than ants with loud voices. Even a deputy commander, at the very most, was merely a fresh Grandmaster. His blood energy remained unrefined. Before a great Grandmaster, that was no different from a mere physical realm practitioner. So-woo felt a calm like still water within his heart. He had already spent 20 years in decline. That time had worn away his impetuosity, leaving only the deepest restraint. If the other party knew how to behave, he was not willing to start a massacre inside the space city. However, just as he stepped onto a bustling commercial street at the edge of Sector D, several presences behind him caught his attention. In the darkness, several men and women wearing specialized fitted combat suits communicated rapidly through earpieces. One person spoke up, noting that this So-woo did not seem right. According to the data, So-woo had been a Grandmaster until an extraterrestrial powerhouse shattered his Danshin 20 years ago. Such an injury could not be healed, even with the top restoration fluids on Earth. He should possess only the residual strength of the physical realm. The cold and severe young man serving as captain narrowed his pupils to the size of needles, staring intensely at So-woo's back. He noted that there was an undefinable energy about him. With his own strength at the peak of the innate realm, he felt as if he were looking down into an abyss. He weighed the options of retreating or attacking. A superior had given a direct, fatal order. Liang Jianmin had reported that So-woo was colluding with the Star Demon sect, and that the beast infiltration case from the previous night had a direct connection to him. If they let him walk away, they would have no way to explain themselves. They chose to continue following him, and to find a place with no one around. So-woo walked as if he were not paying attention, even taking the time to look with interest at a martial arts examination advertisement on a holographic screen by the street. To him, the tracking techniques used by these people were as childish as a game of hide and seek. He deliberately slowed his pace, leading these tales through the bustling neon lights, and finally stopped in front of an abandoned, old heavy industrial factory. The area was full of collapsed cranes and rusted steel beams. When the wind blew, it made a sound like a whimpering breath. So-woo stopped and turned slowly. The setting sun stretched his shadow long across the ground. He asked if they were not tired, as they had followed him for 3 streets. He told them to come out and step into the sunlight. As he finished speaking, 3 men and 2 women emerged from the silent, dead corners of the surrounding area, surrounding him in a 5-star formation and sealing off all his escape routes. The cold and severe young man leading them was named Han Feng. The dark alloy long blade in his hand shimmered with a chilling blue light. He stared intensely at So-woo, his doubts growing deeper. He addressed So-woo, noting that he was once a Grandmaster 20 years ago, but had fallen to such a state today. He added that he was curious because, since So-woo's Danshin was destroyed, he did not understand why he was able to repel Liang Qi at the City Defense Bureau earlier. Han Feng concluded that he could not think of a second possibility other than that So-woo was practicing the evil rituals of the Star Demon sect that involved burning one's life force for sacrifice. So-woo laughed, a sound of tolerance like an elder looking at an ignorant junior. He asked if they meant the Star Demon sect. He dismissed it, saying those jugglers, who sold their souls for power, were not worthy of his attention. He flipped the question back to them, asking if their brains were only there to add height, since they believed everything Liang Jianmin told them. The young man shouted that he was arrogant. Among the group, one girl with raised eyebrows, who acted as the scout for the team, and was the most arrogant, let out a sharp cry. She moved like a bolt of green lightning, and the 2 blades in her hands, thin as cicada wings, cut through the air with a piercing whistle. She aimed directly for So-woo's eyes and throat. This strike was the full outburst of an innate realm expert. So-woo stood in place. He did not even raise a hand. Just as the tips of the blades were less than 1 inch away from him, his figure shifted strangely, moving a step to the side. At that moment, in the girl's perception, So-woo seemed to have turned into a shadow without any weight. No matter how sharp her blade energy was, she could not touch him at all. So-woo sighed, a touch of coldness flashing in his eyes, and noted that they were taking lives without evidence. He added that their style of conduct was truly as rotten as it had always been. Han Feng realized the situation. This was an extremely high-level movement technique. He let out a low shout. His long blade left its sheath, bringing with it a blade of true energy several meters long that slashed down through the air. At the same time, the other team members launched their own attacks. Some punched like cannon fire, while others fired hidden weapons coated in anesthetic toxins. 5 combined attacks from innate realm experts were enough to make even a Grandmaster feel troubled. However, So-woo moved through the dense attack grid as if he were taking a leisurely walk in a garden. Every time an attack was about to land on him, he would slightly turn his body, or flick his fingers, and those heavy, mountain-like forces were effortlessly deflected to the side. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks of the team members actually hit each other and collided with the abandoned machinery, exploding into a pile of sparks. From beginning to end, one of So-woo's hands remained in his pocket, and his expression was so calm that it made one's scalp tingle. Han Feng shouted for them to stop. He withdrew his blade and stopped the group, his face covered in sweat. His chest heaved violently. The look in his eyes when he turned to Suwu was no longer suspicion, but deep terror. He finally understood. Suwu was not using any evil methods at all. It was purely a dimensional crushing blow based on martial arts realm. If Suwu were truly an evil disciple of the Star Demon sect, with the speed the other party had just shown, their necks would have been twisted off long ago. Han Feng asked in a trembling voice what realm he was in. Suwu stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze swept over these young people, and looked toward the official residence in Sector D further away. He spoke in a distant tone, saying that his realm was not important. He told them that evidence was not something one could make up with their mouth. He asked if they wanted to be the knives in Liang Jianmin's hands, since he wanted to use him as a scapegoat, or if the person behind them had become so bloated that they could randomly erase a person inside the base city. These few sentences rang like thunder in their ears, soaking the backs of Han Feng and the others in cold sweat. Suwu turned around, leaving them with an inscrutable back view. He told them not to follow him again, and to go back and tell their superior that he would pay a visit when he had the time. After he finished speaking, Suwu's figure flickered slightly on the spot and disappeared into the complex shadows of the factory. He left the few inspection team members staring at each other in confusion. Chapter 6. Inside the Kanglan First Middle School, the air thick with the scent of martial arts, Suyu sat alone in the corner of the classroom. The noisy recess seemed separated from him by a thick, transparent wall. He kept his head lowered, hands gripping the worn edges of his basic internal chi guide. One thought dominated his mind. Endure. Just endure until the martial arts exam. Just endure until he could walk out of the slums. All the humiliation would vanish with the wind. A voice as crisp as an oriole chirped beside his ear. Suyu held his breath. He knew who it was without looking. Su Lele, the school beauty of First Middle School. She wore a light blue school skirt, her high ponytail swaying, radiating a vibrant, youthful energy. What happened to your face? She asked. Suyu kept his voice low, deliberately distancing himself. It was a fall. Just a clumsy accident. Lele furrowed her brows, her pretty face turning cold. A fall. Who gets finger marks from a fall? Did Wang Tai block your path? Suyu remained silent and turned away. This bastard acts lawless just because his family has connections with the city defense force. Lele felt her chest heave with indignation. I will go reason with him. I refuse to believe this school has no laws. Stop. Suyu jerked his head up, eyes filled with panic, and grabbed her wrist. Lele, do not go. He will make my father lose his job. My father has worked there for 20 years. That job is his lifeline. Lele looked at Suyu's swollen, blood-stained face and felt a dull ache in her heart. She bit her lip, her eyes turning red. What if he loses his job? Are you just going to let him bully you forever? At the very least, I can go beg my father. Stay away from me. Suyu slowly released her wrist, his voice devoid of warmth. People like me are not fit to stand beside you. Suyu, you are such a blockhead. Lele stomped her feet, tears welling in her eyes, before turning to run back to her seat. A young boy in the front row with dyed yellow hair captured the entire scene with his phone. He let out a dark, strange laugh. His fingers danced across the screen as he sent a message. Brother Tai, that kid Suyu is flirting with Lele again. He even held her hand. The second theory class had not even finished before Suyu was called out of the classroom. The number 2 martial arts room sat in a secluded spot, filled with blind spots for the surveillance cameras. When Suyu stepped inside, the heavy alloy door slammed shut. 5 burly students surrounded him. The instructor sat in the distance, sipping tea. He lifted his eyelids, caught sight of Wang Tai leading the group, and turned away, impassively putting on his headphones. You fatherless mongrel, you really have no memory. Wang Tai wore a designer combat suit, and rubbed his knuckles, the sound of popping joints echoing in the room. He also possessed the perfection of the physical realm, but having soaked in various expensive potions since childhood, his blood energy felt much denser than that of ordinary students. I told you, if you get near Su Lele again, I will break your legs. Did you treat my words as wind? Wang Tai struck without warning. A crisp slap landed heavily on Suyu's face. Suyu's head whipped to the side, and a salty, metallic taste flooded his mouth. He gritted his teeth and remained still. Damn it, that dead fish eye look annoys me. Wang Tai grabbed Suyu's hair and sneered. When I go back, I will have my uncle issue a termination order to your pathetic father. I will even mark his file with a crime of dereliction of duty, so he can spend the rest of his life in prison. Termination. Prison. These 2 words pierced Suyu's tense nerves like poison needles. That was his father. That was the man who had been humble and subservient under the city wall for 20 years just to feed him. Do not touch my father. A low roar escaped Suyu's throat. What if I do touch him? Trash like you cannot even afford the registration fee, yet you want to fight me. Wang Tai looked at him with disdain and swung his fist again, aiming straight for Suyu's face. At that instant, Suyu felt an unprecedented, violent stream of heat suddenly emerge from his long-dormant dantian. That heat felt like a flood that had been pent up for over 10 years, and at this moment, it burst through the dam. A boom shattered the silence. The surrounding air grew thick and heavy. Deep within Suyu's pupils, a glimmer of gold flashed. His lean frame, once wasted by malnutrition, rippled with sudden muscular intensity. A faint red steam shimmered across his skin. A sharp slap echoed as a hand covered in calluses seized Wang Tai's heavy fist. Wang Tai froze. His fist felt trapped in ancient ice. No matter how hard he pulled, he could not break free. Chi and blood. Wang Tai watched in terror as the energy radiating from Suyu climbed at a terrifying pace. It punched through the physical realm barrier. The sheer pressure made it hard to breathe. Qi and blood realm. This is impossible. I said. Do not touch my father. Suyu's voice rasped, carrying the rhythmic growl of an ancient beast. He stepped forward, his spine arching like a drawn bow. With his waist and hips aligned, he unleashed a punch from the most basic wild bull fist technique. A roar echoed. The air hummed with the faint, muffled sound of a dragon and an elephant. A heavy thud followed. Wang Tai flew backward like a cannonball, slamming into the reinforced wall in the distance. He could not even scream. His eyes rolled back, and he slumped to the floor like a pile of wet mud. His status remained unknown. Brother Tai. How can this be? Terror seized the remaining followers. They stared at the visible swirl of energy around Suyu. Courage vanished. They scrambled over one another to escape through the door. The instructor in the distance dropped his teacup, shattering it into fragments. He ripped off his headphones, pointed a trembling finger at Suyu, and shrieked. What are you doing? Are you rebelling? You cannot pay for the price of injuring young Master Wang with 10 lives. Suyu stood in the center of the martial arts room. He stared blankly at his own hands. Endless power surged through his veins. Yet as reason returned, a deep sense of dread washed over him. He had broken through, but he had crippled the nephew of the deputy commander. Father, I have made a terrible mistake. Suyu murmured to himself. Meanwhile, far away in District D, Suyu paused in his stride. A chime rang out in his mind. The system detected that his offspring, Suyu, had broken through in battle and ascended to the initial stage of the Qi and blood realm. The father-by-son value system made a judgment. The offspring realm had increased, and the host realm synchronized accordingly. The current offspring realm was the Qi and blood realm, 2nd stage. The host realm was the martial king realm, 6th stage, initial level. Boom. The golden Qi and blood inside Suyu erupted instantly. The cement floor beneath his feet cracked silently. Fine fissures spread several meters away. Chapter 7. Suyu. Hundreds of miles away, in District D, Suyu froze in his tracks. Boom. Suyu's pupils, once a deep, somber black, ignited with a flash of violet and gold. He stopped hiding. He stopped lying low. The terrifying pressure of the early-stage martial king realm swept outward like a storm. The rusted steel frames of the surrounding abandoned factory groaned under the strain, unable to bear the weight of his aura, and then collapsed into a heap of metal. He slammed his foot onto the ground. He transformed into a bolt of violet lightning, tearing through the sky, walking on air, shrinking the earth into inches. This was a martial king. He was a powerhouse beyond common understanding, capable of manipulating gravity with his very flesh. Meanwhile, at Kanglan First Middle School, the tension had reached the breaking point. Urgent knocking shattered the classroom silence. The dean, a man whose face usually shone with grease, appeared at the door, his features twisted in terror. He ignored all protocol and beckoned the homeroom teacher away from the lecture. The classroom erupted in chaos. What is going on? The dean looked like he had seen a ghost. Look, Suyu's seat is empty. The Wang Tai gang called him out just a moment ago. Su Lele sat at her desk, digging her nails into her palms. Anxiety threatened to drown her. She knew Wang Tai too well. He was a spoiled brat who relied on his uncle, the deputy commander, to terrorize others. There was no limit to what he might do. She bolted from her seat and sprinted toward the number 2 martial arts room. She shoved open the heavy alloy doors. The scene before her stole the breath from her lungs. Wang Tai lay sprawled on the floor like a dead dog, his condition uncertain. The surrounding henchmen, who usually swaggered with arrogance, now trembled like chaff in the wind, huddled in the corner and afraid to even breathe. Suyu, the boy who was always silent and accustomed to hunching his shoulders, stood motionless in the center of the training hall. Suyu. Su Lele screamed and rushed toward him. You dare to commit violence and injure someone on school grounds. The dean arrived, breathless, and stared at Wang Tai on the floor. His face drained of color as he pointed a trembling finger at Suyu. Do you have any idea who Wang Tai is? You have poked a hole in the sky. You are in deep trouble. The homeroom teacher stood nearby, his face filled with shock and worry. Suyu, what is going on here? What have you done? Suyu turned slowly. His empty eyes held a stubbornness that pulled at the heartstrings, and his voice was terrifyingly raspy. He said he would send my father to prison. He said he would finish my father. I could not let him hurt my father. I could not. Fool. The dean stomped his feet in frustration, his words dripping with snobbery. So what if he said that? You hit him, and now your useless father will only die faster. Deputy Commander Wang could crush you both as easily as he crushes 2 ants. Before he could finish, the screech of tires and the rapid thud of heavy boots echoed from outside. A middle-aged man and woman burst through the entrance, radiating lethal intent. Tai Yar. The woman let out a shrill, piercing cry and threw herself beside Wang Tai. The man accompanying her wore a sleek, black combat suit. His eyes were as venomous as a viper. This was Wang Heng, the head of the Wang family and Wang Tai's father. The air around Wang Heng froze the moment he saw his only son in such a miserable state. Who did this? Wang Heng's voice was low, like gravel grinding in his throat. Every word carried a chilling wave of blood energy. The dean scurried forward like a pug, cringing and pointing a shaking finger at Suyu. He addressed Mr. Wang, his voice oily and eager. Mr. Wang, this is the mongrel from the slums. He must have swallowed some prohibited drug, because he suddenly went mad and attacked young Master Wang Tai. We tried to stop him, but it was impossible. Wang Heng laughed, though his eyes burned with rage. A fierce aura erupted from him, indicative of his middle-stage blood energy realm cultivation. It pressed down on the surrounding students, making it hard for them to draw breath. He spat out his words. In this Kanglan city, no one has ever dared to beat my son, Wang Heng's son, into such a state. You little mongrel, today I will dismantle your bones piece by piece. Su Lele spread her arms wide, shielding Su Yu. Her eyes were red and she shouted, "You are not allowed to touch him." Wang Tai brought men to corner him first. They were the ones who started this. You cannot just ignore the truth. Wang Heng gave an unimpressed scoff. His gaze shifted to Su Lele, revealing a cold indifference toward the value of human life. He answered her, "Truth. In this Kanglan city, my Wang family is the truth. Get out of the way." He flicked his hand, releasing a surge of hidden force. It transformed into a visible shockwave, catching Su Lele off guard and throwing her backward. Su Yu cried out, "Lele." His body blurred like lightning as he lunged forward, catching her steadily in midair. At that moment, the golden light in Su Yu's eyes exploded. His blood energy, mostly exhausted from the breakthrough, suddenly surged like deadwood coming to life in spring. It roared through his veins. A faint pressure began to bleed out from his slight frame. He set Su Lele down gently and turned around to face the powerhouse, who occupied the middle stage of the blood energy realm. "You want to move against my father, and you want to move against her." Su Yu spoke with a deadly, eerie calm that made the skin crawl. Wang Heng roared like a tiger descending from the mountain. "You ignorant, death-seeking thing, get on your knees." His right claw shot forward, creating a shrill sonic boom, as it aimed for Su Yu's throat. He intended to kill. He showed no regard for the fact that his opponent was merely a student. The surrounding teachers closed their eyes in terror. Su Yu's senses, however, had shifted into a strange, heightened state. Wang Heng's lightning-fast movements appeared riddled with flaws. Su Yu let out a grunt. He did not block. Instead, his body dropped, sliding across the floor as if he were glued to the ground. He ducked beneath the killing claw and lunged into Wang Heng's guard. Wang Heng's pupils constricted. He felt the sting of a lethal threat. Su Yu channeled every ounce of strength from the solace of his feet, driving it up through his spine and into his right palm. The palm glowed with a faint, alternating gold and red hue. It was the color of burning, pure blood energy. The strike landed solidly against Wang Heng's abdomen. A dull, heavy thud echoed through the training room. It did not sound like flesh striking flesh. It sounded like two 10,000-pound iron blocks slamming together. The savage expression on Wang Heng's face froze. A domineering, unreasonable force bored into his dantian, like a poisonous dragon, shattering his blood energy defense in an instant. Wang Heng cried out. The powerhouse, standing at the middle stage of the blood energy realm, flew backward like a discarded rag doll. He smashed through a row of testing equipment, before crashing to one knee, vomiting blood mixed with internal organ fragments. Silence gripped the room. The dean's mouth hung open wide enough to fit a fist. Wang Heng clutched his abdomen, fear finally showing in his eyes. He stammered, "How is this possible? You are just a boy who just broke through. How could you possibly hurt me?" Su Yu gasped for air, sweat evaporating into white mist from his overheated skin. He had pushed back his opponent, but challenging someone at a higher realm had brought his body to the breaking point. "I will kill you." Wang Heng's shame and rage boiled over. He reached into his robes and produced a miniature high-pressure vibrating blade. Chapter 8. The moment stretched toward catastrophe. Thunderous echoes tore through the air. The ceiling shattered. Massive alloy beams snapped like dried twigs. Twisted steel rebars groaned with a sound that set teeth on edge. Clouds of dust and debris filled the room. Sunbeams pierced the haze, creating a massive pillar of light that bathed the center of the martial arts room. Within the heart of that light, a figure stepped into the empty air. His faded gray work uniform carried more authority in that moment than any imperial robe. Violet and gold blood energy flowed around him like ribbons of solid silk. The martial king realm, walking on air, the physical body stepping into the void. This marked a level beyond the mortal. It stood as a sign that he had truly entered a higher layer of life evolution. An indescribable and terrifying pressure filled the room. It felt as if 10,000 mountains crashed down simultaneously. Thuds echoed through the room. Bodies hit the floor. Everyone present collapsed to their knees in unison. The dean, the homeroom teacher, and the students all fell, save for Su Yu, whom a soft aura protected. They did not choose to kneel. A tremor deep within their genetic code, a primal fear of a superior life form, forced them to the ground. At the center of this pressure lay Wang Heng, the man who had intended to kill Su Yu moments before. The dignity of a blood energy realm expert vanished. He flattened against the cracked floor like a toad pinned to a cutting board. Bones snapped and crackled under the strain. His face contorted. Eyes bulging, he stared at the figure hanging in the air, a being who resembled a god or a demon, walking on air. Wang Heng pushed the words from his throat with the sound of a broken bellows. The resentment in his eyes melted into endless horror. A martial king. Since when did Kanglan Base City possess a martial king? In this city where even a grandmaster could be called a big shot, a martial king existed only as the sky itself, a figure of pure legend. Su Wu lowered his head from the air. His violet and gold eyes held only the indifference of one looking down upon ants. "Dad." Su Yu looked up during the silence. He gazed at that familiar yet strange figure. His eyes turned red. He choked out the word with a trembling voice. That single word cracked over the heads of everyone present like a thunderbolt. Su Lele knelt on the ground. She lifted her head with difficulty, her eyes wide. Su Yu's father. That man who guarded the city wall. The dean trembled so violently he seemed to shake apart. The memory of his own words, where he had called Siwu a piece of trash, echoed in his mind. Darkness clouded his vision. He wished to faint on the spot. Heavens! He had mocked the son of a martial king for not being able to afford the registration fee. You dare touch my son. Siwu descended slowly. He hovered 3 inches above the ground. He looked at Wang Hung on the floor. His tone carried a calmness that froze the marrow in one's bones. You really have guts. No, senior. It is a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. Wang Hung sensed the tangible killing intent. Terror shattered his nerves. He begged desperately. I did not know he was your son. If I had known, I would not have dared to act even if given 10,000 lives. I am a member of the Wang family. My brother-in-law is the deputy commander of the city defense. I beg you, consider. Siwu did not even bother to hear the rest of his nonsense. He lifted his right foot gently. He brought it down with a light movement, just as one might stamp out a cigarette butt. A muffled sound followed. There were no flashy techniques, and no earth-shattering explosions. It sounded like a watermelon smashed by a heavy hammer. Wang Hung's head, along with his pleas for mercy, burst into a mist of blood under Siwu's foot. The headless corpse twitched twice and then remained still. Blood splattered onto the face of the middle-aged woman, Wang Tai's mother. The warm, metallic scent jolted her from her stupor. She screamed. The woman looked at her husband's headless corpse. She collapsed instantly. She lay limp on the floor, clawing backward with her hands and feet. Her expensive dress stained with grime and blood. You killed him. You actually killed him. Siwu's expression remained empty. He turned. His blood-stained boots struck the broken tiles with a crisp clicking sound. He walked toward the woman, one step at a time. Stay away. The woman's hair hung loose and disheveled. Her makeup smeared across her face. In her extreme terror, she tried to grasp at a final straw. My own brother is Wang Meng. He is the deputy commander of the city defense. You killed a member of the Wang family. My brother will not let you go. The city lord will not let you go. She screamed until her voice broke, trying to use the web of connections to dispel the shadow of death that loomed over her. Siwu's pace did not falter for even half a second. The deputy commander of the city defense force? Siwu asked. His voice dripped with ultimate disdain. Is that supposed to be impressive? He stepped closer to the woman. You rely on your brother's power to indulge your son as he bullies classmates and wreaks havoc. Today, your retribution arrives. Siwu raised his right hand. The violet and gold blood energy within his palm began to condense violently. The surrounding air twisted from the intense heat. No, please, no. The middle-aged woman felt the suffocating grip of death closing in. She shut her eyes and screamed in desperation. The already crumbling gate of the martial arts room exploded inward, blasted apart by a colossal force. A figure wearing silver commander armor and radiating a tyrannical aura surged inside like a cannonball. The man carried a dignified expression, his blood energy burning with the vigor of a furnace. It was Wang Meng, the deputy commander of the city defense force, who had rushed over upon receiving the news. He caught sight of his brother-in-law's headless corpse and his sister cowering beneath Siwu's hand. You wretched beast. Wang Meng gnashed his teeth. He could not discern Siwu's level, yet the arrogance of his position blinded him. No one in Kanglan Base City would dare kill in his presence. Whoever you are, you have dared to commit public violence in this school and slaughter a noble. You are challenging the laws of all of Kanglan City. Wang Meng pulled the alloy battle blade from his waist, pointing the tip directly at Siwu. He unleashed the pressure of a Grandmaster to intimidate the man. Kneel and surrender immediately. Otherwise, Siwu turned his head slowly to look at this important man who had hurried here to die. A flicker of impatience crossed his eyes. Laws, Siwu sneered. Where were these laws when you bullied my son? Where were they when you stole his spot? Now you want to speak to me of laws? Siwu vanished from his spot. The vision before Wang Meng blurred. The man who had stood 10 meters away instantly materialized before his nose. The terrifying martial king aura, which froze his soul, erupted without restraint. You are. Wang Meng's pupils shrank to the size of needlepoints. The battle blade in his hand could not be swung in time. The stiffness of his entire body revealed a desperate truth. He was outmatched. In your next life, remember to keep your family in check. Siwu's large hand locked onto Wang Meng's skull like an iron vice. He offered no nonsense. He did not hesitate. He squeezed. The sound echoed like a bursting rotten tomato. The head of this deputy commander, a man with immense power in Kanglan Base City, who decided the lives of countless people, exploded before he could even let out a scream. The headless corpse swayed for a moment before the battle blade fell to the ground with a clang. Siwu flicked the blood from his hand as if shaking off something filthy. The room fell into a deathly silence. One could hear a pin drop. Su Lele covered her mouth with her hands. The dean rolled his eyes back into his head and collapsed, unconscious. Siwu stood amidst the blood, the acrid heat that had festered within him for 20 years venting out, though only by half. He was angry today. Given the experience of his 2 lifetimes, he could endure many things. He could retreat. He could laugh away most insults. However, there were boundaries. They should never have touched his son. Siwu turned slowly. He looked at the mother of Wang Tai, who had already lost control of her bladder and collapsed into unconsciousness. His killing intent remained undimmed. He shifted his gaze toward the dean, who trembled in the corner. Chapter 9. Senior, please show mercy. Before the speaker arrived, a deep and resonant voice surged like a tide into the shattered No. 2 martial arts room. Siwu paused his descending hand in midair. He turned his head slowly, his violet and gold eyes gazing coldly at the entrance. Light and shadow twisted in that space. An elderly man dressed in a tang suit, with white hair and a white beard, stepped slowly out from the dust. His gait appeared unsteady, but every time his foot touched the ground, the debris beneath him crumbled into fine powder. This was the early stage of a Grandmaster. He was Pan Hong, the city lord and highest authority of Kanglan Base City. In ordinary times, Pan Hong stood above the masses as the guardian of this iron jungle. Yet now, beads of sweat seeped from the old man's forehead. His straight back, usually held with pride, had to hunch slightly under the heavy, tangible pressure of Siwoo's martial king aura. I am Pan Hong, the city lord of Kanglan Base. Pan Hong stepped closer, but he halted 10 meters away from Siwoo. It was a deathline he sensed instinctively. He glanced at the two headless corpses on the floor. The corner of his eye twitched violently. He drew a deep breath and bowed deeply toward Siwoo, his tone laced with a measure of reverence. Senior, I know a little about today's events. It is truly a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Siwoo hooked the corner of his mouth into an intriguing curve. He rolled the two words on his tongue, and they were filled with mockery. Pan Hong forced himself to continue. These members of the Wang family were indeed arrogant and despotic, relying on their slight military exploits and power. As the city lord, I have been busy with city defense affairs, and my lack of supervision over subordinate families is also my responsibility. But now the primary culprits, Wang Heng and Wang Meng, have been executed. They have received the punishment they deserved. These remaining women, children, and students do not deserve to die. I hope you can show mercy for the sake of this old man. Pan Hong spoke these words beautifully. He gave Siwoo plenty of face, while attempting to trivialize the situation by appealing to the bigger picture. However, Siwoo threw his head back and laughed out loud. What a misunderstanding. What a lack of supervision. What a list of people who do not deserve to die. The laughter stopped abruptly. Siwoo lowered his head sharply, pointing a finger like a sword toward Siyu, who watched from not far away. Pan Hong, open your dog eyes and look. If I did not possess the strength of the martial king realm, where were you when Wang Heng wanted to kill my son just now? Where was your misunderstanding when Wang Meng held a knife and wanted to execute me on the spot? Siwoo's voice grew higher and colder with every word. Each syllable sounded like a heavy hammer, smashing into Pan Hong's heart. If my son and I had died today, would you have stood up to say it was a misunderstanding? You would have likely signed the final report, claiming we were rioters who deserved to die. Pan Hong went pale. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Siwoo had spoken the truth. This was the unspoken rule of the high martial arts world. The weak are the prey of the strong, and the strong are respected. Since you set these rules, do not blame me for breaking them. The violet and gold light in Siwoo's eyes surged. Now that I have killed a few failed murderers, all of you clowns have jumped out to talk to me about logic and kindness. It is too late. The moment he finished speaking, Siwoo did not withdraw his hand. Instead, he intensified his pressure. This time, he did not target the entire room. He precisely focused his power on the three survivors. He pinned them down, including Wang Tai's mother, Wang Tai, and the homeroom teacher who had long since been frightened out of his wits. Screams pierced the sky. The middle-aged woman, who had already been lying limp on the ground, felt as if a primeval mountain pressed against her back. The sound of her bones shattering under the heavy pressure cracked through the air. Her face, which had been well-maintained, flushed the color of a pig's liver. Blood sprayed from her nose and mouth as if it were worthless. She clung to the floor like a puddle of mud, her eyes rolling back, showing she had more breath going out than coming in. Wang Tai, once an overbearing campus bully, suffered an even more miserable fate. Under the pressure, the internal organs that Siyu had previously injured ruptured completely. He twitched wildly in a pool of blood. His facial features twisted into a lump from extreme agony. He let out a dying, wheezing sound in his throat. When he looked at Siwoo, the resentment in his eyes vanished, replaced only by a desperation that begged for a quick death. As for the homeroom teacher, his forehead had already become a mass of bloody flesh. Senior, spare me. Senior, have mercy. I have elders above and children below. Please, treat me as a fart, and let me go. Seeing this scene, City Lord Pan Hong's face turned ugly. As a Grandmaster, when had he ever been ignored like this? But looking at Siwoo's reckless violet and gold true energy, he dared not move. He understood clearly that the gap between a martial king and a Grandmaster was a chasm. If Siwoo truly wanted to kill him, it would likely take fewer than 10 moves. Pan Hong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger of being humiliated in his heart. His tone became hurried and solemn. Senior, wait. I am not trying to stop you from taking revenge, but this Wang family is not simple. Pan Hong took a step forward, lowering his voice with a mix of warning and pleading. Although the Wang family is only a clan in Kanglan City, their main line is in the Jiangnan Great Base City. I have heard that there are ancestors in the family who serve as high-level officials in the military department, and even have old connections with certain battle god-level powerhouses. Now that Wang Heng and Wang Meng are dead, the Wang family will be furious. If you exterminate these orphans and widows today, the situation will become irreconcilable. At that time, you might attract even more terrifying powerhouses, or perhaps even a Federation-wide arrest warrant. Pan Hong paused here, glanced at Siwoo's expression, and continued. Senior, your divine skills are peerless, so you naturally have no fear. But what about your son? He is still young. If he has to live a life of hiding and running for the rest of his days, unable to even attend a regular martial arts university, is this what you want to see? This sentence finally caused a ripple in Sewu's eyes. He did not fear death, and he did not fear battle. But he feared his son would have no future. He had tried so hard to become strong. Was it not just to let Sewu live in the sun with dignity like a normal person? Sewu sneered, his gaze shooting toward Pan Hong like a knife. You are trying to pressure me with the Federation. You are trying to pressure me with the Wong family. Pan Hong, do you think I am afraid? But I, Sewu, am not an unreasonable man either. Sewu changed his tone. The pressure that had been about to crush the last breath out of the three people stalled slightly. If you want me to let these dogs live, it is possible. Sewu pointed at the mother and son of the Wong family on the ground like dead dogs, then pointed at Pan Hong. Since you say you want to protect them, then pay the ransom for their lives. You are so anxious to save them, it is nothing more than fear that the main line of the Wong family will blame you, affecting your political achievements and your official hat. Since it is for your official position, should you not shed some blood on their behalf? Pan Hong froze, then rejoiced in his heart. As long as it can be negotiated, it is not a dead end. Sewu possessed significant power, yet he remained rational. For a powerhouse, slaughtering ants provided little satisfaction. If that life could be traded for tangible resources, it served the purpose of maximizing benefits. Senior, rest assured, Pan Hong said quickly, fearing that Sewu might change his mind. I am willing to provide a guarantee. As long as you spare their lives, I represent the City Lord Mansion, and on behalf of the Wong family, I will provide a compensation package that will satisfy you. 100 million Federation credits, plus a detached villa in the core area of a region. In addition, Pan Hong gritted his teeth, his expression pained. 3 vials of B-level chi and blood liquid and 1 high-level martial arts manual. The people in the room who had not yet fainted gasped upon hearing these terms. 100 million Federation credits were enough for a wealthy family to squander for several generations in Kanglin Base City. B-level chi and blood liquid was virtually priceless in Kanglin Base. High-level martial arts manuals were secrets that only core disciples of major families could cultivate. This was not merely compensation, it was essentially emptying the family vault. Sewu remained silent for a moment. He did not care about the money. With his system, he lacked nothing regarding cultivation techniques and realms. However, Sewu needed them. Only when Sewu improved could he become stronger. Is that all? Sewu asked coldly. Cold sweat poured from Pan Hong's forehead. This is the limit of the liquid funds that the Wong family can mobilize in Kanglin City. In addition, the repair costs for this number 2 martial arts room are fully waived. As for student Sewu, I will personally approve his recommendation quota for the martial arts university. The killing intent in Sewu's eyes slowly dissipated upon hearing the final condition. Fine. The recommendation quota is unnecessary. My son can get into the best martial arts university on his own, Sewu said, waving his hand as if shooing away a fly. I will spare your dog lives this time. However, Sewu turned his gaze toward the dean, who had long since urinated himself in terror. He flicked his finger gently. A violet and gold finger wind pierced the dean's stanchion instantly. Ah! The dean let out a desperate, shrill scream. Capital punishment may be avoided, but living suffering is inevitable. This kind of snobbish person is not fit to be a teacher. Your cultivation is abolished. Get out of the education industry. After finishing these tasks, Sewu did not even look at Pan Hong. The terrifying martial king pressure dissipated like a retreating tide. He turned around, the god of death expression vanishing instantly, replaced by a face full of concern and gentleness. He walked quickly to Sewu, looking at his son covered in wounds and blood, his eyes full of heartache. Are you all right? Sewu asked. He extended his hand, and a gentle stream of violet and gold true energy poured into Sewu's body, stabilizing his turbulent chi and blood instantly. Sewu felt the warm flow inside him. He looked at this familiar yet imposing father, and his eyes grew hot. He shook his head, a glimmer of unprecedented determination in his eyes. Dad, I am fine. Just some minor skin wounds. Good. You have ambition. You are worthy of being my son, Sewu laughed. He patted his son's shoulder heavily, then looked at the girl standing stubbornly to the side despite her disheveled appearance, Su Lele. Little girl, thank you for protecting my you today. Let this boy treat you to a meal another day. Su Lele turned bright red to the roots of her ears under the gaze of this martial king uncle. She stammered, no need to thank me, uncle. Sewu smiled and wrapped his arm around his son's shoulder. Let us go, son. Let us go home. You and I will have a good drink today. The sun shone brightly. Sewu walked out of the campus with Sewu. On the way home, the old streets remained noisy, but their states of mind had changed completely. Sewu occasionally stole glances at the father beside him. That face remained the same. Even though he had changed back to his lazy expression, in Sewu's eyes, his father's figure had become as towering as a mountain. Finally, they reached the entrance of a deserted alley. Sewu could not help but ask the doubt in his heart. Dad, how did you suddenly become a martial king? I remember when you were young, you were only a grandmaster. And these 20 years, your injuries. Sewu's mind was full of questions. Not only were his injuries healed, but he had also crossed several levels, and became a king. This was more absurd than a novel. Sewu stopped and pulled a flattened cigarette from his pocket. A wisp of golden flame ignited at his fingertip to light it. He took a deep breath, exhaled a smoke ring, and looked at his son. His eyes were as deep as a pool of water. The matter of the system was too shocking and troublesome to explain, so he chose another way. Your father has never given up in these 20 years. Sewu began to speak seriously, though it carried 7 parts of true emotion. Although the injuries back then were severe, they also allowed me to break through and rebuild. For these 20 years, I wiped blood under the city walls and carried bricks at construction sites. It seemed like I was just living on, but in reality, I was refining my heart in the red dust. I was waiting for an opportunity for accumulation and a sudden breakthrough. Perhaps it was your performance today. Suwoo reached out and adjusted his son's messy collar, his voice soft. It made my state of mind complete. The shackles of 20 years, they shattered. Suwoo felt his blood boil. His eyes moistened again. Dad, Suwoo choked. Enough. Why is a grown man crying? Suwoo said, rubbing his son's head with a smile. There are some things you do not need to dig into. You only need to know that from today, in this Kanglan-based city, or even the entire Federation, no one will ever be able to bully us again. Moreover, Suwoo looked up at the distant starry sky, a shuddering chill flashing in his eyes. Since I have recovered, and even advanced, some old scores should be settled. You cultivate well. When you get into the Beijing Martial Arts University, and when you reach the Martial King realm, we will go to the depths of the starry sky. Suwoo froze, his heart pounding. Go to the starry sky. What for? Suwoo extinguished the cigarette. His voice was as light as the wind, yet as heavy as 1,000 pounds. To bring your mother home. At that moment, the setting sun stretched the shadows of the father and son very long. Suwoo clenched his fists tightly. Good. The boy's answer was firm and clear. Chapter 10. The next day, the morning sun no longer carried the acidic, dusty scent of the F district. It poured through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, spilling without reservation onto the floor that mirrored the world like polished marble. Kanglan Base City, a district, Cloud Peak Manor. This location was the core of the base city where land was worth gold. Residents were either wealthy or powerful. At this moment, the top-floor single villa, numbered A001, had welcomed its new owner. Suwoo had requested a 3-day leave from school for Suwoo. After the events of yesterday, the boy needed time to process his emotions. He also needed time to adapt to this new world that had turned upside down. Dad, is this truly our home? Suwoo asked. He clutched an old, worn picture frame, standing in the center of the living room, which spanned 200 square meters. He felt uneasy. Beneath his feet lay a rug woven from unidentified beast fur. A crystal chandelier hung overhead, and the surrounding holographic smart home system automatically adjusted the temperature and humidity. Compared to the 30 square meter apartment building from yesterday, which leaked wind and shed plaster, the difference was like the sky and the mud. Silly boy, has this frightened you? Suwoo asked. He wore a loose practice uniform, fiddling with the manor key card sent by City Lord Penhong. He tossed the magnetic card, representing the highest authority in the A district, onto the coffee table, and walked over with a smile. This is only the beginning. In the future, we will live in places 10 times, even 100 times larger than this, and perhaps, we will even go into the starry sky. Suwoo paused, then nodded heavily. In the past, he would have thought his father was bragging. However, after the scene yesterday in the martial arts room, where his father had descended like a god, Suwoo would believe even if his father claimed he had rolled the sun into a sphere. The father and son had not brought much luggage. Their home in the slums had possessed nothing worth lingering over in terms of material possessions, save for memories. They had only brought some old clothes and, most importantly, the old iron box filled with photographs of his mother. After working for the entire morning, the two of them placed the photo frames, full of memories, in every corner of the new home. As he watched the gentle smile of his mother in the photos remain warm against the luxurious background, the cold, massive mansion finally held a hint of life. Phew, Suwoo exhaled. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, slumped onto the leather sofa, and picked up a bottle of the special blue algae nutrient water from the table. He took a gulp. This luxury item, which cost 5 federal credits per bottle, had previously been something he only encountered in advertisements, but now it had become their daily drinking water. Dad, Suwoo said, putting down the water bottle. His expression turned solemn and confused. What is wrong? Suwoo asked. He emerged from the gravity training room he had been calibrating. Actually, yesterday in the martial arts room, I felt my state was strange, Suwoo said. He stared at his hands with a furrowed brow. Although I broke through to the blood energy realm, I have read in books that those who just enter the blood energy realm have turbulent blood energy, like mist. Wang Hung was at the middle stage of the blood energy realm, so his blood energy should have been condensed like water. Logically, even if my punch hit him, it would have at most caused him pain. It could never have directly shattered his protective true energy and sent him flying so far away. Also, at that instant, I felt as if there were a whirlpool inside my body, and the surrounding air was drilling into me, Suwoo explained, finding the matter more inconceivable as he spoke. Suwoo narrowed his eyes in confusion. Suwoo narrowed his eyes. He had also been wondering about this matter. While it was said that a tiger father had no dog sons, Suwoo's performance yesterday was not merely a case of challenging someone at a higher level. It was an explosive power that approached total crushing. Come here and sit down. Focus your mind, calm your breath, and do not resist, Suwoo instructed. Suwoo walked in front of his son, his expression turning serious. Suwoo sat cross-legged on the carpet, obediently closing his eyes. Suwoo extended his right hand, pressing it gently against his son's back. With a thought, a strand of soft yet extremely pure martial king-level blood energy flowed slowly along Suwoo's meridians. Through internal observation, the scene within Suwoo's body unfolded clearly in Suwoo's mind. Suwu hissed, his heart filled with shock the moment he saw it clearly. For a normal martial artist at the early stage of the blood energy realm, the blood energy within their body should resemble a babbling brook, thin and slow. Yet, the blood energy within Suyu presented as a dark red, viscous substance, as heavy as mercury. Although the total amount was indeed only at the early stage, the density and quality were more terrifying than the late stage of the blood energy realm. His meridians are wide, and his bones faintly shimmer with the color of jade. How did this boy's foundation suddenly become so solid? Suwu wondered to himself. Just as he controlled that strand of blood energy, preparing to delve deep into Suyu's danchin to investigate, a sudden change occurred. The dark red mass of blood energy that had been quietly coiled at Suyu's danchin seemed to detect the intrusion of external energy, and it suddenly came to life. A hum filled the room. Suyu's danchin spun violently, transforming into a bottomless black whirlpool. What? Suwu shouted. Suwu's expression changed drastically. He felt the strand of blood energy he had injected being uncontrollably dragged and devoured by that whirlpool. The suction even traveled along his palm, attempting to plunder the blood energy from his own body. This is bad, Suwu realized. He reacted with lightning speed. His martial king realm cultivation exploded, forcibly severing the connection to that strand of blood energy, and withdrawing his palm in a flash. Stumbling backward, even with his preparation, Suwu retreated half a step due to the strange recoil force. Suyu trembled all over and snapped his eyes open. Suyu did not suffer any injury. Instead, he felt a warm current flowing through his entire body during that instant. The muscles, which had grown sore from moving, recovered in a flash. The chi and blood within him even grew a fraction stronger. Dad, what happened? Suyu watched his father retreat a step and felt a jolt of alarm. Did something go wrong with my body? Suwu did not answer immediately. Deep within his mind, a system notification that had remained silent for a long time erupted like a thunderclap. It announced that his descendant Suyu's chi and blood had undergone a qualitative change. The system congratulated him, stating that Suyu had successfully awakened a hidden constitution called the Chaos Body. It described the Chaos Body as one of the most superior constitutions between heaven and earth. Those who possessed it faced no attribute restrictions on their chi and blood, allowing them to devour the energy of all things for their own use. They were invincible at the same level, and crossed ranks as easily as drinking water. Their initial chi and blood concentration started at 10 times that of a normal person. The system noted that according to the rule, where the father benefited from the son's status, since the descendant had awakened a constitution, the host would receive an advanced version of the feedback. The system congratulated him again, declaring he had gained the supreme chaos body. A boom echoed. During that instant, Suwu felt a world-shaking explosion occur inside his body. The violet gold chi and blood that had been flowing through him collapsed and contracted in that moment. It finally transformed into an indescribable color, the color of chaos, a gray, misty expanse. If Suyu's chaos body acted like a powerful vacuum cleaner capable of devouring surrounding energy, then Suwu's supreme chaos body functioned as a black hole currently taking form. Suwu clenched his fist. He felt that terrifying power that controlled everything and experienced a sense of shock that bordered on madness. This system was far too domineering. Dad, are you all right? Suyu noticed his father standing motionless in the same spot. Suwu drew a deep breath and instantly withdrew all his aura. He looked at his son, whose face was filled with anxiety. A mysterious smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he spoke with a feigned air of profundity. Why are you panicking? Dad is fine. I just discovered a remarkable secret. A secret? Suyu blinked, surprised. The reason you felt strange earlier is that you awakened an extremely rare and special constitution. Suwu clasped his hands behind his back and began to explain with feigned seriousness. This constitution allows you to possess a chi and blood concentration far exceeding that of normal people. You can even absorb the chi and blood of enemies during battle to recover your own. This is the reason you were able to blast Wang Hung away with a single punch. Suyu listened, dumbfounded. A wave of immense joy surged into his heart. A special constitution, absorbing people's power? The light in the boy's eyes became even more dazzling than the sun outside the window. Heavens, does that not mean I am a peerless genius, 1 in 10,000? One could say that. Suwu smiled and nodded, his eyes filled with doting affection. As long as you are willing to work hard, your future achievements will be limitless. Having received his father's affirmation, Suyu jumped up and down on the spot, waving his fists in excitement. Suddenly, he stopped. He turned around and looked at Suwu with burning eyes, his face full of a youth's high spirits. Dad, since I am a peerless genius, I have made a decision. You decided what? Suwu raised an eyebrow. Suyu took a deep breath and pointed at the vast sky outside the window. I want to surpass you within 3 years. I want to become a powerhouse even stronger than a martial king. When that time comes, I will protect you. I will take you to the starry sky to bring Mom back. Suwu froze as he watched his son's serious and passionate appearance. He lowered his head, his shoulders twitching slightly as he suppressed his laughter. Surpass me? Silly son. For every step you take forward, Dad will automatically move 4 steps ahead, while paving the road into a highway for you. The only way you will surpass me in this life is if you wait until Dad is too old to move. Ahem. Suwu coughed twice to force down the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He walked over and patted Suyu's shoulder, encouraging him with earnest words. Good. You have ambition. Dad will wait for that day. However, before you surpass me, Suwu shifted the topic and pointed to the box of sundries that had not yet been tidied up. You must first tidy up your room. Whether you are a Grandmaster or a martial king, how can you sweep the world if you do not sweep your own house? Go to work. Yes, father. Suyu gave a comical military salute, then grabbed the box with great energy and rushed into his room. Suwu watched the vibrant back of his son. The smile on his face gradually softened before it transformed into a look of determination. Since my son possesses such talent, I cannot let him stay in the greenhouse of a school. I must find him some true whetstones. Chapter 11. The afternoon sun poured through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows of Cloud Peak Manor. It spilled across the floor. Suwu set down his bowl and chopsticks. He leaned back against the leather sofa. He picked his teeth with a relaxed expression. Suyu busied himself with the dishes. He had moved into this grand villa in District A, yet the boy had not fully adapted to a life of luxury. He wanted to find work. He seemed to find peace only when he stayed active. Ding dong. The crisp, melodic sound of the doorbell shattered the afternoon peace. Suwu raised an eyebrow. Recognition flashed in his eyes. Panhong, that old fox, possessed impressive efficiency. I will get the door. Suwu rose. He walked to the carved gate, which stood 3 meters high. He pressed the open button. 2 men in custom black suits stood outside. They were not ordinary couriers. They were the elite personal guards of the city lord's mansion. The aura of innate realm martial artists radiated from them. Yet these 2 experts, who could walk anywhere with impunity, grew cautious. They breathed carefully as they faced Suwu. Su, Senior Su. One of the men in black held a vintage purple sandalwood box with both hands. His voice trembled. The city lord ordered us to deliver this urgently. The city lord said this is the first batch of compensation. If you are not satisfied, he will return to the warehouse to search again. Suwu swept a faint glance over the box. That single look made the hairs on the 2 men stand on end. It felt as if a prehistoric beast had locked onto them. Enough. Leave the item. Tell Panhong for me. This matter is closed. Suwu took the box casually. He handled it as easily as one would a takeout delivery. Yes. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. The 2 men acted as if they had received a pardon. They bowed deeply to Suwu. Then they fled Cloud Peak Manor as if running for their lives. Suwu closed the door. He turned and returned to the living room. He placed the box on the marble coffee table. Dad, who was it? Suyu walked over while wiping his hands. He looked at the delicate wooden box with curiosity. A delivery person. Suwu tossed off a casual lie. He flicked his finger lightly. The combination lock on the box sprang open. Click. The box opened. A rich, medicinal fragrance instantly filled the living room. Thick gold velvet lined the interior of the box. 3 test tubes, each the thickness of a thumb, lay quietly in the center. Emerald liquid rippled inside the tubes. It resembled flowing jade. Tiny bubbles occasionally rose to the surface. The liquid seemed to contain vibrant life force. A thread-bound ancient book sat beside the test tubes. 3 powerful, vigorous characters appeared on the cover. They read, Breaking Sky Blade, B-grade Chi and Blood Potion, Green Sea Dragon Saliva. Suwu glanced at the items. He recognized their origin. He had only seen them a few times when he was young. Panhong had truly spent a fortune this time. Each of these 3 potions could fetch over 5 million federal credits on the black market. They were priceless, as there was no supply to meet demand. This is for you. Suwu pushed the box in front of his son. For me? Suyu froze. He waved his hand subconsciously. Dad, this is too expensive. Besides, you are a martial king now. Would these things not be better for you to use? Silly boy. Suwu laughed. He picked up a vial of the potion and shook it under the light. At the realm of a martial king, drinking this B-grade potion is like drinking sugar water. It does not increase cultivation at all. But for you, this is a divine medicine for rebirth. He shoved the box into Suyu's arms. His gaze carried unmistakable encouragement. You are at the early stage of the Chi and Blood realm. Your foundation is solid, but you just broke through. These 3 potions are enough to stabilize your realm. You might even reach the middle stage. As for this Breaking Sky Blade, Suwu pointed at the ancient book. It is 100 times stronger than the common Wild Bull Fist I taught you before. Wild Bull Fist trains strength. This Breaking Sky Blade trains killing intent. In this world, how can you protect yourself without a blade in your hand? Suyu held the heavy box. He smelled the medicinal fragrance. His eyes grew hot. He was no fool. He knew the value of these items. These were not just resources. This was a road to the heavens that his father had paved for him. Dad, Enough. Do not be sentimental. Suwu waved his hand. He cut off his son's emotional display. I only requested 3 days of leave for you. Stay in the gravity room for these 3 days. Digest everything. Yes, I understand. Suyu took a deep breath. He held the box. He turned and walked toward the gravity training room on the basement level. The next 3 days felt like hell and heaven for Suyu. The door to the gravity training room remained closed. Day 1. Suyu sat cross-legged on the special alloy floor. He drank the first vial of Green Sea Dragon Saliva in one gulp. Ordinary martial artists, even those at the late stage of the Chi and Blood realm, would need to dilute this potent potion with water and consume it in 3 doses. But Suyu remembered what his father had said about his special constitution. He steeled his heart. He drank the whole thing. The potion entered his throat. It instantly transformed into rolling magma. It rushed into his limbs and bones. Excruciating pain. His blood vessels felt as if they would explode. Suyu gritted his teeth, holding on until he neared fainting. But the mysterious black hole in his dantian awoke once more. It was the instinctive greed of the chaos body. A hum filled the room, and a small cyclone formed around Suyu. The violent medicinal power that had been rampaging inside him encountered a natural predator. It became instantly docile, sucked in by the black hole like a whale gulping down water. Only 30 minutes passed. The medicinal power that would take a normal person 1 week to absorb had been completely digested by Suyu. He felt the surge of qi and blood within him, and his face filled with shock. Is this the power of a special constitution? Suyu asked, wondering at the transformation. He did not stop. A fierce light flashed in his eyes as he picked up the second vial. By the second day, Suyu had fully adapted to this surging strength. He remained shirtless, wielding a training alloy saber, while moving through twice the normal gravity. The breaking sky blade technique emphasized speed and ruthlessness. One strike broke through the air, unstoppable. At first, his movements felt stiff, and he nearly cut himself several times. He ignored the fatigue. He swung once, twice, 1,000 times. Sweat fell like rain, instantly evaporated by the high temperature radiating from his body. By dusk on the third day, inside the underground training room, Suyu's eyes were bloodshot. The aura around him had condensed to a point. He had consumed all 3 B-grade potions. The chi and blood within him roared like a great river, and the sound of it leaked from his body like rolling thunder. Break, Suyu roared. He slashed the saber forward. This strike used no fancy tricks. It was pure speed and pure power. The air tore apart like fabric, releasing a sharp, shrill whistle. A visible, pale white wave of air followed the blade, leaving a white mark half an inch deep on the alloy wall. At the same time, a barrier inside him burst open. Meanwhile, in the living room on the first floor, Suyu rested with his legs crossed, watching the news on the holographic television. He held a cup of freshly brewed high-quality Da Hong Pao tea, looking carefree. Suddenly, a chime echoed in his mind. The system announced that his descendant, Suyu, had trained diligently, absorbed all 3 B-grade potions, and successfully advanced to the middle stage of the blood energy realm. The father benefits from Sun system determined that because the descendant reached a new realm, the host would receive amplified feedback. The host realm synchronized accordingly. The teacup in Suyu's hand vibrated slightly, yet not a single drop of tea spilled. However, the power within him leaped forward once again. He had reached the middle stage of the martial king realm. The system pinged again. It had detected that Suyu had swung his blade 1,000 times, and his practice of the breaking sky blade had reached a level of minor success. A critical feedback was triggered. The host had automatically evolved the breaking sky blade to the state of perfection. The system congratulated him on attaining the breaking sky blade intent. A sharp, extreme edge flashed and vanished from Suyu's body. The leather sofa in the living room had suffered no external impact, yet countless fine cracks appeared on the surface, as if cut by invisible blade energy. Suyu closed his eyes. Countless insights regarding blade techniques surged into his mind like a tide. The breaking sky blade, which had been a common manual to him before, felt as if he had practiced it for 100 years. He did not even need to hold a blade. With a single thought, anything his gaze touched could become a blade. This feeling is quite good, Suyu said. He set down the teacup, feeling the vast, surging power within his body. A pleased smile tugged at his lips. My son is down there sweating buckets, and I am up here drinking tea and leveling up. Is this the joy of raising a son? It seems I must find more high-level items for Suyu in the future. Just then, the basement door opened. Suyu, covered in sweat but looking spirited, rushed up. He shouted with excitement. Dad, I broke through. I reached the middle stage of the blood energy realm, and I have entered the door of the breaking sky blade technique. Suyu withdrew his sharp blade intent, returning to the appearance of a kind, old father. He turned his head and smiled. Oh, not bad at all. Chapter 12. Morning light filtered into the room, and the air held the faint scent of flowers. Suyu leaned back at the dining table, picking at his teeth. He spoke with a casual air. I spoke with the school administration earlier this morning. You only need to attend the morning theory classes and the basic combat demonstrations. The afternoon sessions are a waste of time, so you will skip those routine training exercises from now on. Suyu blinked, his fork pausing in midair. He did not attend school training. What would he do with his time? Suyu wiped his mouth with a napkin. A glint of amusement touched his eyes. Come home immediately after school, or I will send you a location. Your body is a chaos body. The school treats combat training like a children's game, and that will not suffice for you anymore. From now on, your father will handle your training personally. I will be giving you private lessons. Private training. Suyu studied his father's mysterious smile. A chill crept up his spine, but he nodded. Understood, Dad. He knew his father was a martial king, a supreme powerhouse. Receiving personal instruction from a martial king was an opportunity that countless people only dared to dream about. At 6 in the morning, Kanglan First High School bustled with activity. Suyu stepped through the school gate with his bag on his back. The noisy campus quieted instantly. In the past, his family poverty and the suppression from Wang Tai made Suyu invisible. Snobbish classmates often mocked him. Everything changed today. Look, it is Suyu. Hush. Keep your voice down. Do you have a death wish? Rumor has it the Wang family faced near annihilation a few days ago because they provoked him. Heavens, I never realized he was a second-generation powerhouse. They say even the city lord has to bow when he meets Suyu's father. Countless gazes fixed on Suyu like spotlights. Envy and jealousy mingled with a deep, instinctive awe. Students who used to trail behind Wang Tai, acting arrogant on his behalf, now pulled their heads into their collars. They avoided eye contact with Suyu, fearing the young master might settle scores later. Suyu maintained a calm expression and a steady pace. Having faced life and death and awakened his martial path, the childish stares of his peers caused no ripples in his heart. An eagle does not care about the chirping of sparrows, and clearly, he did not either. Hey, Woodhead. So you remember the way to school? A crisp, pleasant voice rang out from behind him, shattering the tense atmosphere. So you stopped and turned. Su Lele ran toward him, wearing a pink bag and a high ponytail. Nearby boys watched the scene, their hearts breaking, yet no one dared to approach. In their eyes, Su now wore a terrifying label that screamed, "Keep away. You have no idea. The school has been in an uproar these past few days." Su Lele hurried to his side, her large eyes blinking rapidly. Everyone is talking about that day. They say your father is a reclusive master, who flattened that bully from the Wang family with a single kick. Even the city lord had to apologize and pay compensation. Now everyone calls you young master So. Su gave a helpless smile and shook his head. Young master So, do not listen to their nonsense. I am still just me. Humph, keep pretending. Su Lele leaned in closer, lowered her voice, and asked with curiosity. But seriously, are the resources your father got for you truly that powerful? I feel like your aura is even deeper than it was at the martial arts room that day. She was one of the few in class who genuinely cared about Suyu, and she possessed a sharp perception regarding his changes. This shift went beyond mere strength. It was a refinement of character, like a blade hidden in its sheath, its edge restrained. Suyu recalled the tearing pain of the gravity chamber over the past few days. A confident glint flashed in his eyes. There has been some improvement. If I encountered Wang Heng now, I am certain I could resolve the situation within 3 moves. Wow. Su Lele covered her small mouth, her expression filled with admiration. You are bragging. Wang Heng was at the middle stage of the blood energy realm. Still, I believe you. Does that mean you can easily get into top-tier universities like Beijing Martial Arts University or Demon Martial Arts University? Beijing Martial Arts University is only one goal. Suyu looked toward the horizon, his tone plain but firm. My goal is to become the national champion. Tisk tisk tisk. I have not seen you for 3 days, and now your ambition knows no bounds. Su Lele pursed her lips, though she could not hide the smile in her eyes. By the way, the first period is the combat simulation class. The teacher said we need to pair up for sparring. Let us be a team. It will give me a chance to see how strong the future national champion really is. Sure, as long as you do not mind losing badly. Humph, the winner is not decided yet. I have not been sitting idle these past few days either. The two of them bickered as they walked toward the teaching building. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers outside Kanglan Base City, the landscape shifted. This was a forbidden zone for human civilization, an untamed wasteland where beasts ruled. A ruined highway from the old era lay across the overgrown wilderness like a broken spine. Collapsed skyscrapers, strangled by massive vines, served as nests for birds and beasts. High above this sky filled with danger and slaughter, a figure stood with hands behind his back, walking on thin air. This was Suwu. He wore unassuming gray casual clothes, but the biting gale winds split apart 3 feet before reaching him, unable to even stir a corner of his clothing. A martial king realm powerhouse possessed the ability to project his intent outward, though currently, his reach extended only to a 1-kilometer radius. Strange. Suwu furrowed his brow and muttered to himself. By all logic, the zone 30 to 50 kilometers outside the base city should be the most densely active area for low-level beasts. Usually, this place crawled with wolf packs and herds of mutant boars. Occasionally, one might even see F-grade or E-grade beasts fighting for territory. Although humanity had stepped into the starry sky, they had not adopted an extermination policy regarding Earth's native ecology. On one hand, this preserved ecological diversity. More importantly, it utilized these beasts as natural whetstones, meant to sharpen generation after generation of martial arts students. Yet now, Suwu scanned the horizon. The wilderness below felt unnervingly silent. Aside from a few scattered iron skin boars and gale rabbits foraging, the pack of bloodthirsty magic wolves that usually occupied the abandoned industrial park had vanished. The school of iron-armored crocodiles nesting by the old riverbed had also disappeared without a trace. Too quiet. Suwu descended slowly, landing on top of a broken bridge. He picked up on a faint, unsettling scent lingering in the air. It did not smell like the odor of ordinary beasts. It was something higher level, something more organized, a heavy pressure. Could a high-level beast have passed through and scared these low-level creatures away? Suwu crouched down to examine a claw mark on the bridge surface. The mark looked fresh, left not long ago. The strange part was that the claw marks pointed in a uniform direction. All the beasts were migrating the same way. That direction led north, away from Kanglan Base City, and deeper into the wilderness-restricted zone, the Death Canyon. Massive beast migration. Or some kind of assembly? A sharp glint flashed in Suwu's eyes. As a veteran who had scrapped and fought in this world for decades, combined with the knowledge from his past life, he instinctively sniffed the scent of a conspiracy. Typically, beasts only acted so abnormally in 2 situations. First, a natural disaster, like an earthquake or tsunami, was imminent. Second, a beast king capable of commanding the herd had been born, and was currently gathering troops. If it were the latter, then Kanglan City would likely face turmoil. Suwu stood up and brushed the dust from his hands. He felt no fear like an ordinary person might. His strength as a martial king gave him absolute confidence. His purpose for coming out today was to find combat targets for Suyu. Since there are none here, I will head deeper. Suyu gazed north toward the deep mountains and old forests shrouded in black mist. I refuse to believe I cannot catch a few decent sparring partners. Before his voice faded, his figure vanished from the spot, leaving behind only a trail of clouds shattered by a sonic boom. Whoosh. In the next second, he appeared 10 miles away. His goal was clear. He would catch a few E-grade peak beasts, or perhaps D-grade early stage ones, and toss them into the backyard of Cloud Peak Manor. He would give Suyu a real wild survival experience. As for the potential threat of a beast tide, the sky falling was a problem for the tall people to hold up. If the situation ever truly threatened his son's life, Suyu would then step in, and that would be time enough. Chapter 13. The midday sun roasted the earth with intense heat, yet inside the Cloud Peak Manor in the A district, the climate control system kept the interior at a comfortable 22 degrees. Suyu arrived home half an hour early. He had just entered the front garden, and had not even had the chance to change his shoes when a dull, wild roar penetrated the thick villa walls, becoming faintly audible. The sound carried brutality and bloodthirst, accompanied by the clatter of heavy metal chains. The noise made the scalp tingle. Suyu paused, realizing this must be the special training his father mentioned. He had not expected such an intense scene, as if a zoo had opened inside the house. Suyu walked into the kitchen. Suyu wore an apron and expertly handled ingredients. Suyu asked about the noise. Suyu did not turn around. The kitchen knife flashed as he spoke. Wash your hands and eat. You need the energy to take a beating, or rather, to train. Suyu nodded and sat at the table. Though the food looked and smelled delicious, his mind remained elsewhere. Those faint beast roars clawed at his focus. As a student raised in a greenhouse, his knowledge of beasts came entirely from holographic textbooks and videos. This was his first time facing one. Suyu saw his son's distracted state. He shook his head and smiled. Stop counting the rice grains. You are too impatient. Let us skip the rest of the meal and start now. Suyu untied his apron, moving with calm composure, and headed straight for the backyard. Suyu felt a spark of excitement. He dropped his chopsticks and followed. They crossed the garden and pushed open the heavy iron gate leading to the back hill. The sight behind the door caused Suyu to inhale sharply. His pupils dilated. The lush, scenic back hill had been violently cleared to create a patch of yellow dirt the size of a football field. Over a dozen thick alloy pillars stood in the clearing. Special shackles as thick as a wrist locked various beasts to every pillar. These creatures exuded a foul, pungent stench. On the left, a black iron spike boar slammed its body against the ground. Each impact made the earth tremble. In the center, a giant rock bear stood 3 meters tall. Heavy stone skin covered its body, still marked from the capture. Blood-red eyes locked onto Suyu as viscous drool dripped from its jaws. On the right, several sleek, sinister gale wolves crouched. They remained locked in a pounce position, low whimpers vibrating in their throats. The place resembled a miniature ancient Roman Colosseum. Suyu looked at the savage creatures he had only seen in reference books. His throat went dry. Were these truly the E-grade beasts corresponding to the blood energy realm? The aura of slaughter felt overwhelming, unlike anything he had seen from classmates wearing protective gear. Suyu nodded. He folded his arms and leaned against a broken tree, looking as relaxed as a man watching a pet dog. That is right. From today on, they are your sparring partners. Suyu felt his mouth twitch. Any of these beasts would cause a panic in the F district, yet his father called them sparring partners. Suyu pointed at the most irritable iron-armored boar. Dad, are you saying I have to train with them now? What else? Should I save them for the new year? Suyu offered a mischievous smile. He flashed forward, appearing instantly in front of the iron cage holding the iron-armored boar. This is an E-grade early-stage iron-armored boar. It matches a human in the early stage of the blood energy realm. You are in the middle stage, so you should be able to crush it. Go on. Show me what you can do. Suyu finished speaking, and a flash of cold light severed the chains on the boar. The liberated iron-armored boar let out a deafening roar. Its red beast eyes locked onto Suyu. It pawed the ground, and its massive body surged forward like a runaway heavy truck. It kicked up a cloud of dust and charged with unstoppable force straight at the boy. Suyu felt a surge of alarm. The books claimed the boar was slow. That was a lie. The explosive power proved terrifying. Take the blade. Suyu tossed a training alloy long knife. It carved an arc through the air. Suyu scrambled to catch the handle. The boar's tusks, carrying a foul stench, had already closed the distance to 3 meters. Dodge. Suyu reacted instinctively. He scrambled to the left with messy footwork. The boar's spike-covered body grazed his clothing as it rushed past. The wind generated by the creature's speed stung his cheeks. Before Suyu could steady himself, the boar showed agility that defied its size. It slammed its front hooves into the ground, using its hind legs as a pivot. Its thick tail swept around like a steel whip, whistling through the air. Damn it. Suyu raised the long knife to block. A piercing clang of metal on metal echoed. A massive force traveled up the knife handle, splitting the skin of his tiger mouth. The savage strength forced him to retreat 7 or 8 steps before he barely regained his footing. His arms tingled with numbness. Is this what real combat is like? Cold sweat broke out on Suyu's forehead. His blood energy value topped this beast, and his strength should have been superior, yet the encounter left him completely suppressed. The boar did not offer a moment to breathe. It roared and charged again. Sharp tusks glimmered with a cold light, eager to pierce through the human teenager. Suyu relied on instinctual reactions to dodge in a panic. The breaking sky blade technique he knew fell into pieces, and he could not form a coherent attack. The few strikes that landed on the boar hit only the hard black iron spikes, creating sparks that failed to break through the defense. Too stiff. Suyu stood nearby and shook his head. His voice remained quiet, yet it carried clearly to Suyu's ears. The school taught dead routines. Beasts would not wait for humans to strike a pose. Was Suyu's middle stage of the blood energy realm just for show? Suyu's expression sharpened. Chaos body was not meant for a human shield. Try to devour the beast's blood energy the moment of contact. Devour it, Suyu thought. The boy, currently dodging in a panic, felt a jolt of shock. The boar charged again. This time, Suyu chose not to retreat. He forced himself to remain calm under extreme tension. Deep in his dantian, the gray chaos vortex began to rotate slowly. An indescribable hunger radiated from every pore. Come on, Suyu thought. He squinted and locked his eyes on the boar. As the tusks neared, he slid sideways like a ghost. This was no panic evasion, but a calculated strike. He extended his left hand. It pressed lightly against the boar's spike-covered flank. A strike like this would have bruised his palm before, but now, the chaos body activated. A small negative pressure vortex formed at his palm. The iron-armored boar let out a terrified cry. It felt the violent energy within its body pouring out like a broken dam the instant it touched that human hand. The weakness caused by the drain made its fierce charge stumble into a fatal rigidity. Now, Suyu thought. He felt the warm, violent essence of blood energy rush into his body through his left hand. It replenished his stamina and caused his strength to surge. This was the terror of the chaos body. Suyu's panic vanished, replaced by the excitement of a hunter spotting prey. He gripped the alloy blade firmly. The blood energy he had just plundered mixed with his own and poured into the blade. He invoked the first form of the breaking sky blade, Broken Flow. Open up, Suyu roared. The blade turned into a sharp white light. It tore through the air with a whistling sound and sliced toward the boar's neck where the defense was weakest. The blade met no sparks and no resistance. It sliced as smoothly as a knife through butter. The hard iron armor proved as flimsy as paper. The blade sank deep into the boar's neck, severing the spine and artery. The boar let out a shrill cry. Its massive body slid forward for several meters due to momentum. It plowed a deep trench into the ground before crashing down, its limbs twitching for a moment before falling still. Blood sprayed everywhere, staining the ground beneath Suyu's feet. Suyu stood in his swing posture, breathing heavily. His body felt exhausted, but his spirit surged with unprecedented excitement. He looked at the massive carcass at his feet, then back at his own left hand. The pleasure of that plunder still left him feeling intoxicated. Is this real combat? Suyu muttered to himself. The gap between his initial panicked flight and the instant kill after mastering the rhythm came down to utilizing the characteristics of the chaos body. Clapping sounds echoed from behind. Suyu walked over. He glanced at the dead boar and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Your comprehension is decent. That final strike showed a bit of skill in using the enemy's force against them. Dad, this chaos body is too insane. Suyu turned around, his eyes shining. Just now, I felt like it was delivering supplies instead of ramming me. The harder it pushed, the stronger I became. That is natural. Suyu handed a towel to his son and said meaningfully, do not get too happy yet. This was just a stupid early-stage E-grade pig. If you encounter a speed type or long-range beast, you will not have the chance to get close and absorb blood energy. Suyu looked at the Gale wolves waiting eagerly nearby. Rest for 10 minutes. Organize your blood energy. Suyu wore a devilish smile. Next round. 2 Gale wolves. At the same time, Suyu's heart sank instantly. Dad, you cannot be serious. 2 of them. Save the nonsense. If you want to survive in this man-eating world, if you want to protect the people you care about, Suyu pointed to himself, and then to the starry sky in the distance. You must keep getting stronger. Suyu paused. He looked into his father's serious eyes and gripped his long blade. His fatigue vanished. Come on then. They are only 2 wolves. They are barely enough to keep me busy. The teenager wiped the blood from his face. His eyes became as sharp as a blade. Chapter 14. Time passed quietly. The next week was both a hell and a crucible for Suyu to reshape himself. The back hill of the Cloud Peak Manor in District A had once been a scenic garden, but now it was filled with a chilling, bloody aura. From dawn until sunset, the roars of beasts and the clashing of metal never ceased. Suyu's rate of progress was simply horrifying. He went from being flustered when facing an E-grade early-stage iron-armored boar to single-handedly killing E-grade middle-stage Gale wolves, and now, the sunset hung like blood, staining the back hill into a field of crimson. Suyu breathed heavily, his chest heaving. He was shirtless. His skin, once fair, now possessed a healthy bronze tone. His muscle lines were not as exaggerated as a fitness coach, but every muscle seemed to contain explosive power. His body was covered in scars of all sizes, the metals of his growth. Opposite him, a beast covered in scarlet fur crouched on the ground. A low, threatening growl emanated from its throat. It was a red flame demon fox. This was a terrifying beast infinitely close to the D-grade. It possessed not only astonishing speed, but its cunning vertical pupils even held a hint of the intelligence usually reserved for humans. Come on, Suyu said. He held the alloy saber, which was now notched and chipped. His gaze was as cold as ice. After a week of demonic training, the scholarly air about him had completely disappeared. It had been replaced by a palpitating, murderous aura. The red flame demon fox moved. It did not charge in a straight line. Instead, its hind legs pushed off the ground, and its body turned into a red lightning bolt, leaving after images in the air. It used the terrain, borrowing force continuously from tree trunks and rocks. Its movements were erratic, as if 3 foxes were attacking from different angles simultaneously. So fast. Suyu's pupils constricted. The fox's speed was twice that of the gale wolves he had faced before. A gust of wind rushed toward him. A claw, sharp as a dagger, appeared silently at the left side of Suyu's throat. If it had been 1 week ago, Suyu would have had his throat slit by now. But now, Suyu did not even turn his head. The chaos vortex within his dantian spun violently. The flow of the surrounding air, the temperature changes, and even the flicker of murderous intent from the fox were clearly imaged in his mind. He leaned his upper body backward at an extremely strange angle. The claw brushed past the tip of his nose, cutting off several strands of hair. In this moment of life and death, Suyu did not retreat. Instead, he seized the split second of stiffness when the fox exhausted its old momentum and had not yet generated new force. "I caught you," Suyu said. He curved his lips into a cold smile. His body, which had been leaning backward, sprang up as if equipped with a spring. His left hand curled into a claw. He did not attack directly, but grabbed at the void near the fox's abdomen. The air seemed to manifest an invisible black hole. The fox, which had been preparing to change direction and flee, suddenly felt the blood energy within its body stagnate. Its movements unavoidably slowed by half a beat. It shrieked in terror. "It is too late," Suyu shouted. His right hand, holding the long saber, had long been ready. The vast, ocean-like blood energy within his body instantly poured into the blade. A faint golden light faintly flickered on the edge of the blade. The second form of the breaking sky blade, Army Breaker. This strike no longer sought extreme speed, but extreme momentum. Even against an army of thousands, he would break them with a single blade. The blade light descended like a falling meteor. It carried a sonic boom that tore through the air as it slashed down fiercely. The red fox waved its 2 claws in despair, trying to block the blow. But in the face of the terrifying, monstrous strength that Suyu possessed through the blessing of the chaos body, its resistance was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. A teeth-grinding sound of bone cracking echoed. The claws of the fox were severed directly. The blade momentum continued without decrease, slashing diagonally from its shoulder, pinning it directly to the ground. Blood sprayed, dyeing half of Suyu's body red. The fox twitched twice. The light in its eyes dissipated rapidly, eventually becoming a cold corpse. Suyu maintained the posture of his downward slash. His chest rose and fell violently. He slowly pulled out the long saber and looked at the corpse on the ground. The pleasure of conquering a powerful enemy made him want to let out a long howl. "I can even kill a near-degrade beast." Suyu, who sat on a lounge chair not far away, put down his teacup and applauded lightly. "Not bad. You understand how to utilize the chaos body. The momentum of that final army breaker strike has also reached 7/10 of its potential. This week was not in vain." Suyu's voice remained lazy, but pride was hard to hide in his eyes. In a mere 7 days, he had transformed from a student who only knew how to study to a warrior capable of killing cunning beasts that were a rank above him. This talent was truly terrifying. He was worthy of inheriting his mother's talent. However, just as Suyu prepared to get up and hand his son a towel, the familiar system notification sound from the depths of his mind rang out like a heavenly melody again. The system detected that the descendant Suyu had experienced dozens of life and death battles within 1 week. His combat skills had improved significantly and had reached the proficient level. The father benefits from Sun system analyzed the situation. The descendant had refined his technique, and the host received critical feedback. Congratulations to the host. Combat technique level had broken through to the realm of micro-mastery. A boom echoed in Suyu's mind as if lightning had shattered the chaos. An indescribable warm current rose from his dantian, coursing instantly through his limbs and bones. Yet, this warmth did not strengthen his flesh. It sharpened his perception and control. The world changed in his eyes. What he once saw as mere air now broke down into countless subtle currents. The trajectory of a falling leaf in the distance slowed until it looked like a slideshow. He could even predict exactly where that leaf would land on the ground in a few seconds. Every inch of muscle, every fascia, and the flow of energy in every cell remained completely under his control. Micro-mastery. This was a realm countless martial artists struggled to touch for a lifetime. To be in the state of micro meant controlling power to the absolute peak. 1 unit of force could be used as 10. He knew the enemy's moves before they even started. He could walk through a garden of flowers without a single petal touching his clothes. Suyu subconsciously reached out, 2 fingers pinching a speck of dust floating in the air. "This is micro-mastery," he whispered. Surprise flashed in Suyu's eyes. If he previously possessed the power of a martial king, but acted like a child holding a sledgehammer, relying only on brute force, he now held the scalpel of a surgeon, capable of precisely dissecting any opponent. "Dad, what is wrong?" Suyu wiped the blood from his face. He noticed his father standing there in a daze, his fingers holding a strange posture, and asked with curiosity. Suyu snapped back to reality and flicked the dust from his fingertips. "Nothing," he said. Suyu stood with his hands behind his back, looking at his son covered in murderous intent. He smiled. "I am just deeply gratified that you have improved so quickly. It seems I must work harder, or I will not be able to suppress this little monster in the future." "Heh, Dad, do not be modest. The stronger I become, the more I realize how vast the gap between us remains. Suyu scratched his head. Even though he could kill a red flame demon fox now, he still felt like he stood before an unscalable mountain when facing his father. Enough with the flattery, Suyu said, tossing a bottle of repair fluid over. Drink it. Meanwhile, at the city lord's mansion in the center of the Kanglan Base city, the city lord's office, usually majestic and dignified, now felt stifled by an oppressive low pressure. Pan Hong, the Grandmaster and highest authority of Kanglan City, stood trembling beside the desk like a student who had made a mistake. Cold sweat covered his forehead. Sitting in his leather chair, a symbol of power, was a middle-aged man wearing white retro robes. The man had a feminine face and slender fingers. He played with Pan Hong's most beloved jade paperweight in a slow, deliberate manner. Lu Yun, the special envoy from the Jiangnan base, sat there. He was a peak martial king. Special envoy, that is how it happened. Pan Hong swallowed, his voice dry, and recounted the events at the first high school from that day. He described how Suyu arrived through the air, stomped Wang Heng into the ground, crushed Deputy Commander Wang Meng to death, and how he had to swallow his pride to send compensation. He dared not hide anything, nor did he dare to exaggerate. He knew that this special envoy from the main city of Jiangnan could crush him even more easily than Suyu. Lu Yun stopped moving after hearing Pan Hong's report. Pop. The priceless jade paperweight turned into powder in his hand without warning and slipped through his fingers. Pan Hong felt his heart skip a beat. Martial King? Lu Yun raised his head. His narrow, long eyes glittered with interest, and his lips curled into an amused smile. Interesting. I did not expect this god-forsaken little base of Kanglan to hide a latent dragon. Suyu, the genius Grandmaster who was crippled 20 years ago. It seems he obtained some incredible opportunity. He not only recovered from his injuries, but also turned a misfortune into a blessing to break through to the rank of king. Lu Yun's voice sounded soft, yet it carried a cold, murderous intent. Special envoy, Pan Hong probed cautiously. That Suyu is truly strange and extremely protective of his own. The Wang family branch line really hit an iron plate this time. Do you think this matter could be? Should we just let it go? Lu Yun squinted at Pan Hong. The look made Pan Hong feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. City Lord Pan, have you stayed in this small place for so long that your brain has rusted? Lu Yun stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. He looked down at the city of steel, his tone indifferent as water. Wang Heng and Wang Meng were garbage. If they died, they died. The main line of the Wang family has plenty of such branch line trash. Dying by the thousands would not hurt. However, Lu Yun changed the subject. A terrifying pressure filled the room instantly, forcing Pan Hong's knees to soften. He nearly knelt. One must consider the owner before beating a dog. It is one thing for Suyu to kill, but he should not have humiliated the Wang family in public. He should not have ignored the Wang family's majesty. If the Jiangnan Wang family loses face because of a rural martial king, how will the Wang family rule the hundreds of millions of people in Jiangnan? Lu Yun turned to look at Pan Hong. A cruel light flashed in his eyes. Although the Wang family ancestor remains in seclusion, he passed down a word. Kanglan Base does not need a martial king, especially a martial king who does not obey. Pan Hong felt terror grip his heart. This was an invitation to a fight to the death. Special envoy, when do you intend to make a move? Pan Hong asked, trembling. No rush, Lu Yun replied. Chapter 15. The night was thick as ink, and the stars hid from view. In District A of Kanglan Base City, Cloud Peak Manor lay silent. Suyu exhaled rhythmically. He stood shirtless, while sweat slid down his toned muscle lines. A layer of pale gray airflow swirled around him, signaling that his blood energy had reached its peak. With every breath, the spiritual energy drifting in the surrounding air swarmed into his body, like moths to a flame, nourishing his meridians. A full day of practical combat training left him covered in bruises, yet it pushed him right to the threshold of the late stage of the blood energy realm. On the second-floor terrace, Suyu stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze pierced through the tempered glass to watch his son below. The night breeze caught his loose training robes, snapping them in the wind. Suyu watched him with a satisfied smile. The boy worked harder than he ever did at that age. He focused his mind, and a deep blue system panel appeared before him like rippling water. It displayed his status as the host, Suyu, with his descendant, Suyu, bound to the system. Suyu had reached the late stage of the blood energy realm, while he had ascended to the late stage of the martial king realm. The panel showed his mastery of the primordial one chi technique, which had evolved from the breaking chi art. It also listed his martial skills, noting that the wild bull fist and the breaking sky blade had reached perfection and generated their own intent, while the leaf-treading movement technique had reached the great completion. Finally, it confirmed that his combat skills had attained the level of micro-mastery. Suyu scanned the impressive list of data, and his eyes glinted. Late-stage martial king. He clenched his fist to feel the vast power within him, a power like the deep ocean. In just 1 week, Suyu's wild progress had propelled his own realm forward like a rocket, shooting him from the initial entry point of a martial king to the late stage. In a small base city like Kanglan, this level of power made him a god in every sense of the word. However, it was not enough. Suyu looked to the north. That direction held the vast starry sky, and the potential location of his enemies. Less than 3 months remained until the martial arts college entrance exam. Based on the traditions of previous years, the exam would bring together geniuses from every base city. Seed players from the authorities might even descend unexpectedly, and the appearance of monstrous candidates at the Grandmaster realm remained a possibility. Although Suyu possessed the chaos body, he had started too late. Relying on hard work alone would not be enough to sweep the nation and capture the title of top scorer in 3 months. Martial arts required wealth. The chaos body was a money pit that demanded massive amounts of resources to fuel its growth. Suyu made a decision. Suyu had used up the previous batch of B-grade potions, so he needed to restock the fuel. He would make a trip to District B tomorrow. The next morning, sunlight pierced through the clouds to wake the iron beast of a city. Suyu left for school early, but not before inhaling 3 large bowls of mutant beast meat porridge. Suyu watched the vibrant back of his son as he walked away. He prepared himself, changed into an unassuming set of gray casual clothes, and stepped out the door. District B of Kanglan Base City was different. If District F was a slum and District A was the backyard for the powerful, District B was the economic heart of the entire base. Every inch of land here was worth a fortune, and skyscrapers stood in dense rows. Huge holographic advertisements crisscrossed in the air, displaying new alloy blades, genetic potions, and protective gear. Luxury cars wove through the streets. Most of the pedestrians wore expensive clothing, and even the street patrols carried equipment that was clearly superior to anything in District F. Suyu strolled down the bustling street with his hands in his pockets. His simple gray suit looked out of place among the crowd of people dressed in fine silks and expensive fabrics. He did not care. At his level of strength, external things meant nothing. Even if he wore a burlap sack, he would still be a martial king. Treasure Pavilion. Suyu stopped and looked up at the magnificent ancient building ahead. It was a 4-story vermilion pavilion with upturned eaves and intricate carvings. 2 stone lions carved from black gold rock crouched at the entrance, appearing fierce and majestic. A massive plaque hung above, displaying the 3 words Treasure Pavilion in gilded calligraphy. The style showed an underlying sense of immense wealth. The Treasure Pavilion was one of the largest chain merchant guilds in the Great Xia Federation. People said its influence spanned the entire human federation, and it even operated branches among the stars. The establishment boasted that as long as one had money, they could even buy the eggs of starry sky beasts here. Suyu nodded. This was the place. Suyu nodded. He came to restock today. Only a store of this size could satisfy the appetite of a chaos body. He stepped over the high threshold. A gentle scent of sandalwood washed over him, instantly shutting out the noise of the outside world. The first floor hall was spacious and bright. Hundreds of crystal counters displayed various basic medicinal pills and mortal-grade weapons. At this moment, the hall bustled with activity. Most of the people were low-level martial artists haggling over prices. Suyu swept his gaze across the room and shook his head. These items might have been treasures to ordinary people, but for Suyu, they contained too many impurities and lacked sufficient potency. He walked toward the mahogany staircase leading to the 2nd floor. He remembered that high-level potions and rare materials were usually kept in the VIP area on the 3rd floor and above. The 2nd floor was much quieter, selling ranked weapons and C-grade potions. Several clerks in green robes chatted softly behind the counters. They glanced at Suyu as he walked up. Seeing his plain attire, no one stepped forward to greet him. Suyu did not mind. He headed straight for the staircase to the 3rd floor. Just as his foot was about to step onto the stairs, a sharp, cold voice cut through the air. "Stop right there." Suyu paused and turned around. A clerk with exquisite makeup and a tight-fitting uniform walked over quickly. She looked Suyu up and down, her gaze lingering on his slightly worn-out sneakers for 2 seconds. The disdain in her eyes was undisguised. She stood with her arms crossed, blocking the stairs, and lifted her chin slightly. "This, sir." She looked at him with an arrogant expression. "You must have taken a wrong turn. The stairs lead to the 3rd floor." "I know it is the 3rd floor," Suyu said calmly. "I need to buy some things." "Buy things?" The clerk let out a scoff, as if she heard a joke. "Do you know what is sold on the 3rd floor? Those are resources prepared for noble martial artist masters. Even a single pill costs tens of thousands of federal coins." She stretched out a finger, almost poking Suyu on the nose. "Also, did you see the sign next to you? The 3rd floor is a VIP area. No entry without a membership card. Do you have one?" "Membership?" Suyu frowned slightly. He visited the Treasure Pavilion many times when he was young. That was 20 years ago. But he never heard of such a rule. Since when does the Treasure Pavilion have this rule? The laws of the Great Xia Federation state that a merchant guild cannot set up barriers for no reason. "I never heard of needing a membership when I came here before," Suyu said lightly. "Before? Which ancient history book did you read that in?" The clerk rolled her eyes. Her tone grew sharper and more biting. "Country bumpkin, ever since our Kanglan branch changed to a new manager half a year ago, we set this rule. If you want to go to the 3rd floor, you must first top up 500,000 for a membership. Looking at your shabby state, you would not be worth 500,000 even if you sold yourself. Get lost immediately. Do not block the path of other distinguished guests. Can you afford to pay if you dirty the carpet?" The clerk waved her hand in disgust, as if shooing away a fly. Several customers on the 2nd floor noticed the commotion and cast mocking glances their way. "Who is this guy? Dressed like that and daring to break into the 3rd floor? Probably some poor ghost wanting to go up and broaden his horizons." The new manager of the Treasure Pavilion is famous for only caring about money. This uncle is about to be in trouble. Hearing the discussion, Suyu's previously calm gaze grew cold. He did not want to cause trouble, but he hated being bitten by a dog even more. The rule set by the new manager? Suyu curled the corners of his mouth into a cold arc. He certainly acts like a powerful official. "Shut up, you old thing," How dare you criticize our manager? The clerk saw that Suwu did not leave and actually dared to talk back. She became furious. Relying on the backing of the treasure pavilion, she did not even put ordinary squad leaders in her eyes. How could she tolerate a poor person acting impudently? Security. Where are the guards? Throw this troublemaker out. The clerk screamed. She even reached out to shove Suwu. However, the moment her hand was about to touch Suwu's clothing, a crisp sound of a slap echoed through the air. The entire second floor fell into a deathly silence. The clerk flew like a truck had hit her. She spun in the air 3 times and slammed heavily into a display cabinet 5 meters away. The glass shattered with a crash. The clerk lay on the ground. Half of her face instantly swelled like a steamed bun. She spat out 2 teeth mixed with blood. She looked stunned. You dare hit me? She covered her face and let out a shrill scream. Help! Someone is causing trouble in the treasure pavilion. Suwu stood in place. He slowly retracted his hand and took out a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his palm. His expression remained indifferent, as if he had just swatted a mosquito. Noisy, Suwu said. Call your manager and tell him to get out here. I want to ask who gave him the guts to set these rules. Chapter 16. Who dared to cause trouble in the treasure pavilion? A hurried, angry roar echoed from upstairs. A series of heavy footsteps followed. 7 or 8 men in black suits rushed down, led by a middle-aged man in a brocade robe with a thin mustache. This was Zhao Dekai, the manager of the treasure pavilion Kanglan branch. Zhao Dekai looked grim, and rage burned in his eyes. He had operated in the Kanglan base for over half a year, dealing with both the underworld and the establishment. This was the first time anyone had dared to hit someone on his turf. The beaten shop assistant saw her support arrive and began to cry, her tears streaming down her face. She pointed at Suwu and screamed. That poor ghost refused to buy a membership yet tried to force his way to the 3rd floor. When I stopped him, he insulted the treasure pavilion as a shady shop and hit me. Manager, you must seek justice for me. Zhao Dekai looked in the direction of her finger. A middle-aged man in a gray casual outfit stood there with his hands behind his back. He looked completely indifferent. Good, very good. Zhao Dekai laughed in anger, his eyes glinting with malice. No one in the Kanglan base has ever dared to touch someone of mine. Old man, regardless of who you are, you will not leave this door today without leaving a hand behind. Attack. Cripple him. Zhao Dekai waved his hand. The 7 or 8 security guards behind him grinned and surrounded Suwu. These men were all at the peak of the blood energy realm. The leader was even a retired mercenary, who had just broken through to the Xiantian realm. Kid, keep your eyes open in your next life. The leader of the guards raised his iron rod and smashed it toward Suwu's head. Suwu did not even lift his eyelids. A formless but terrifying aura exploded from his center. He made no moves, no techniques, just a release of his presence. Bang, 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 bang. The 7 or 8 aggressive security guards felt as if an invisible giant hand had struck them. They flew backward faster than they had arrived. They slammed into the walls and pillars, vomited blood, and collapsed onto the floor. They could not even scream, passing out immediately. The grin on Zhao Dekai's face froze. He stared at the scene in disbelief, his legs trembling uncontrollably, sending 8 experts flying in an instant. What kind of strength was this? A Grandmaster? No. Even the city lord, Pan Hong, could not do this so easily without a single ripple in his blood energy. Zhao Dekai's voice began to tremble as his arrogance vanished. Suwu slowly raised his head. His purple-golden eyes locked coldly onto the manager. His figure vanished from where he stood. A moment later, he occupied the space directly in front of Zhao Dekai, their faces less than 3 inches apart. Zhao Dekai's pupils shrank to the size of needle points. He had not even seen the man move. You said just now that you wanted to cripple one of my hands. Suwu's voice remained soft, yet it sounded like a whisper from a devil. Under the horrified gaze of everyone present, Suwu's feet slowly lifted off the ground. He hovered 1 foot in the air. Gravity seemed to lose its effect beneath him. An absolute pressure belonging to a higher tier of life descended upon Zhao Dekai like the sky collapsing. Walking on air, Zhao Dekai screamed, terrified out of his wits. He was a merchant, but he had traveled far and wide and understood exactly what this meant. To shake off gravity and traverse the void with a physical body. This was a martial king. He hit the floor hard. Zhao Dekai's knees went weak, shattering against the stone. He felt no pain, only endless fear. He had just threatened to cripple the hand of a martial king. Great master, spare me. Spare me. Zhao Dekai banged his head against the floor until the wood cracked and blood flowed. I have eyes but failed to recognize a true master. I deserve to die. I was blinded by greed. The shop assistant, who had been so arrogant moments before, rolled her eyes back and passed out cold. Suwu hovered in midair, looking down at the quivering man. This membership system, did you set it? No, it was not me. Zhao Dekai stammered in panic. It was a private rule I set myself. I thought since the Kanglan base is remote, the authorities would not notice, and I wanted to squeeze out some profit. Master, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. I will abolish it immediately. Suwu extended a hand, gripping the air around Zhao Dekai's throat like he was picking up a small chicken, and lifted him into the air. The manager kicked his feet, his face turning a dark shade of purple as the sensation of suffocation signaled his end. You squeezed out profit at my expense. Suwu stared at him with cold detachment. If I were as short-tempered as I was when I was young, you would already be a corpse. However, I am here to buy things for my son today. I do not wish to see blood. It is bad luck. He threw Zhao Dekai into the corner like trash. Death can be avoided, but living punishment is inevitable. Suwu returned to the ground, brushed his hands together, and spoke calmly. I am going to shop in the treasure pavilion today. You decide how to handle it. Zhao Dekai gasped for air, his lungs burning. Hearing the demand, he did not hesitate. He scrambled to Suwu's feet, fawning like a loyal dog. Master, your presence in my humble shop is a great honor. Do not worry about consumption. Take whatever you like. It is all free. All free. Oh, free. Suwu raised an eyebrow. You said that, not me. No force, absolutely no force. It is a tribute to you. Zhao Dekai shook his head like a drum, terrified that the martial king might lose his patience and squash him into mud. Very well, since you are so sincere. Suwu allowed a gentle smile to touch his lips. Lead the way to the third floor. Bring out your best blood energy potions, body tempering pills, and any other heaven-defying treasures you have. 10 minutes later, the third floor of the treasure pavilion, once filled with shelves of goods, stood barren and empty. Zhao Dekai looked at the looted inventory with his heart bleeding, yet he forced a smile. Master, this is all our store has in stock. 3 B-grade dragon blood grass extracts and 10 bottles of purple gold body tempering pills. The total value exceeded 200 million federal coins. It was 3 years of profit for this branch, but compared to his life, the money mattered little. Suwu looked at the pile of resources and nodded in satisfaction. These items would be enough to feed the chaos body of that son of his for a while. These are good. Suwu prepared to find a bag to pack them in when his gaze landed on a simple silver ring on Zhao Dekai's left index finger. His eyes brightened. A space ring. In this world, storage gear existed, but because space crystals were extremely rare, the items were expensive and almost impossible to find. Even a ring with 1 cubic meter of space could trade for a villa in District A. He never expected this small manager to hide such a treasure. Feeling Suwu's predatory gaze, Zhao Dekai stiffened and instinctively pulled his hand behind his back. That ring of yours looks unique, Suwu said with a smile. Zhao Dekai wanted to cry. This was his life-saving asset, purchased from the black market after half a lifetime of savings. But did he dare refuse? He looked at Suwu's expression, grit his teeth, and trembled as he removed the ring and offered it with both hands. Master, if you like it, this storage ring is yours as a tribute. Suwu took the ring without hesitation. His spiritual sense swept through it, confirming that while the space was small, only about 1 cubic meter, it was enough to hold the potions and pills. You are a sensible man. Suwu swept all the supplies on the floor into the ring, slid it onto his finger, and felt a surge of good spirits. That is enough. Regarding today, I do not want a third person to know my identity. He patted Zhao Dekai's greasy cheek and left the warning. I understand. I fully understand. You were just an ordinary customer passing by. Zhao Dekai nodded frantically. Suwu turned and strode out of the treasure pavilion. Sunlight spilled over him. He felt the space ring on his finger and thought of the hungry gold-swallowing beast of a son waiting at home. He felt he was truly a competent father. Behind him, the treasure pavilion remained in ruins. Zhao Dekai slumped on the floor, looking at the looted shop, unable to shed tears. He kicked the unconscious shop assistant hard. You spendthrift woman. You almost got me killed. Chapter 17. Noon sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of Cloud Peak Manor, filling the living room with warmth. Suyu pushed open the front door and froze, stunned by the scene before him. The table overflowed with exquisite gift boxes crafted from golden Manhua wood, jade, and even low-temperature alloys. They rose like a small mountain. Behind this mountain of treasure, Suwu lounged in a leather sofa with his legs crossed. He played carelessly with the silver storage ring he had swiped from the manager at the treasure pavilion. His eyes held the satisfied air of a nouveau riche. Suwu watched his son return and flicked his wrist. A sandalwood box, sealed with a label marked as premium, flew in a precise arc toward the doorway. Suyu scrambled to catch the box, his expression blank. He asked what this was. Suwu pointed at the box and spoke with a flat tone. He told his son to open it. Suyu had complained 2 days ago about slow blood energy recovery during training in the back hill. Suwu had taken a stroll today and picked up some supplies. These should last a while. Suyu swallowed hard. His fingers trembled as he opened the wooden box. A rich, thick scent of medicine rushed toward him. A single breath made the exhausted blood energy in his body instantly pulse with life. 3 test tubes lay quietly in the box. They glowed with a blood gold luster. The anti-counterfeiting mark of the treasure pavilion stood out clearly upon them. They were B-grade dragon blood grass extracts. Suyu hissed, sucking in a sharp breath. His hand shook, and he nearly dropped the box. A single B-grade potion cost 10 million federal credits. There were 3 of them here. This was far more than a simple supply. Suyu asked about the cost, his voice shaking. Their family had some money, but they could not afford to waste it like this. Suyu glanced at his son. A playful smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He dismissed the question of money, saying it ruined their relationship. He had not spent a single cent today. Suyu widened his eyes, his face showing disbelief. He asked who could be so generous as to gift items worth hundreds of millions. Suyu maintained a straight face while weaving his lie. He claimed he met an enthusiastic manager at the treasure pavilion who insisted on gifting these items to make friends because Suyu had an impressive build. He had accepted the gift out of courtesy. Suyu stood speechless. He knew his father was talking nonsense, but the sight of the valuable resources moved him deeply. He knew his father was doing everything to lay a foundation for his martial path. Suwoo told him to stop daydreaming. He stood up and patted his son on the shoulder, his gaze turning serious. Less than 3 months remained until the martial arts college entrance exam. Since resources were plentiful, he should not hold back. Suwoo shouted his agreement and clutched the box tightly. A burning fire ignited in his eyes. The next few days transformed the underground training room of Cloud Peak Manor into the sanctuary for Suwoo. With the chaos body acting like a cheat code, he never needed to worry about the dangers of overconsumption that plagued ordinary martial artists. B-grade dragon blood grass, he consumed it. Purple gold body tempering pills, he consumed them. High energy compressed beast meat, he consumed it. He poured massive resources into his body, paired with the essence of the breaking sky blade and the extreme power of the wild bull fist under the personal guidance of his father. His cultivation soared like a rocket. By the 5th day, he reached the peak of the late stage of the blood energy realm. On the 7th day, a dull boom echoed through the basement. Suwoo's blood energy coiled like a dragon, forming a solid red armor around his body. He had reached the great circle of the blood energy realm. This was not just a rise in rank, but a qualitative leap. Suwoo's total blood energy now exceeded that of an ordinary martial artist who had just entered the Xiantian realm. A new morning arrived. Suwoo went to school in high spirits. Suwoo sat on the 2nd floor balcony drinking tea as usual. Today, however, the cup never reached his lips. Something felt wrong. Suwoo frowned deeply. As a martial king, his perception of crisis was extremely sharp. His eyelid had been twitching since morning, and a lingering shadow hung over his heart. Just then, a whistling sound cut through the air. A figure, appearing somewhat disheveled, stumbled into the grounds of Cloud Peak Manor. Suwoo's eyes narrowed. Before the intruder could even touch the ground, Suwoo stood directly before him. Pan Hong. The man was none other than the mayor of the Kanglan base, Grandmaster Pan Hong. Pan Hong lacked even a shred of his mayoral dignity. His hair was a mess. His face was pale. Cold sweat soaked his tang suit. Senior, hurry. Save your son. Pan Hong did not bother to catch his breath. He grabbed Suwoo's arm and roared at the top of his lungs. The special envoy from Jiangnan, Lu Yun, that madman, went to intercept and kill Suwoo. The air detonated. Upon hearing the words intercept and kill Suwoo, Suwoo's previously calm eyes turned blood red in an instant. A terrifying murderous intent, enough to make the very heavens change color, erupted from his body. Lu Yun. Suwoo gritted his teeth as he spoke the name. He offered no useless words. He transformed into a stream of purple gold light and vanished into the horizon instantly. That speed generated a sonic boom that shattered every glass window in the manor. Pan Hong watched the direction Suwoo had taken. He collapsed onto the ground and gasped for air. Fear and inner conflict filled his eyes. Everything is over. Now, everything is truly finished. As the city lord, he should have cooperated with the special envoy. But he was a man with a bottom line. More importantly, he understood just how terrifying Suwoo could be. That idiot Lu Yun chose to target a child over a private grievance from 20 years ago. Outside the first middle school of Kanglan, on a shaded path that served as the only route, Suwoo stopped walking. The normally lively path to school stood terrifyingly silent. Even the birds and insects had gone quiet. Suwoo looked around and spoke. Since you are here, come out. Suwoo took a deep breath. His hand slowly reached toward the alloy battle saber on his back. A cold, sinister voice sounded abruptly. Hey, your perception is quite sharp. You truly are the son of that man. Beneath the tree shade ahead, a middle-aged man stepped out. He wore a white vintage robe and possessed a feminine face. It was Lu Yun. He gazed at Suwoo like he was looking at a lamb awaiting slaughter. His eyes held both cruelty and a perverted sense of excitement. Who are you? Suwoo's muscles tightened. His sixth sense warned him frantically that the man before him was extremely dangerous. Who I am is unimportant. Lu Yun flicked his fingernails and spoke with indifference. What matters is that your father is Suwoo. I despise anyone with the surname So. 20 years ago, during the Jiangnan main base genius tournament, your father Suwoo was the same age. He was just as high-spirited. A twisted expression of memory appeared on Lu Yun's face. A shock rattled Suwoo. This was an enemy from his father's past. A father's debt must be repaid by his son. Lu Yun stepped closer with each word. The aura radiating from his body caused the surrounding leaves to wither and fall. Today, I will destroy his hope first. I will make him taste the flavor of losing his closest kin. A boom resonated. Lu Yun raised his hand. A terrifying pressure belonging to the peak of the martial king realm began to erupt, but he stopped suddenly. He looked at Suwoo's face, which resembled the young Suwoo. The twisted nature of his heart made him change his mind. Killing him instantly would be too easy. He wanted to prove himself. He would prove that he was stronger than Suwoo, even against his son. I do not care to use the strength of a martial king to kill you. Lu Yun sneered. The aura on his body began to drop rapidly. Grandmaster, Xiantian, blood energy realm. Finally, his realm stopped steadily at the great circle of the blood energy realm. Back then, Suwoo defeated me at the great circle of the blood energy realm. Today, I will use the same realm to slaughter you, you little mongrel. I will prove that I, Lu Yun, am invincible at the same stage. A manic light flashed in Lu Yun's eyes. He drew a soft sword from his waist. The blade flickered like the tongue of a venomous snake. Kid, draw your saber. Let you die with a clear understanding of why. Sensing the change in the opponent's aura, Suwoo's tense nerves relaxed slightly. Immediately, an unprecedented fighting spirit exploded in his eyes. A battle at the same stage. Suwoo gripped his battle saber tightly. The chaos vortex within his body began to spin crazily and issued a silent roar. If he were a martial king, I would certainly die. But if we are at the same stage, I still have hope. Chapter 18. The shaded path outside the first middle school of Kanglan transformed into a slaughterhouse. The air solidified, and the wind itself surrendered to the terrifying murderous intent. A whistling sound cut the air. Lu Yun moved. He suppressed his realm to the great circle of the blood energy realm, but he remained a peak martial king who had immersed himself in martial arts for decades. Every movement flowed naturally, devoid of unnecessary exertion. The soft sword in his hand resembled a predatory snake. It traced strange and tricky arcs through the air, aimed directly at Siyu's throat. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. This was the battle instinct of a martial king. Siyu's eyes narrowed. The hair on his body stood on end. His perception expanded, and everything around him slowed within his mind. Even so, the speed of the sword made his heart race with terror. Siyu shifted his feet. His body slid sideways like a ghost. He brushed against the cold blade, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. The sword energy sliced through the collar of his school uniform, leaving a shallow, bloody scratch. Slash. As he dodged, Siyu did not retreat. He swung his alloy battle saber in a horizontal sweep. He poured the full force of the great circle of the blood energy realm into the strike aimed at Lu Yun's waist. Lu Yun let out a dismissive sneer. His body twisted at an impossible angle, defying common physics, and easily avoided the heavy blow. With a flick of his wrist, his soft sword transformed into a sky full of sword rain. The strikes poured down like a storm, each one targeting a vital point on Siyu's body. Clang, 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 clang. The dense sound of metal striking metal echoed through the forest as sparks flew. Siyu's expression grew incredibly grim. He could only defend. His saber possessed raw power, but compared to the relentless, flowing sword technique of Lu Yun, it appeared clumsy and slow. Damn it. Is this the true foundation of a martial king? Siyu's arms went numb from the vibrations. The skin between his thumb and forefinger split open, and blood trickled down the hilt of the saber. While their power levels remained equal, and his blood energy lasted longer due to the chaos body, his technique suffered total domination. Lu Yun toyed with him like a cat with a mouse. Each strike avoided a fatal blow but carved deep wounds into Siyu's flesh. Within 10 rounds, Siyu became a bloodied mess. What? Is that all? Lu Yun swung his sword and released a cruel laugh. It seems you are not as strong as I imagined. Old man, you are happy too soon. Siyu drew a deep breath. He stopped relying on defense. He waited for a moment of hesitation. The chaos body spun wildly within him, and the sharp pain from his wounds only sharpened his mind. Finally, clang. Siyu's long blade flew into the air and traced a parabola. A look of satisfaction crossed Lu Yun's eyes. His soft sword darted forward like a venomous snake toward Siyu's throat. It is over, you little mongrel. However, at that critical moment, a sharp light erupted from Siyu's panic-filled eyes. He advanced instead of retreating. Faced with the lethal strike, he thrust his left shoulder into the path of the blade. The soft sword pierced Siyu's left shoulder, and blood splattered. Siyu did not even frown. He locked the blade in place with his muscles. His right hand clamped onto Lu Yun's wrist like an iron pincer. I have you. Siyu grinned, exposing white teeth stained with blood. The smile sent a chill through the heart of the martial king, Lu Yun. A terrifying suction force erupted from Siyu's palm. What? Lu Yun's expression changed instantly. He felt the blood energy within his own body surging uncontrollably toward Siyu. It felt like a water balloon had been punctured. Get away from me. Siyu forced the words out through grit teeth as he absorbed the blood energy from his opponent, causing his exhausted strength to surge in an instant. Wild bull fist, shaking mountain. He lowered his voice into a growl. He did not throw his right fist forward. Instead, he pressed it flat against the chest of Lu Yun and released a burst of internal power. This punch carried all of the fury of Siyu and the energy stolen by his chaos body. It struck with the force of an ancient bull slamming into a sacred mountain. A dull thud echoed through the air, enough to make one's teeth ache. Lu Yun felt as if a heavy hammer had smashed into his chest. The overwhelming force lifted him off the ground. He flew backward like a kite with a broken string for more than 10 meters. He slammed into a large tree and snapped the trunk of the two-person embrace width in half. Dust and smoke rose into the air. Siyu pulled the soft sword from his shoulder and tossed it onto the ground. He gasped for air, his eyes shining with an alarming intensity. Even if you are a martial king, you still get beaten when you suppress your realm. Cough, cough. Lu Yun struggled to climb up from the ruins. His once pristine white robe was now stained with mud and blood. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Siyu. The contempt in his eyes vanished completely, replaced by a mixture of extreme shame, rage, and madness, as if he had been bitten by an ant. Good. Very good. Lu Yun spoke with a voice that had turned hoarse and venomous. If I were truly only at the blood energy realm, I might have actually fallen into your hands today. I did not expect that piece of trash Siwu to produce a freak like you. That ability to absorb blood energy, it must be a demonic art. Siyu's heart sank. He knew that the punch had broken the man's ribs, but it had not caused a fatal injury. The body of a martial king had undergone thousands of refinements. Even with a suppressed realm, its durability far exceeded that of an ordinary person. However, the game is over. Lu Yun stood up straight. The red light in his eyes intensified. I admit that you are a genius, but geniuses often die the soonest. Boom. Before the words died away, the aura around Lu Yun suddenly turned violent. He did not release his suppressed realm, but he unleashed an explosive secret technique at the martial king level. This time, his speed doubled compared to before. Swish. so you could not even follow the movement. His vision blurred, and a piercing wind rushed toward his face. Lu Yun spat out the command to die. A dagger had appeared in the hand of Lu Yun, stabbing straight toward the heart of So Yu. It moved too fast. There was no time to dodge. Am I truly going to die here? The shadow of death loomed over him, and a fierce sense of unwillingness welled up in the heart of So Yu. No, I cannot die. Dad is still waiting for me to come home for dinner. I still need to go to the starry sky to bring Mom back. My path of martial arts has only just begun. Open. Under the extreme pressure of life and death, So Yu let out a heart-rending roar. He bit the tip of his tongue, and a mouthful of essential blood sprayed out. The chaos vortex within his body seemed to feel the will of its master. It began to spin crazily, emitting a substantial roar. The stray blood energy in the surrounding air, and the residual energy absorbed from Lu Yun were forcibly compressed and ignited in that instant. Crack! A shackle seemed to break within the body of So Yu. A surge of blood energy welled up from the depths of his dantian. Blood energy projection. The Sentian realm. A layer of faint red air waves erupted from the body of So Yu. It forcibly blocked the dagger of Lu Yun for a split second. A mechanical chime rang out. Detection complete. The descendant So Yu has broken through in the heat of battle, ascending to the early stage of the Sentian realm, synchronizing the host's realm. Congratulations, host. You have broken through the limits of the human body and ascended to the early stage of the martial emperor realm. Chapter 19. So Yu's breakthrough to the Sentian realm had blocked the lethal strike. Still, Lu Yun possessed the foundation of a peak martial king. Although the airwave resisted the dagger, the blade continued to pierce into So Yu's chest, inch by agonizing inch. Sentian. Lu Yun roared, his eyes swelling with murderous intent. Blood energy surged within Lu Yun, violent and wild. You wretched brat. I cannot let you live. Die. Lu Yun lunged forward. The tip of the dagger broke the surface of So Yu's skin. Get out. A roar filled with infinite majesty, and rage exploded inside Lu Yun's mind. The sound bypassed his ears, vibrating directly against his soul. Lu Yun's mind went blank, as if a heavy hammer had smashed into his skull. The dagger hovered 1 centimeter from So Yu's heart, yet it could go no further. The space around him solidified. An invisible force, vast as the ocean, shrouded the area for 1,000 meters. Against this pressure, even a peak martial king felt as fragile as an ant. Spiritual consciousness. Lu Yun craned his neck, eyes darting in terror. A familiar figure stepped through the empty air above. It was not flight. It was teleportation. 1 second the man stood on the horizon. The next, he materialized in front of So Yu. So Wu stood there, devoid of any radiating blood energy, yet the space around him twisted slightly. You dare touch my son. So Wu extended a hand and gripped Lu Yun's wrist, the one holding the dagger. A crisp sound of bone cracking echoed through the clearing. Lu Yun's wrist shattered under the pressure. The dagger clattered to the ground. Lu Yun let out a scream. The sound cut off abruptly as So Wu's other hand clamped over the top of his head. Lu Yun, it has been 20 years, and you are still just as disgusting. So Wu stared at his old enemy, whose face wore a mask of terror. So Wu's voice held no warmth, chilling the air. I intended to let you live a few more days, so you could witness my son's potential. But you made a mistake. You harbored the intent to kill him. Since that is the case, you can go to hell and repent. Endless despair and disbelief filled Lu Yun's eyes. He recognized the force binding him. This was not the aura of a martial king. It was the physical manifestation of spiritual power. Martial emperor. How could this be? How could you be a martial emperor? Lu Yun roared in his mind. The martial emperor realm. That was the true pinnacle of humanity. A level where spiritual power merged with the heavens and the earth, capable of killing with a single thought. So Wu had been a martial king only days ago. How could he have crossed that chasm so quickly? He would never receive an answer. So Wu tightened his grip. Watch yourself in the next life. A sudden pop broke the silence. The skull yielded as easily as crushing a block of tofu. Lu Yun, the arrogant special envoy from the Jiangnan base and peak martial king, never had the chance to speak a final word. His head exploded beneath So Wu's palm. Bits of bone and gore sprayed outward. A barrier formed by So Wu's spiritual power caught the spray, stopping it 1 meter away. Not a single drop of blood touched So Yu. The headless corpse swayed for a moment before collapsing onto the ground. A generation of power had fallen. He died without dignity, meeting a swift and decisive end. So Wu flicked his hand, though it had not touched a drop of blood. He turned around, and the demonic expression of a god of slaughter vanished in an instant. He gazed at the bloodied, swaying figure of So Yu. The icy coldness in his eyes melted into endless tenderness and concern. So Wu reached out. Are you all right? A flow of incredibly pure energy, belonging to the level of a martial emperor, poured into So Yu. The bleeding stopped instantly, and his internal meridians began to knit themselves back together. A warm current flowed through his veins. So Yu looked at his father, the man who had killed in a rage for his sake, and his eyes grew hot with unshed tears. He shook his head. A weak yet brilliant smile touched his lips. Dad, I am fine. Besides, I think I broke through to the Sentian realm. Silly boy. So Wu ruffled the hair of his son. His voice grew thick with emotion. Breaking through is a good thing, but do not risk your life like that again. I cannot handle that kind of shock. 30 minutes later, Cloud Peak Manor. So Yu rested inside the medical pod. His injuries appeared terrifying, but the combined effects of the martial emperor blood energy and his chaos body ensured that he suffered no fundamental damage. In the living room on the ground floor, So-woo sat on the leather sofa. He held a cup of hot tea with a calm expression. Before him, the mayor of the Kanglan base, Pan-hong, knelt on the floor. His entire body trembled like chaff in the wind. The image of Lu Yun, the man who made the entire upper echelon of Kanglan bow and scrape, being crushed like a chick, haunted him. This realization sent a shockwave through him, and his awe of So-woo reached its peak. Rise. So-woo spoke with indifference. You are a reed blowing in the wind, but you did go to deliver the message at the last moment. I will remember this favor. Thank you, senior, for your mercy. Pan-hong felt as if he had been granted an amnesty. He stood up unsteadily, though he kept his back hunched, and dared not look So-woo in the eye. Was this Lu Yun sent by the Wong family? So-woo blew on the tea leaves and asked with a casual air. Yes, it is true. Pan-hong did not dare to hide anything. Lu Yun was a guest elder of the Wong family. He seemed to have a grudge against you from 20 years ago. The matter of Wang Heng and Wang Meng provided him with an excuse to settle a private score under the guise of public duty. The Wang family. So-woo set down his teacup. A cold light flashed in his eyes. It seems this feud is settled then. Tell me about this Jiangnan Wang family. What kind of weight do they really carry? Pan-hong nodded hurriedly with a heavy expression. Senior, you must not underestimate them. The Wang family is a famous top-tier noble family in the Jiangnan major base. Their influence is immense and deeply rooted. They have more than 10 experts at the martial king realm. Although Lu Yun was strong, he only ranked in the top 10 within the Wang family. At this point, Pan-hong lowered his voice further, his tone laden with deep fear. Moreover, rumors claim the Wang family has an ancestor who has lived for 200 years. He remains in seclusion year-round. It is said that this ancestor entered the realm of the martial saint a decade ago. A martial saint. So-woo tapped his finger against the table, creating a rhythmic sound. The 8 realms of martial arts are physical body, blood energy, Xiantian, Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, Martial King, Martial Emperor, and Martial Saint. The Martial Emperor realm involves the materialization of spiritual power. One can control objects to kill and cast spiritual sense across an entire city. The Martial Saint realm, however, represents a truly transcendent existence. Spiritual power and the energy of heaven and earth merge perfectly. With a gesture, one can draw upon the power of nature. Their bodies become immortal. Their lifespans reach 500 years, and they can even briefly leave the atmosphere to survive in low Earth orbit. Do not be fooled by the fact that they are only one realm apart. The gap between them is like the difference between clouds and mud. A single martial saint can easily suppress 10 martial emperors. That is interesting. So-woo felt no fear. Instead, a curve of excitement appeared at the corner of his mouth. If he were still at the martial king realm, he might have to weigh his options before facing a martial saint, or perhaps even run away with his son. But now, he was a martial emperor. According to the nature of the system, as long as So-woo broke through a few more small stages, what kind of martial saint would that be? At that time, it would just take one punch. Very well, I understand. So-woo stood up and patted Pan-hong on the shoulder. Keep this matter buried in your stomach. Lu Yun died in a beast attack. Do you understand? I understand. I understand. Special Envoy Lu was inspecting the wilderness when he unfortunately encountered a beast emperor attack and died for the country. Pan-hong reacted quickly and immediately concocted the script. Go. After sending Pan-hong away, So-woo walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked toward the direction of the Jiangnan major base. A martial saint. I hope your old bones are hard enough that you do not fail to withstand even a single punch from me. At this moment, So-woo, fast asleep in the medical pod, turned over and muttered in his sleep. Dad, I want to eat braised pork belly. Chapter 20. 2 months of time passed in the blink of an eye on the long road of martial arts. Strange to say, the Kanglan base city remained calm and peaceful during this period. The Jiangnan Wang family seemed to have completely forgotten the deaths of Lu Yun and Wang Heng, showing no signs of retaliation. So-woo knew, however, that this was merely the low pressure before a storm. The enemy would not strike easily, but once they moved, it would be with the force of thunder. In the rear mountain of the Yending Manor in District A, the open space once used as an arena now lay pockmarked with holes, and the alloy fences surrounding it bore shocking knife marks. A blur shuttled through the forest, its speed so great that it did not even disturb the falling leaves. The young man was shirtless. He held a black iron saber in his hand, and his figure shifted and moved on the plum blossom stakes like a ghost. Every time he swung his blade, it made not a sound, but wherever the blade passed, ripples appeared in the air, visible to the naked eye. This was the intent of the blade, the breaking sky blade technique having reached the stage of great completion. So-woo let out a low shout. His figure bent in midair, defying the common laws of physics. His toes tapped lightly against a falling leaf, and he borrowed the force to rise another 3 feet into the air. The treading leaf movement technique had reached the stage of perfection. He brought the blade down. A giant rock 3 meters tall in front of him split into 2, the cut as smooth as a mirror. He sheathed the blade, landed on the ground, and exhaled. So-woo wiped the sweat from his forehead. His once youthful face now possessed sharp, defined features, and his eyes revealed a sense of determination. 2 months. Under the piling up of massive resources, and the devilish training of his father, the martial emperor-level private instructor, Su's cultivation level had rocketed to the late stage of the Scientian realm. If this speed were spread, it would shake the martial arts education world of the entire Federation. A normal genius would need at least 1 year to walk this path. On the balcony of the second floor, Su held a purple clay teapot and looked at his son's performance below. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. It was acceptable. With a thought, a bright blue system panel emerged before his eyes. It displayed his information as the host, Su. His bonded descendant was Su, who had reached the late stage of the Scientian realm. His own cultivation level stood at the late stage of the martial emperor realm. His primary technique was the Hunyun Yukigong, which had reached perfection and evolved from the Poki technique. His martial arts included the Mangyu fist, which had reached perfection and produced fist intent, the breaking sky blade, which had reached perfection and produced blade intent, and the treading leaf movement technique, which had reached perfection. His combat technique had reached the micro level. Su clenched his fist and felt the vast power within his body. Even without using his blood energy, his spiritual consciousness alone would be enough to easily obliterate a martial emperor of the same level. As for the ancestor of the Wang family, the so-called martial saint, Su narrowed his eyes. A flash of fighting spirit gleamed in their depths. At that moment, the warning system of the manor emitted a soft beep. Su scanned with his spiritual consciousness and saw the city lord, Pan Hong, standing at the gate. Pan Hong looked anxious, but dared not ring the doorbell, pacing back and forth on the spot. This old fellow was here again. Su flashed and vanished from the balcony. In the living room, Pan Hong held a cup of hot tea. He sat only on the edge of the sofa, his expression a mix of caution and urgency. During these 2 months, he had become a frequent visitor to the Yending Manor. Trapped as the punching bag between Su and the Wang family, his life walked on thin ice. He was intelligent, however. Since he had already offended the Wang family, he could only cling tightly to Su. Pan Hong stood up, his posture stiff, and opened his mouth. Su waved his hand, sat in the main seat, and told Pan Hong to forget the formalities. He asked if this visit concerned the ferocious beasts outside the base. Pan Hong managed a bitter smile. He reached into his embrace and took out an extremely detailed electronic map, projecting it onto the coffee table. During these 2 months, the ferocious beasts around the base had become increasingly abnormal. High-level beasts that should have been deep in the mountains appeared frequently in the outer areas. They even attacked several mercenary squads. The martial arts college entrance exam was only half a month away. This exam would bring not only students from the city, but also candidates from the satellite cities next door to gather in Kanglan. If trouble occurred in the exam room, or if a beast tide appeared, Pan Hong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. His head as the city lord was a small matter, but delaying the future of the children would be a disaster. Su glanced at the map. Red dots marked the surface, dense and packed, and they eventually converged toward one direction. He nodded. Su also had to take the entrance exam, and he would not allow any accidents to happen. Pan Hong pointed to a deep red area on the map 300 li away from the Kanglan base. His tone grew heavy. Through the desperate scouting of their reconnaissance planes, they finally locked onto the source. Deep in the Loxia mountain range, a newly promoted beast king existed. It was a mutated thunder cloud tiger. Based on the analysis of energy fluctuations, its strength was at least comparable to the peak martial king realm of humans. Or perhaps it had even taken half a step into the threshold of the beast emperor realm. It gathered all the beast herds in the vicinity, and seemed to be brewing a large-scale beast tide. A mutated thundercloud tiger. Su stroked his chin. A beast king at the peak of the martial king realm truly represented a destructive disaster for the current Kanglan base. In his eyes, however, it was a matter of a single slap. He stood up, took the map, and his expression remained calm. Pan Hong was overjoyed, and his hanging heart finally fell. He thanked the senior repeatedly. After leaving Kanglan base, Su stepped into the air and streaked through the sky. A white shockwave trailed behind him as he sped toward the Loxia mountain range. People called the range Loxia because red miasma shrouded the peaks year-round. It looked as beautiful and deadly as a setting sun. Rugged mountains stacked one behind the other. Ancient trees towered 100 meters into the air. The thick canopy blocked the sun, creating a natural paradise for beasts. As soon as he entered the mountains, an abnormality greeted Su. The outer perimeter stood terrifyingly quiet. Not a single bird chirped. The deeper he traveled, the more intense the restless animal nature grew in the air. Is this the deterrence of a beast king? Su hovered above the canopy. A powerful mental force expanded like a tidal wave, and instantly covered 100 miles. He soon locked onto the location Pan Hong had described. Su frowned. In the feedback of his mental perception, a violent thunder aura indeed occupied the valley. It undoubtedly belonged to a mutant thundercloud tiger. However, another blood energy fluctuation lay dormant right beside that thunder aura. This blood energy fluctuation felt extremely subtle. If Su had not reached the martial emperor realm and possessed micro-level perception, he would never have found it. Although subtle, its total amount and quality reached an outrageous level. Su narrowed his eyes. It felt 10 times stronger than the peak martial king thunder cloud tiger. It even felt comparable to his own strength. Could this be the blood energy of a human at the late stage of the martial emperor realm? Su braced himself. Could an adult beast emperor be hiding in this mountain? He prepared for a difficult battle. A massive ring-shaped valley opened before him. In the center lay a gigantic, green, ox-shaped rock. Beside the rock, a terrifying monster the size of a truck sprawled out. Blue and purple striped fur covered its entire body. Every hair stood up like a steel needle. Crackling arcs of electricity swirled around it. With every breath, the tiger exhaled 2 streams of scorching thunder fire from its nostrils. The fire scorched the rocks on the ground black. This was the mutant thunder cloud tiger. It was the culprit that kept Manhua awake at night. 4 peak C-grade armored giant crocodiles crept around the tiger, acting as guards. This formation truly proved it reigned as a hegemon. However, Sowu did not let his gaze rest on the thunder cloud tiger for even a second. He stared intently at an inconspicuous corner behind the tiger. There, a small mountain of various spirit fruits and rare ores piled up. On the very top of that treasure mountain, something lay sprawled out. A little white ball of fur? It was a small beast the size of a house cat. Its entire body shone snow white. Not a single stray hair marred its coat. It looked fluffy and adorable. Its pointed ears resembled those of a fox yet held a hint of a cat. 2 small bumps slightly protruded from its forehead. The little beast lay on its back in the pile of spirit fruits, fast asleep. A crystal clear strand of drool hung from the corner of its mouth. The magnificent thundercloud tiger acted like a gentle, large cat. It carefully used its tail to help the little beast swat away surrounding mosquitoes from time to time. Sowu hid behind an ancient tree 100 meters away. A stormy sea raged in his heart. That terrifying blood energy comparable to the martial emperor realm emanated from this sleeping little fur ball. The thundercloud tiger was no beast king. Sowu understood. It was just a babysitter. This little beast was the true ancestor. This was no ordinary mutant beast. Was it a reversion to an ancestor? Or was it the descendant of a divine beast with ancient bloodlines? While Sowu observed, the thundercloud tiger seemed to sense something. It jerked its massive head up. Its copper bell-like tiger eyes stared fixedly at the direction where Sowu hid. It issued a low growl. The roar instantly startled the sleeping little beast. The creature turned over in a daze, muttered in dissatisfaction, and covered its ears with its paws in a manner far too human. Seeing its master woken up, the thundercloud tiger's murderous look intensified. It decided that the insect hiding in the dark had disturbed its master's rest. Thunderlight erupted around the tiger's body. It opened its mouth and blasted a column of thunder, as thick as a water bucket toward the ancient tree where Sowu hid. Had it discovered him? Sowu let out a cold snort. Since he had been exposed, he had no need to hide anymore. You creature, you are asking for death. Sowu took a step, and his figure vanished instantly from the spot. The terrifying thunder column smashed the ancient tree, but it did not even touch the corner of his clothes. In the next second, Sowu appeared above the valley. Facing the peak martial king thundercloud tiger, Sowu did not even raise his hand. He simply used a single glance. An invisible mental blade slashed through the void instantly. The thundercloud tiger, which had just prepared to pounce, suddenly froze in its tracks. A line of blood appeared on its iron-hard skull without warning. The massive tiger head slid off instantly. Blood gushed out like a fountain. One strike. Instant kill. The 4 armored giant crocodiles beside it also suffered. The escaping mental storm shattered their internal organs directly, killing them instantly. The entire valley fell silent at once. Only the little furball remained, just waking up, rubbing its eyes, and looking at the fallen babysitter and guards in total confusion. Chapter 21. The white beast squeaked. It stared blankly at the corpse on the ground, then lifted its head to look at Sowu hovering in the air. Its round, white eyes shifted instantly from confusion to extreme vigilance and anger. The creature let out a roar. It jumped to its feet. Its body, which had been only the size of a palm, swelled in an instant. The white fur all over its body stood on end like a hedgehog bristling in defense. A terrifying wave of blood energy, matching the power of a martial emperor, erupted from within the creature without reservation. A strong blood energy, Sowu thought. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. How could this small creature rival him based on its aura alone? Human, you dare to kill my underling. The next moment, a scene unfolded that made Sowu's pupils contract. The small beast opened its mouth and spoke. The voice sounded childish, yet it articulated human language with perfect clarity. It could speak human language. Legend held that only creatures reaching the beast saint realm, or those possessing noble divine beast bloodlines, could accomplish such a feat. I will eat you. The beast roared with a fierce but cute intensity. Its hind legs pushed off the ground with immense force. The ground of the entire valley collapsed instantly. Its speed reached an extreme level, turning it into a white streak of lightning. It broke the sound barrier instantly. With a piercing whistle that tore through the air, it lunged directly towards Sowu's face. The creature swung a claw. The space around it twisted faintly, glowing with golden light. It is fast, Sowu noted. Its raw physical speed was more than 3 times faster than the thundercloud tiger. Sowu felt a moment of shock, but he remained a battle-hardened martial emperor. His eyes turned calm as he activated his micro-level combat techniques. He predicted the landing point in the trajectory of the beast's pounce. He tilted his body slightly. The sharp claws of the beast brushed past the tip of Sowu's nose. Again, the beast commanded. Having missed the first strike, it twisted its body in the air. Its tail became like a steel whip, whistling through the wind as it lashed toward the back of Sowu's head. Sowu raised his right hand. He did not block the blow directly, but used a gentle, skillful flick against the tail. The beast lost its balance from the redirecting force. It tumbled in the air several times before landing on the ground. The beast let out another roar. Anger clearly consumed it as it launched a storm of attacks. It scratched, bit, pounced, and swept. Its movements were as fast as lightning. Every attack contained a terrifying, monstrous strength capable of cracking mountains and shattering stones. Yet, several minutes later, Suwu remained with his hands behind his back, hovering in the air. Not a single corner of his clothing had ruffled. The small beast, however, already gasped for breath on the ground with its tongue lolling out. Suwu understood the situation. This little thing was a typical rich heir. It possessed a terrifying amount of blood energy comparable to a martial emperor and the foundation of a divine beast, but its combat experience was effectively zero. It relied entirely on instinct, striking in straight lines without any technique. Against a master of skill like Suwu, the creature was little more than a monkey being played with. "Are you finished?" Suwu asked, looking down at the creature with a playful smile. "Since you are out of tricks, it is my turn." Suwu held back no longer. The martial emperor blood energy within his body exploded instantly. It condensed into a purple gold palm print that blocked out the sky, reaching down to grab the small beast. The small beast felt the terrifying power contained within that massive handprint. Its fierce expression shifted instantly. Fear welled up from the depths of its soul. It realized that its blood energy, which it had taken such pride in, was completely suppressed in front of this human. "It is over. I am going to die," the creature thought. As the giant handprint descended, the beast, which had been so arrogant just moments before and threatened to eat the man, performed a move that stunned Suwu. It flattened itself against the ground, covered its head with its two front paws, stuck its rear end high into the air, and shivered while shouting, "Spare me, hero. I surrender." "What?" Suwu thought, his movements freezing in the air. The purple gold palm print hovered 3 inches above the head of the small beast, stopping abruptly. The script was not supposed to go this way. What happened to the dignity of a divine beast? What happened to choosing death over surrender? Suwu dispersed his blood energy and descended slowly before the creature. He watched the white, furry ball tremble with a hint of amusement. "You were quite ferocious a moment ago. Weren't you going to eat me?" The small beast secretly raised a paw, revealing one watery, large eye. Seeing that the giant handprint had vanished, it finally relaxed. It immediately adopted an incredibly fawning expression, standing up on its hind legs and bowing with its front paws. Its eyes filled with tears as it spoke. "It is a misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding. Big brother, boss, grandpa, I was just grumpy because I woke up. I was just playing with you." As it spoke, it desperately tried to squeeze out 2 tears. It looked pathetic, small, and helpless. "Although I have strong blood energy, I really am just a baby. I have been born for less than 3 years, and I have not fought a single fight. I was just trying to scare you." The small beast sniffed, watching Suwu's inscrutable expression. It felt a sense of panic. Although it was a coward, it was smart. Its inherited memories told it that the human before it was a tough character. The human possessed an aura that made it feel both comfortable and dangerous. If it did not surrender, it would surely be turned into a scarf today. "Do not kill me. I am very useful." Seeing Suwu still observing it, the small beast grew anxious and began to sell its own value. "I can find treasures. I can smell the heavenly materials and earthly treasures within a radius of 100 miles. The treasures in this valley were all found by me. I can also predict danger. I can sense malicious intent from 8 streets away. And I eat very little. I am very easy to feed." Suwu listened to the introduction of the small beast. The murderous intent in his heart had long since dissipated, replaced by intense interest. Finding treasures and predicting danger. This was the perfect bodyguard and cheat code tailored for Suyu. Suyu would face countless crises when he went out into the wider world in the future. Although Suwu was strong, he could not provide protection 24 hours a day. If he had this little creature following him, a treasure-hunting mouse. No, looking at its appearance, it must be some kind of ancient exotic species. Suwu calculated in his heart, but his face remained cold. Empty talk is not proof. Blood energy surged on Suwu's body again, and he gestured as if he were about to strike. "How do I know if you are lying? What if I take you back and you bite me while I am sleeping?" "Ah, I would not dare." The small beast trembled, its white fur bristling. It waved its paws repeatedly. I swear a poisonous oath." "Swearing is useless." Suwu squatted down and extended a finger. A drop of purple golden essence blood condensed on his fingertip, wreathed in the spiritual imprint of a martial emperor. "If you want to survive, sign this. This is a master and servant contract. Once signed, your life and death will be in my hands. If you dare to have 2 hearts, not only will you die, but your soul will also be annihilated." Suwu's voice sounded like a demon. This was a secret method he had read about in books over the past 2 months. He had not expected to actually use it. The small beast looked at the drop of essence blood, a struggle flashing in its eyes. It was a noble divine beast. How could it become a pet for a human? However, it looked at the cold, dead corpse of the thundercloud tiger beside it, then looked at the icy eyes of Suwu. Under the eaves of others, one must lower one's head. The small beast pouted in grievance. Ultimately, it succumbed to the instinct of survival. It extended a soft, pink little tongue and licked the drop of essence blood. A wave of energy pulsed. An ancient rune flashed briefly on the foreheads of both the human and the beast. The contract was complete. Suwu felt a weak connection form in his consciousness instantly. As long as he wished, he could control the life and death of the small beast through this connection at any time. Suwu stood up with satisfaction. He grabbed the small beast by the scruff of its neck and lifted it to eye level. "From today on, you are with me. Since you are so white and round." Suwu thought for a moment, displaying an incredibly casual naming talent. "Let us call you Little White." The limbs of the small beast hung limply. Its eyes looked hollow, as if it had lost all hope for its beastly life. Little White. What a tacky name. However, it dared not speak its anger. It could only let out a weak meow. Oh, by the way. Suwu suddenly remembered something, and pointed to the pile of spirit fruits and minerals nearby. Are these all found by you? The small beast nodded repeatedly. They are all good things. A gift for you, master. Suwu waved his hand, collecting all the priceless treasures into his storage ring. You did well. Suwu rubbed the head of Little White, and tossed it onto his shoulder. Little White lay on the broad shoulder of Suwu, feeling the powerful sense of security. Its previously anxious mood slowly calmed down. This human might be a bit fierce, but following him did not seem bad. At least it would not have to catch a thundercloud tiger to act as a babysitter anymore. The human and the beast turned into a stream of light, and disappeared at the end of the Loxia mountain range. Having lost the control of the Beast King, the fierce beasts in the mountains returned to normal. Chapter 22. Within Kanglan Base, specifically at the Yunding Manor in District A, Suwu appeared at the gate without a sound. Pan Hong, the city mayor, who usually busied himself with 1,000 tasks, stood waiting by the entrance. Upon seeing Suwu return without a single drop of blood on his clothing, half of the worry clinging to Pan Hong's heart finally dissipated. Pan Hong hurried forward, his voice tight. The Beast King in the Loxia mountain range, he asked. It is taken care of, Suwu replied, his tone remaining flat. Go and organize the martial arts entrance examination affairs, and ensure nothing goes wrong. Pan Hong beamed with joy. He bowed deeply toward Suwu before retreating with practiced tact. With Pan Hong dismissed, Suwu did not return to the villa to rest. Instead, he walked straight toward the mountain behind the manor. The arena behind the mountain lay in ruins. More than 10 corpses of D-level ferocious beasts lay scattered across the ground. A thick, metallic stench of blood permeated the air. Suyu stood in the center of the pile of carcasses, shirtless, clutching his alloy battle saber. He gasped for air. New wounds marked his body, yet his eyes burned with an intense, startling light. Dad, you are back. Suyu noticed his father, flicked the blood off his blade, and grinned. The murderous aura born of killing in a mountain of corpses vanished the moment he smiled. He became the sunny youth once more. Suyu nodded, preparing a word of praise, but Suyu interrupted. Wait, Dad, what is that thing on your shoulder? Suyu focused on the white, fuzzy ball of fur clinging to Suyu's shoulder. The creature resembled a cat crossed with a fox. It lay there lazily, sporting a haughty expression that suggested it did not want to be bothered. Upon hearing the word thing, the creature that had been playing dead suddenly bristled with rage. It stood up straight, planted its front paws on its waist, and glared at Suyu with round, wide eyes. It let out a shout that sounded milky and soft, yet carried an arrogant tone. How dare you? You are the thing. Your whole family is made of things. I am an ancient divine beast, a spirit born of heaven and earth. Because of your disrespect, I hereby sentence you to be my lackey. Suyu stood frozen in shock. He blinked, looking from the palm-sized ball of fur to his calm father. This thing can talk, he asked. Is it a spirit? Suyu shrugged. He reached out and flicked the forehead of the creature, sending it staggering. This is a little guy I subdued in the Loxia mountain range. His name is Little White. Do not let his size fool you. This creature is the one responsible for the beast tide crisis that kept Pan Hong awake at night. What? Suyu exclaimed, his eyes widening with immediate interest. He squatted down to bring his line of sight level with Little White on Suyu's shoulder. With a playful, teasing expression he spoke. Oh, so it is the great divine beast master himself. My apologies. Then I suppose I will have to rely on you for protection from now on. I assume I can walk sideways through Kanglan Base without any trouble, right? Little White lifted its chin, acting proud. Even though being flicked by Suyu had cost it some dignity, it could not afford to lose face in front of its new lackey. It wagged its fluffy tail and snorted. That is only natural. As long as you listen to me, I will make sure you have the best food and drink. All the female beasts, I mean all the ferocious beasts, within 100 miles have to take a detour when they see me. Watching the small beast flaunt power that did not belong to it, Suyu could not help but laugh. He would soon discover, however, that the value of this divine beast far exceeded his wildest imagination. The next half-month at Yunding Manor became exceptionally productive. Suyu initially believed that adding a divine beast to the household would result in chaos. He did not expect, however, that this divine beast named Little White would become the greatest cheat code on his martial arts path. Although Suyu had subdued Little White, the terrifying blood energy within the creature, comparable to that of a martial emperor, leaked like an unshielded nuclear reactor. Because the creature was too young, it could not control this power. This caused blood energy to surge through its body constantly, leaving it feeling unbearably hot. It had to rely on sleep to suppress the sensation. Suyu, possessing the chaos body, lacked high-purity blood energy above all else. Consequently, an extremely strange yet harmonious scene appeared. Every afternoon, Suyu stopped practicing his saber techniques and sat cross-legged in the courtyard. Little White would sprawl on top of Suyu's head or curl up in his lap, looking blissful. Suyu circulated his cultivation technique, frantically drawing the leaking blood energy from Little White. This blood energy possessed extreme purity. It required no refinement. Once it entered his body, it immediately transformed into his own strength. Suyu watched this mutually beneficial arrangement between the human and the beast, the corner of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. This was hardly training. It resembled two hackers exploiting a glitch in reality. Little White acted as an infinite portable charger, while Suyu served as a super-fast charging cable. With these two together, their leveling speed defied all logic. By the third day, Suyu broke through to the full completion of the Xiantian realm. By the seventh day, Suyu touched the threshold of the Grandmaster realm. On the 12th day, a massive wave of energy exploded from Suyu's body. The Grandmaster realm, an 18-year-old Grandmaster. Suyu opened his eyes, light flashing within them. He clenched his fist, savoring the sensation of absolute control, nearly falling from the sky in his excitement. Dad, I am a Grandmaster. I really made it to the Grandmaster realm. Little White lay on the ground, completely drained. It lolled its tongue out. I am exhausted. Is this kid a glutton? It almost sucked me dry. While Suyu achieved his breakthrough, Suwu sat on the second-floor terrace acting as a guardian. A long-awaited, beautiful chime sounded in his mind. The system alerted him that it detected Suyu's rapid breakthroughs and his promotion to the early stage of the Grandmaster realm. The system judged that the descendant had crossed a major boundary, granting the host feedback. His realm synchronized. Congratulations to the host for ascending to the early stage of the Martial Saint realm. A thunderous roar filled the air. At this moment, the sky above not only the Yunding Manor, but the entire Kanglan-based city, shifted in color. The clear blue sky suddenly swirled with auspicious clouds, and purple energy surged from the east for 3,000 miles. A vast, majestic, and indescribable aura radiated from Suwu, covering the entire city in an instant. Every martial artist within the city, whether practicing or sleeping, discovered in terror that the blood energy within their own bodies bowed uncontrollably toward the direction of District A. Suwu opened his eyes on the terrace. The Martial Saint realm. This power surpassed simple physical strength, merging his spirit with the heavens and the earth. He could now manipulate the energy of heaven and earth to a slight degree. This energy, the spiritual chi born with the universe, often connected with various forces, powerful and mysterious. Human cultivation first focused on blood energy to reach the Martial Emperor realm and obtain powerful spiritual force. Ultimately, the spirit merged with the heavens and the earth, with the final goal of controlling this cosmic energy. This feeling, Suwu took a deep breath. Even as someone who had lived 2 lifetimes, his heart surged with excitement. A martial saint. He now stood at the true pinnacle of this planet. 500 years of lifespan, an immortal body, and the ability to traverse outer space in the flesh. He looked down at his silly son, who remained ecstatic about his breakthrough. He wore a smile of doting affection. An 18-year-old Grandmaster certainly qualifies as a monster. But your father, I am a martial saint. Suwu retracted the signs of the phenomenon, returning to the appearance of an ordinary middle-aged man. He leaped down from the second floor, landing lightly in front of Suyu. The martial arts college entrance exam begins tomorrow. Suwu looked up at the stars in the night sky. His tone became profound and distant. You? Yes, Suyu replied, his expression turning serious. Do your best in the exam tomorrow. Your personal safety is the priority, Suwu said with earnest advice. Setting aside the ferocious beasts, the most dangerous part of this exam likely remains other humans. Chapter 23. I know, Dad. I will be careful tomorrow, Suyu replied casually. You know, you do not know anything. Suwu scoffed. He flicked Suyu on the forehead. The crisp sound startled Little White, who was busy gnawing on a chicken leg nearby. Ouch. Dad, what are you doing? Suyu rubbed his forehead, his expression full of grievance. I am a Grandmaster now. You should not be hitting me on the head. Where does that leave my dignity? I hit you so you remember to keep your wits about you. Suwu crossed his legs, his expression turning serious. Do not think that being a Grandmaster makes you invincible. This world is large, so large that it exceeds your imagination. Suwu opened a holographic projection and called up an encrypted file. I have used special channels to find out the truth. The reason so many outside candidates have gathered at the Kanglan base this year is because several satellite cities with interstellar jump points have been built nearby. Suwu pointed at the red markers on the map. His voice dropped to a low, heavy register. These candidates are mostly from Mars. Mars? Suyu frowned. In this era, Mars was no longer a red wasteland. Hundreds of years ago, when Earth resources were exhausted, a portion of the wealthy and elite with top-tier technology migrated to Mars, establishing a higher-level civilization. One could say that the humans of Mars were the aristocracy of the current Federation. That is correct. Suwu sneered. Those people claim to be higher humans. While their technology is advanced, and they drink gene optimization serum like water, they lack wild ferocious beasts. Their native-born descendants possess high cultivation levels, but their actual combat ability is often hollow. To pass the harsh federal elite selection, many Martian families send their children to Earth for the college entrance exam. They call it gold plating in the countryside. In reality, they are coming to snatch the quotas meant for Earth candidates and boost their scores. A cold light flashed in Suwu's eyes. Furthermore, these young masters and misses fight dirty. In their eyes, Earth natives are no different from the beasts in the wilderness. In past years, it was not uncommon for Earth candidates to be crippled or severely beaten. Suwu looked at Suyu, his tone becoming solemn. I am not worried that you cannot beat them. I am worried that you will be too light with your strikes and suffer for it. Remember, once you are in the examination hall, it does not matter if they are from Mars or Mercury. If they dare to bare their fangs at you, beat them until they cannot get up. Suyu felt a chill in his eyes. Stealing quotas? Using Earthlings as stepping stones? He clenched his fist. His knuckles cracked. A confident curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Do not worry, Dad. No matter where they are from, as long as they dare to provoke me, I will make them realize the consequences. The next morning, the sky began to brighten. The entrance of Kanglan No. 1 High School was already packed with people. A warning line stretched out for 3 kilometers, with fully armed city defense troops maintaining order. Countless parents waited anxiously outside the cordon, their eyes filled with expectation. For ordinary families, the martial arts college entrance exam was the only chance to change their fate. Su-woo drove the limited edition hovering luxury car gifted by the city lord, carrying Su-yu and Little White, who was draped like a scarf around his neck. He parked low-key at the VIP entrance. Go on. Su-woo patted Su-yu on the shoulder, skipping any unnecessary chatter. I will wait for you outside. Su-yu nodded. Dressed in black training gear, he looked capable and cold. As soon as he stepped out of the vehicle, many students recognized him. Look, it is Su-yu, the legendary young master Su. I heard his father is a hidden tycoon. SHH, keep your voice down. Su-yu ignored the chatter and walked straight toward the school gate. Just as he was about to step into the gate, a low rumble shook the ground. The clear sky suddenly darkened. A massive airstream descended from the sky. Wild winds howled, kicking up a sky full of dust. The wind blew countless candidates and parents to and fro. Even the electronic banner at the school entrance snapped. What is happening? Look at the sky. The crowd looked up in horror. Clouds were torn apart. More than a dozen small, futuristic black spaceships hovered above the school like iron beasts. Blue tail flames spat out high temperatures, distorting the surrounding air. They were private shuttles from Mars. An arrogant, cold voice blared from the loudspeaker of the ship, completely disregarding the dense crowd of candidates below. Make way, bystanders. The ships landed slowly on a large open space near the school that had been requisitioned temporarily. The massive landing gear pressed deep indentations into the ground. The cabin door opened with a hiss of white cooling gas. A group of young people wearing silver-white nano-combat suits and exuding a noble, cold temperament poured out. The men were handsome and tall. The women possessed delicate features. Their skin looked as smooth as porcelain. They did not queue up for inspection immediately. Instead, they stood at the cabin door, scanning the dusty earthlings around them with the look one might give monkeys in a zoo. Tisk, tisk. Is this Earth? The dust in the air is truly thick. It hurts my throat. A blonde youth covered his nose in disgust. We have no choice, just endure it. The old man at home insisted I come here to snatch the title of provincial top scorer. The red-haired girl toyed with a laser dagger, her eyes brimming with contempt. She gestured toward the crowd. Look at this group of mangy specimens. Even the so-called geniuses among them have barely reached the early Xiantian realm. How dull. Su-woo stood outside the crowd, eyes narrowed slightly, his spiritual sense sweeping over the group in an instant. A grand gesture. Su-woo sneered internally. There were about 50 people in this group. Nearly 1/3 of them possessed aura fluctuations that reached the Grandmaster realm. Although most were Grandmasters, piled up with drugs, and had unstable foundations, compared to the Earth students struggling at the blood energy or Xiantian realms, it was a dimension-crushing strike. Since the ecology recovered, Mars's resources were indeed far richer than Earth's. Suddenly, a deep roar echoed from the sky. A luxury spacecraft with a streamlined body, its hull inlaid with star gold, descended slowly. 4 unmanned fighter jets escorted the vessel. The extravagance of the display left onlookers gasping. The cabin door opened, and a red carpet rolled out. An old man and a youth stepped onto the tarmac. The youth appeared to be 18 or 19, possessing a demonically handsome face. He wore a simple, yet priceless, flowing cloud silk robe. He held a folding fan, a careless smile plastered on his face, as if he were strolling through a garden. I truly do not understand my father. The youth strolled forward, snapping the folding fan shut, his voice dripping with impatience. He insisted I come to this godforsaken Kanglan base. With my talent, I could easily secure a spot at a prestigious university on Mars. Why come here to scavenge for scraps alongside these commoners? This was Li Xing, young master of the Martian Li family, a clan ranked among the most powerful in the entire Federation. Following him was a gray-robed, hunched old man. The man appeared frail, like a candle flickering in the wind, yet the violent airflow swirling around the spacecraft turned docile the moment it approached within 3 feet of him. Young master, your father has his reasons for this arrangement. Li Bo spoke in a hoarse but clear voice. Although Earth has declined, it remains the ancestral home of humanity. It hides many great opportunities. Furthermore, the high-level federal officials of the first star sector seem intent on selecting seeds here. The attention directed at this location rivals that of Mars. Fine, fine. I understand. Li Xing waved a hand dismissively. Let us finish this exam and leave. Li Bo smiled, his cloudy eyes brimming with doting affection. Yet, just as he prepared to turn away and escort the young master into the examination hall, he froze. A hum resonated in the air. Li Bo, who had been half squinting, snapped his eyes open. An invisible mental storm erupted from his center, sweeping across the entire venue. His gaze passed over the city lord Penhong who was maintaining order, passed over those so-called Martian geniuses, and finally, locked onto the edge of the crowd. He stared at the middle-aged man leaning against a car with a white cat on his shoulder. Su-woo. The moment Li Bo looked over, Su-woo lifted his head. Eye to eye. Across hundreds of meters of sea, across the noisy world. No explosion, no thunder or lightning. But in their spiritual worlds, 2 10,000-foot mountains crashed into each other. Boom. Li Bo's footsteps faltered. His hunched spine straightened instantly. Terrifying light burst from his cloudy eyes, fixed firmly on Su-woo. Martial saint. A raging storm churned in Li Bo's heart. In this small Kanglan base, a place so remote that one had to zoom in several times on the map just to find it, how could a martial saint be hiding? Moreover, the opponent's aura felt deep as the sea. Although it seemed restrained, that subtle fluctuation made him, an old-school martial saint, feel a palpitation of fear. What is wrong? Li Bo Lizing detected the strangeness in the old man's demeanor, halted his stride, and looked back. Li Bo drew a deep breath, forced the boiling blood energy in his body to settle, and retracted his gaze with a complex expression. Nothing, young master. Li Bo's voice carried an unprecedented weight. I simply did not expect that a true dragon was coiled in these shallow waters. Young master, please temper your arrogance during this exam. This place is not as simple as it seems. Li Xing paused, bewildered. He had never seen Li Bo wear such an expression. He looked in the direction the old man had been staring, but he only saw an ordinary middle-aged man feeding a sausage to a white cat. TCH, you are acting strange. Li Xing turned away, unimpressed, and strode into the examination hall. On the other side, Suwu methodically peeled the wrapping off the sausage, fed it to Little White on his shoulder, and allowed a calm smile to pull at the corner of his mouth. A martial saint, The old fellow from Mars has decent strength. A pity his blood energy is decaying. He is merely an early-stage martial saint. Suwu brushed the crumbs from his hands and fixed his gaze on Suyu's retreating back as the boy entered the examination hall. Chapter 24. The morning sunlight was blinding. A crisp bell sounded, and the school gates, shut tight for 2 hours, groaned open. Candidates surged out like a tide. The noisy chatter shattered the solemnity of the morning. For most martial arts students, the theory exam was just an appetizer. It held importance, but it would not determine life or death. In this world where the strong reigned supreme, memorizing the fundamentals of martial theory provided no protection if a beast bit through your throat in the wilderness. A student sighed. I think I got the question about the weak point of the mutated wind wolf wrong. I chose the abdomen. Another student shook his head. It does not matter. Theory accounts for only 10% of the grade. The combat exam this afternoon is the main event. Killing a single E-level beast is worth 10 multiple-choice questions. Groups of candidates huddled together. Some looked excited, others hung their heads in defeat. The noble candidates from Mars maintained their arrogant posture. They did not deign to speak to the Earth students, their expressions filled with disdain. Suyu stepped out with a steady gait. His expression remained calm. No ripple showed on his face, as if he had just finished a routine pop quiz rather than a college entrance exam. Dad. Suyu walked over. Suwu smiled, handing over Little White, who was fast asleep on his shoulder. Suyu took the creature, stroking its soft white fur. Do not worry. The questions were too simple, mostly common sense. Suwu nodded. Let us go. I will take you for a good meal. The combat exam this afternoon is the real battle. It lasts for 36 hours. We will be eating and sleeping in the wilderness, so you will need your energy. At the restaurant, Suwu sliced his steak. He spoke casually. Outside the exam hall, I noticed many Martian candidates. Most have shallow blood energy, but quite a few reached the early stage of the Grandmaster realm. One young master from a large family even reached the late stage of the Grandmaster realm. Suyu paused, a look of surprise crossing his face. A late-stage Grandmaster, at 18 years old, is certainly a genius. Suwu smiled, his gaze deepening. Do not be afraid. He is a Grandmaster, and so are you. You possess the Chaos body, and I have taught you lethal skills. It is not yet determined who will triumph. Remember, once you enter the exam hall, trust no one but yourself, especially those from Mars. Suyu swallowed the last bite of meat, his eyes gleaming like a hunter. I understand. If they do not provoke me, I will not bother them. If they do, Martian or Mercurian, I will strike them down all the same. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 10 kilometers outside the Kanglan base, at the edge of the Black Iron Forest. This marked the boundary between human civilization and the savage beasts. Trees towered, blocking out the sun. Menacing roars drifted from the distance. Thousands of candidates gathered in the buffer zone. Each wore a black metal bracelet on their wrist. The chief instructor stood on a high platform, his voice booming. This is the Sky Eye Terminal. It records your vital signs and kill points. It also contains a micro camera and a distress signal transmitter. If you encounter unavoidable danger, press the red button. An instructor will arrive immediately. Remember, calling for help means automatic disqualification. Thousands of silver spheres, the Sky Eye drones, ascended like a swarm of bees. They hovered above each candidate. These drones represented the pinnacle of federal technology, featuring all-terrain tracking, thermal imaging, and combat power assessment. They transmitted every movement, every breath, and the frequency of blood energy fluctuations back to the command center in real time. Atop the towering alloy walls of the Kanglan base, inside a spacious command room, a massive holographic screen dominated the wall. It displayed thousands of live feeds from the exam hall. 5 people sat around a circular table. City Lord Pan Hong sat with 3 men in federal uniforms and the elder from the Martian Li family, Li Bo. The quality of candidates seems good this year, City Lord Pan. The speaker was a plump, amiable man. He was Zhang Ye, a federal inspector at the early stage of the Martial Emperor realm. Pan Hong offered a smile, though his heart beat faster. In previous years, he would have been the highest-ranking officer as a Grandmaster. This year, with so many Martian candidates, this room felt crowded with martial emperors. The automatic door slid open. A staff member led in a middle-aged man in gray casual clothes. City Lord Pan stood up immediately. Senior So. The three federal inspectors blinked. Zhang Ye, clever and quick to adapt, stood up to greet him. He had received internal reports about a hidden martial emperor in the Kanglan base. Seeing So Wu's imposing manner, he spoke politely. I am Zhang Ye, an inspector from the Eastern Theater. So Wu nodded, scanning the room. He lingered for a second on the other two inspectors, one grim and humorless, the other with sharp eyes. Finally, his gaze landed on Li Bo, who sat in the main seat with his eyes closed. Li Bo opened his eyes, a glint flashing in his cloudy pupils. He nodded at So Wu in greeting. A silent understanding passed between the two martial saints. I greet you all. So Wu sat down in an empty seat. Zhang Ye stepped in as the mediator. Let me introduce everyone. This is Inspector Du, and this is Inspector Li. He pointed to Li Bo, his tone turning respectful. This is Elder Li, a veteran from the Martian Li family. He came specifically to observe the talent this year. So Wu raised an eyebrow. I have heard much about you. I did not realize the Li family took the Earth exams so seriously. Li Bo smiled, his voice rasping with undeniable authority. It is nothing. I am merely following the family head instructions to observe the juniors. I heard your son is also a candidate, Mr. So. Like father like son, I have high expectations. The remark sounded polite, but carried a hidden edge. So Wu smiled, taking a sip of tea. It is just child's play. It cannot compare to the prodigies of the Li family. I only hope your young master shows mercy, and does not make my incompetent son cry. Li Bo's eyes shifted. Mr. So, you jest. He felt surprised. So Wu remained perfectly calm in the face of a martial saint, appearing almost as an equal. It is time. The grim-faced Inspector Du checked the time and lowered his voice. The examination begins. Please look at the large screen. Everyone turned their eyes toward the massive holographic screen ahead. At the edge of the black iron forest, the chief instructor issued the command. Thousands of candidates rushed into the dense jungle like beasts released from cages. We have the rules clear. First, hunt beasts to earn points. F level is 1 point, E level is 5 points, D level is 20 points, and C level is 100 points. Second, seizing another person's bracelet earns you half of their points. Malicious maiming or killing is forbidden. Violators will be disqualified and held legally accountable. Third, survive for 36 hours until the evacuation signal sounds. So you moved with the crowd, but he did not rush to sprint like the others. He lowered his head to look at the black bracelet on his wrist, then looked up at the sky-eye drone hovering above him. A playful smile tugged at the corner of So Yu's mouth. His body shifted as he deployed his leaf-treading movement technique. He darted into the jungle like an arrow released from a bow. He moved so quickly that even the sky-eye had to switch to high-speed tracking mode to keep up. 500 meters passed in an instant. This was an open clearing in the forest. A giant bear, covered in black iron hair, lay on the ground devouring a deer. It was an ironback bear at the middle stage of the blood energy realm. This beast was known for its defensive power. A standard alloy battle saber could only leave a white mark on its hide. For an average candidate, encountering an ironback bear was a nightmare. It usually required a team of 3 to 5 people to surround and kill it. The ironback bear sensed the human presence and stood up, letting out a deafening roar. Its bloodshot eyes fixed on the small two-legged creature before it, as if looking at a side dish. So Yu did not even draw his saber. He stood there quietly, even letting out a yawn. Too weak. So Yu shook his head. After the devilish training from So Wu, the clumsy movements of this ironback bear were full of openings in his eyes. The ironback bear was enraged by the human's contempt. It charged on all fours like a heavy tank, and every step shook the ground. Just as the bear's paw was about to smash So Yu's skull, So Yu moved. He did not use any flashy evasion, only a simple and direct punch. The wild ox punch, inch force. A dull boom echoed through the air. Time seemed to freeze. The ironback bear, weighing over 1,000 kilograms, was blasted off its feet by So Yu's seemingly light punch, flying backward 7 or 8 meters. A deep fist print was indented in its chest. Its ribs shattered instantly. It could not even let out a scream before it hit the ground hard, twitched twice, and fell still. One punch, instant death. The terminal beeped. You have killed a middle-stage blood energy beast. Points +5. Current ranking, 1022nd. So Yu did not even glance at the corpse on the ground as he turned and walked away. His movements were incredibly casual. This scene was captured by the big screen in the command center, which zoomed in on him. A collective intake of breath swept through the command center as the inspectors, who had been chatting casually, fell silent. Chapter 25. The practical examination continued into the second day at noon. The sun blazed overhead, and the temperature inside the black iron forest climbed to 40 degrees. The air hung heavy with the smell of rotting leaves and a faint, metallic scent of blood. So Yu tapped his wrist, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and squinted at the updated scoreboard. Number 1, Li Xing, 1,850 points. Number 2, So Yu, 1,005 points. He remained in second place, and the gap had widened. So Yu leaned against the trunk of a towering ancient tree, his brow furrowing. He had not closed his eyes since yesterday afternoon. Thanks to the chaos body, his acute perception of blood energy allowed him to hunt beasts at 10 times the efficiency of an average candidate. In a one-on-one fight, Li Xing could never catch up to him. So Yu snorted. These Martian students treated the examination ground like their own private garden. Through conversations with other Earth candidates, he already understood Li Xing's game. It was team play. Although the rules did not explicitly forbid teaming up, Li Xing led 4 experts with clearly defined roles. Of course his points were rising quickly with that kind of assembly line operation. Just as Suyu prepared to push off the tree and search for more prey, a chaotic and violent fluctuation of blood energy surged into his perception. It carried the distinct aura of human martial artists clashing. One of the signatures felt strangely familiar, though it was currently filled with panic. Suyu froze, his gaze turning sharp. He did not hesitate. He engaged his leaf-treading movement technique. He slipped into the forest like a ghost, moving silently toward the source of the disturbance. In a small clearing, taunts echoed through the trees. The group shouted for the target to keep running. One voice laughed, calling the Earth Girl weak for losing her strength so quickly. 5 students in silver combat suits formed a tight circle, observing the girl in the center like spectators at a zoo. It was Su Lele. She stood in a wretched state. Her high ponytail hung loose, and her face was covered in dirt and scrapes. The white martial arts uniform she wore had been slashed by blades, revealing streaks of crimson blood. Her left arm hung limp, clearly dislocated. She gripped a broken dagger in her right hand, her eyes blazing with fury and humiliation. Her scoring bracelet lay crushed on the ground at her feet. Su Lele gritted her teeth, her eyes reddening. She told them they had gone too far. She shouted that they had already stolen the bracelet and taken the points, so there was no reason to humiliate her like this. The crowd parted. Li Xing stepped out slowly, shaking his signature folding fan. He looked at Su Lele without a trace of pity, his expression one of arrogant amusement. He shrugged and claimed he was just bored. He insisted that killing beasts was tedious and that he needed to find some amusement. He remarked that someone had mentioned she shared a close relationship with the person in second place, that fellow named Suyu. Su Lele's expression shifted at the mention of Suyu's name. What a tyrannical punch. Zhang Ye praised him with genuine admiration. The physical strength of this boy probably exceeds that of an average person, at the great perfection of the Xiantian realm. It is not just strength. The grim Inspector Du, who had been silent until now, flashed a sharp look. His technique for applying force is perfect. Is that fist intent? To comprehend fist intent at such a young age. Pen Hong listened to the praise from the big shots and felt joy bubbling inside, though he kept a humble face. This is Suyu from our Kanglan First High School. He is usually quite low-key. Only Suwu and Libo remained unchanged in expression. Suwu already knew the strength of his son, while Libo narrowed his eyes slightly. This boy, he is truly not simple, Libo thought to himself. Meanwhile, at the other end of the exam site, in a forest of scattered rocks, a scream rang out. An Earth candidate was kicked into the air and slammed into a rock. The scoring bracelet on his wrist was forcibly torn off. 15 points. What a pauper. Li Xing discarded the seized bracelet on the ground in disgust and crushed it under his foot. 4 Martian candidates in silver combat suits followed him, each radiating the aura of the Xiantian, or even Grandmaster realm. Young Master, we have cleared out dozens of Earth candidates in this area. Our points are currently ranked first. A boy who looked like a sycophant said fawningly. First, that is a given. Li Xing shook his folding fan and stared into the depths of the forest. Let us continue. Li Xing clicked his tongue. A hint of malice flashed in his eyes. It seems to be true. Suyu is in second place now. He is biting at my heels. I really dislike people trailing behind me. Since I cannot catch him, I will start by cutting open his little girlfriend. Li Xing snapped his fingers. A follower, who had reached the full perfection of the Xiantian realm, stepped forward with a grin. He slapped the alloy staff in his hand. The rhythmic smacking sounds echoed. Little sister, do not blame your big brother for being rough. Su Lele closed her eyes in despair. A sudden gust of wind rushed by. The staff hovered inches from her body. Then a piercing whistle of wind exploded. A black shadow moved with the speed of a cannonball fired from a chamber. It collided with the surrounding circle in an instant. A heavy thud followed. The Martian candidate holding the staff did not have time to scream. He flew back like he had been struck by a speeding train. His chest caved in as he traveled more than 10 meters through the air. He crashed into the shrubs. Silence followed his landing. Dust settled. A tall, slender figure stood between Su Lele and the attackers. The youth had his shirt off, revealing well-defined muscle lines. A suffocating, violent aura radiated from him. His eyes were cold as eternal ice. He locked his gaze onto the group of Martian candidates. Suyu, Su Lele whispered. She opened her eyes to see the familiar back. Tears streamed down her face. Why are you here? She asked. There are too many of them. You need to run. Run, Suyu urged. He turned his head to look at Su Lele's dislocated arm and the scratches on her face. Rage ignited within him, consuming his reason. He reached out to gently wipe the dirt from her face. His voice remained gentle, though it hid endless killing intent. You were bullied, so why did you not press the distress button? I did not want to be disqualified, Su Lele sobbed. Foolish girl. Suyu turned to face Li Xing and the others. He slowly drew the alloy battle saber from his back. Yo. Li Xing looked at Suyu's sudden appearance. Panic did not touch him. Instead, he folded his fan, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Suyu, I have waited a long time for you. I thought we would meet later, but you delivered yourself to me. He glanced at the subordinate Suyu had punched away and raised an eyebrow. 1 punch to kill someone at the full perfection of the Xiantian realm. Not bad. It seems you have some skill, and did not just farm points based on luck. However, Li Xing's tone shifted, and his aura erupted. Do you think you can turn the tables alone? A boom shook the air. The late stage of the Grandmaster realm. A powerful wave of blood energy swept out from Li Xing. Fallen leaves swirled into the air, pulverized by the shockwave. At the same time, the 3 Martian candidates behind him fell into combat stances. They were all at the early stage of the Grandmaster realm. Inside the command center, the federal inspectors sat up straight as they watched the scene. "This is trouble," Zhang Ye said with a locked brow. Li Xing is at the late stage of the Grandmaster realm, and his equipment is top tier. Siyu is also a Grandmaster, but only at the early stage. Add in the 3 helpers, and this situation seems fatal. Li Bo sat in his chair, a teacup in hand. A faint smile touched his lips as he cast a glance at So Wu. "Mr. So, it seems your son is impulsive. Playing the hero is fine, but one must know their limits. If he presses the distress button now, there might still be time." So Wu remained expressionless. He watched the giant screen and tapped his fingers lightly against the table. "Elderly, you worry too much. In this world, some fights must be fought, even if it leads to bloodshed." Chapter 26. Siyu glared at the group surrounding him. "Using strength in numbers, is that all you can do? You animals." He did not waste another breath. Siyu pushed off the ground with his foot. The earth shattered beneath him as he transformed into a streak of light, lunging directly at the 3 early-stage Grandmaster small fry. The 3 candidates roared in anger. They brandished their weapons and met him head-on. They underestimated Siyu. "Get out of my way." Siyu muttered the command, channeling his mastered combat techniques to their limit. He moved through their coordinated assault like a butterfly darting through flowers. Every dodge occurred at the precise moment, missing their blades by mere millimeters. He found an opening and channeled the shaking force of the wild ox fist. He struck the back of one Martian candidate's blade. The terrifying vibrational power traveled through the weapon, causing the skin between the opponent's thumb and index finger to split. Siyu followed with a whip kick, sending the second man flying. The third candidate attempted a sneak attack, but Siyu spun around and struck with an elbow, slamming it into the man's face. The bridge of the opponent's nose collapsed, and he fell to the ground, screaming in agony. Siyu sharpened his skills on the edge of life and death, but these Martian young masters, while high in realm, lacked true grit. Li Xing frowned, cursing at the display. He did not expect Siyu to resolve the fight so quickly. "It seems I must deal with this myself." Li Xing stepped forward. The airflow sprayed from his specialized combat boots, pushing his speed to double its previous rate. "You are seeking death." Blue energy gauntlets covered Li Xing's fists. They carried a piercing sonic boom as he aimed directly for Siyu's face. This was the first stage of ancient martial arts, the Starfall Fist. The momentum of this punch was 10 times stronger than the attacks of the previous lackeys. Siyu's pupils shrank, leaving him with no room to dodge. "Come then." Siyu poured his blood energy into the attack, condensing the intent of his wild ox fist into his right hand, meeting force with force. A thunderous sound resonated across the clearing, and the shock waves rolled outward. Siyu felt a massive force travel up his arm, making his bones groan. He retreated 5 or 6 steps, leaving a deep crater in the ground with every impact. Li Xing only retreated half a step. Late-stage Grandmaster is truly powerful. Siyu shook his numbed arm, his expression grave. The suppression of the realm, combined with the opponent's gauntlet weapons, put him at a disadvantage in a pure test of strength. Li Xing beat his fist in triumph. "How does that feel? What will you fight me with? That broken blade of yours? Come again." Li Xing pressed his advantage, his figure moving like a phantom. His offense rained down like a violent storm. Siyu pulled out his battle saber to block the incoming strikes. The sounds of clashing metal filled the air as sparks flew. Li Xing's fists were as hard as diamond. Every time a punch struck the blade, it sent blood energy surging through Siyu's body. Li Xing saw a flash of ruthlessness in his own eyes. He seized the moment when Siyu was between offensive movements and put his strength into a single punch aimed at the center of the battle saber. A sharp crack echoed through the forest. The alloy battle saber, which had accompanied Siyu for so long, finally failed under the bombardment of the late-stage Grandmaster. It let out a mournful sound and snapped into 2 pieces. "Siyu, be careful," Su Lele screamed, her face draining of color. In the command center, Li Bo's smile widened. "The outcome is decided." Siyu stared at the broken blade in his hand. Li Xing struck his chest with a punch, sending him flying backward. He crashed onto the ground, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Siyu struggled to stand up. His chest burned with intense pain. Unbearable. Li Xing walked toward him step by step, his face filled with the arrogance of a victor. "You have no weapon and your realm is inferior to mine. What else can you do?" Siyu wiped the blood from his lip, keeping his head lowered so that no one could see his expression. Only he knew the truth. He was smiling. "You are right. I cannot win in a pure test of strength." Siyu slowly raised his head. His eyes had shifted, turning into a chaotic, hazy gray. "But who told you that I only possess a blade?" Li Xing frowned, a sense of unease rising within him for no reason. "Stop playing tricks. It is over." Li Xing did not want to drag this out. He condensed all his blood energy. This was his strongest strike. He vowed to punch a hole through Siyu's chest. The wind of his fist whistled as it arrived in the blink of an eye. In that moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. Siyu did not dodge. He did not block. Instead, he spread his arms wide in an embrace, meeting Li Xing's fist head-on. Seeking death. Li Xing beamed. When the fist met Siyu's chest, no sound of cracking bone followed. Instead, Li Xing felt his fist strike a mass of cotton, or sink into a bottomless quagmire. One of Siyu's hands locked onto his wrist. Caught you. Suyu's voice fell to a demonic whisper. Chaos body, activate. A low hum vibrated through the air. An intense suction exploded from the skin where they touched. What? Li Xing's pupils dilated to the limit. Terror flooded him. He realized his proud blood energy of a late-stage Grandmaster was pouring into Suyu's body, like a breached floodgate. What are you doing? Let go of me. Li Xing struggled, but the more he fought, the faster his energy drained. Within 2 seconds, his rosy face turned pale as paper. His legs went soft. Suyu's aura, previously withered, ignited like a fire doused in gasoline. It surged. His wounds healed. His blood energy overflowed. He showed signs of breaking through to the middle stage of the Grandmaster realm. Is this the blood energy of a Martian genius? Not bad. Suyu's eyes flashed with a razor-sharp light. He felt the explosive power within him. That felt good, did it not? Now it is my turn. Suyu released the wrist. Li Xing stood too weak to remain upright. Giving it back. Suyu clenched his right fist. It held not only his own power, but the blood energy plundered from Li Xing. This punch possessed no flashy technique, only absolute violence. A boom louder than any previous collision echoed. Suyu's fist slammed into Li Xing's chest. The priceless nano-combat suit exploded. The protective layer of blood energy shattered like paper. Li Xing's eyes bulged as he vomited a stream of blood 2 meters high. He flew backward like a kicked soccer ball, sailing over 30 meters and snapping 3 large trees before coming to a halt. He collapsed on the ground like a pile of mud. His chest caved in. He drew only ragged, shallow breaths. The arrogance in his eyes had vanished, replaced by deep fear and confusion. He had lost. He had lost to a lowly earthling. The entire field fell into a deathly silence. The few Martian candidates who had just climbed back to their feet saw the scene and felt their legs give out. They knelt down again. Inside the command room, the teacup in Li Bo's hand shattered. He stood up, his face ashen. What technique is this? Suwu remained seated. He blew gently on the tea foam and a faint, mocking smile curled his lip. Elderly, keep calm. Children are fighting. It is normal to have a few hidden cards. On the battlefield, Suyu panted, smoothing the turbulent blood energy within his body. He approached Li Xing and looked down at the genius who had once acted as if he were above everyone. You lost. Suyu bent down and tore the scoring bracelet from Li Xing's wrist. And you lot. Suyu turned to the trembling Martian candidates. Hand them over yourselves, or do I need to take them? A few minutes later, Suyu held over 20 bracelets. He transferred all the points to his account. A beep signaled the leaderboard refreshing. Number 1, Suyu, 3,250 points. He had created a massive gap. Suyu discarded the empty bracelets, walked over to Su Lele, and pulled AC-grade recovery fluid from his pocket. Can you still walk? Su Lele stared blankly at the boy standing before her like a war god. A blush rose on her face, and she nodded vigorously. Yes. Then let us go. Suyu picked up his broken blade, slung it over his back, and walked out of the forest. Chapter 27. The setting sun bled across the sky, staining the vast black iron forest beyond the Kanglan base with a desolate, orange glow. As the final sliver of light sank beneath the horizon, the practical examination, which had dragged on for 36 hours, finally drew to a close. The instructor's voice cut through the air via the Sky Eye terminals. The exam is finished. All candidates must cease combat immediately and head to the nearest assembly point for evacuation. Hearing the command, the candidates collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Cheers erupted from those relieved to have survived. Others buried their faces in their hands, weeping from the sheer terror of the beasts. Some helped one another, limping back toward the transport. A long procession of vehicles made its way along the alloy road leading to the Kanglan base. Suyu led the vanguard. He carried his broken, yet still sharp, battle saber on his back, his expression steady. Su Lele walked beside him. Though injured, her wounds had been bandaged, and she chattered with excitement. Suyu, do you know? Su Lele waved her uninjured hand, stars dancing in her eyes. 3,250 points. That is the highest record in the history of the Kanglan base. It is a landslide victory. The person in second place barely cracked 1,000, not even a fraction of your total. Suyu offered a faint smile. No surge of pride stirred within him. With the chaos body and a martial emperor for father, bullying his peers felt like a hollow victory. His gaze drifted past the small exam field, resting instead on the vast, distant stars. However, some people seemed quite dissatisfied. A malicious gaze pricked his skin. Suyu did not turn back, only allowing his peripheral vision to scan the rear of the convoy. Li Xing's nano-combat suit hung in tatters. His handsome, arrogant face had swollen into a bruised, unrecognizable mess. Resentment burned in his eyes as he glared at the front of the line. Out here, under the strict laws of the base city, Suyu doubted his rival would dare to strike. By the time they returned to the Kanglan base, lanterns lined the streets. The plaza overflowed with people for the annual event. The massive holographic screen cycled through the final rankings, each name triggering a wave of cheers or sighs. Look, the top ranking is up. It is Suyu. It is Suyu from our first high school. My god, 3,250 points. Is that data correct? In past years, the top scorer for the Kanglan base barely reached 800. When Suyu and Su Lele entered the plaza, the atmosphere exploded. Classmates who rarely spoke to him surged forward with enthusiasm. Big brother, you are incredible. A tall boy slapped Suyu on the shoulder, his face flushed with excitement. From now on, you are my own brother. When you are rich and powerful, do not forget me. Suyu, can I get your autograph? My little sister worships you. Suyu felt awkward under the sudden spotlight, but he offered a polite response. Just luck, only luck. Li Xing walked into the plaza, catching sight of the earthlings cheering for Suyu. He coughed, a spray of red dotting the air. His internal injuries had not healed, and the surge of anger made his blood boil. He nearly vomited blood again. Young master, are you all right? His lackey rushed to support him. Get lost. Li Xing shoved his subordinate away, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Suyu, who stood surrounded by an adoring crowd. He was the young master of the Martian family, a child of heaven. Yet, in this backwater, a peasant had slapped his face in public, stolen his points, and turned him into the ultimate laughingstock. Suyu, Suyu. Li Xing roared in his mind, his fingernails digging deep into his palms until blood dripped. Let us go. He refused to stay another second. Shrouded in humiliation and surrounded by mocking stares, he scurried into the luxury hovercar. In the center of the base city, on the top floor of a luxury hotel reserved for foreign guests, a glass shattered. The expensive crystal glass shattered violently against the floor. Red wine spread across the marble surface like fresh blood. I want him dead. I want him dead right now. Li Xing's face twisted into a mask of rage. He roared like a madman around the room. Li Bo. That Suyu must die. He must die, and I want his entire family wiped out with him. I will make the entire Kanglan base understand the price of offending my Li family. In the shadows of the corner, Li Bo stood motionless. No joy or sorrow registered on that wrinkled, aged face. He watched his young master lose control and sighed inwardly. This is the successor the family raised. He crumbles into hysterics at the slightest setback. He lacks any depth. Young master, Li Bo spoke slowly. His voice sounded raspy. You cannot kill Suyu. At least not now. Not while so many eyes watch. Why? You are a martial saint. You are the martial saint the family sent to protect me. In this backwater place, who can stop you? Suyu holds the top rank in the exam. He is a primary target of federal attention. Furthermore, Li Bo paused. The image of the middle-aged man locking eyes with him outside the exam hall flashed in his mind. Suyu's father, Suwu, possesses unfathomable strength. I suspect he is also a martial saint. A martial saint. Ha. Ha 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 ha. Li Xing acted as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world. Li Bo, have you lost your mind in your old age? Can a place like this produce a martial saint? Even if he is a martial saint, he is just an amateur. Can he compare to a legitimate martial saint like you, built on the foundations of a powerful family? I do not care. Li Xing rushed to Li Bo. He gripped the old man's sleeve tightly. His eyes burned with madness. This is an order. I am the heir to the family, and I order you to kill Suyu. Immediately. Right now. If you do not, I will tell my father you watched me get humiliated and refused to help. Li Bo looked at the nearly insane youth and fell silent. The family hierarchy remains strict. Even though he holds the rank of martial saint, he serves as a servant within the Li family. The old servant understands. Li Bo sighed deeply. The helplessness in his eyes gradually transformed into cold killing intent. Since you insist, young master, this old servant will remove this obstacle from your mind. As for Suwu, if he knows his place, so be it. If he does not, I will make him fall here, even if I have to suffer federal punishment. With those words, Li Bo's figure blurred slightly and vanished into thin air. Suyu remained unaware that a lethal plot against him had begun. After he finished the registration for his points, night had fallen. He and Su Lele strolled down the commercial street of the base. Neon lights flickered on both sides of the street, and the stalls released enticing aromas. Here, have the strawberry ice cream you wanted. Suyu handed over a pink cone. Thank you. Su Lele took the ice cream and smiled sweetly. Her large eyes curved into crescents. Suyu, do you know that today was your coolest day in the past 3 years? Suyu took a bite of his plain ice cream and shrugged. What? Was I not cool before? You were cool before, but you were too dull. Like a little old man. Su Lele made a funny face. She snuck a glance at Suyu, her cheeks heating up. You ranked first. You will definitely go to the best school, Beijing Martial Arts University, or Shanghai Martial Arts University, right? Yes. Suyu nodded. Then I have to work hard too. Su Lele clenched her small fist. A trace of loneliness flashed in her eyes. Although I cannot get into Beijing Martial Arts University, I will apply to the school next door. Will we still be able to see each other often then? The young girl's thoughts drifted like the wind on this summer night. They felt restless and green. Suyu stopped walking. He looked at the girl who had always quietly supported him. He focused his mind on martial arts, but he was no block of wood. Of course. Suyu reached out and ruffled Su Lele's hair gently. When the time comes, I will look after you. If anyone bullies you, I will do what I did today. I will knock them away. Su Lele froze. A smile, brighter than fireworks, bloomed on her face. It is a promise. It is a promise. The two of them smiled at each other. Pink bubbles seemed to rise in the air between them. Chapter 28. A voice laced with amusement cut through the air behind them, dragging them back to reality. It was a scene-running sound that shattered the romantic mood. Suyu and Su Lele jumped, startled, and quickly stepped apart. Suwu stood under the street lamp. He stood with his hands buried in his pockets, and the small beast named White perched on his shoulder. The creature munched on a chicken leg while Suwu watched the pair with a doting smile. This girl is not bad. She has wide hips, good for bearing children. The creature spoke before Suwu could utter a word. It delivered the critique with an air of superiority, that felt far too old for its size. It licked the grease from its claws and tilted its head to examine Suyu with intelligent, shimmering eyes. She is okay, I suppose, but is one human female enough? I saw on the television that those powerful experts usually have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Suyu felt the heat rush to his face. He wished he could simply vanish into the pavement. Su Lele covered her face in embarrassment, stammered a quick greeting to the uncle, and turned to run away. Dad, White, can you please take this seriously? Suyu looked at the pair, feeling utterly helpless. I am being very serious. Suwu strolled forward slowly. He watched Su Lele disappear into the distance, the corners of his mouth lifting. Just a friend? Very well, I believe you. However, young man, you must exercise restraint. A martial artist must preserve their primordial energy before. Stop. Suyu cut his father off, unable to endure another word. There is nothing going on between us. I only care about getting stronger right now. Suwu smiled, but the playful glint in his eyes vanished. A weight replaced it, heavier than anything Suyu had seen before. Suwu turned his gaze toward the dark sky at the end of the street. The bright starlight faded. An invisible, terrifying pressure fell over the street like a dark cloud. Street lamps flickered as the surrounding pedestrians sensed the encroaching horror. They fled instinctively, and the busy street emptied in seconds. It is time. Suwu spoke the 2 words softly. An aged figure materialized in the air above them. He stood in the void, hands behind his back, requiring no device to stay aloft. His gray robe snapped in the night wind. A suffocating wave of blood energy swirled around him. It was Li Bo. The stooped butler had vanished, replaced by a martial saint who held the power of life and death. He looked down at the father and son duo. His gaze pierced them like a falcon. His voice sounded cold as eternal ice. I did not wish to bully the young with my seniority. However, some people are ignorant of the heights of heaven and earth. You offended someone you should not have touched. Suwu moved to shield Suyu, his expression calm. He treated the martial saint as if he were merely an elderly neighbor. Does a dignified young master of the Li family lose his character along with the match? Suwu asked, his tone laced with mockery. You beat the young, and now the old has come to seek revenge. Is that all the Li family from Mars is capable of? Put simply, you are arrogant. Li Bo stiffened, his face darkening as he gave a cold shout. A terrifying pressure belonging to the martial saint realm descended like a tidal wave. The glass in nearby buildings shattered simultaneously. Spiderweb cracks spread across the asphalt road. Whether or not they can afford to lose is not for you to decide. Today, I am simply handling a matter for the young master. Murderous intent radiated from Li Bo. Breathing became difficult for Suyu. The pressure felt like a mountain crushing his frame, making it impossible to move a single finger. Was this a martial saint? His aura alone left Suyu, a grandmaster, utterly helpless. Suwu laughed. He took a single step forward. A terrifying, even more arrogant force erupted from Suwu. His blood energy, gold and purple, coiled like a dragon, and instantly tore through the restrictive pressure Li Bo had imposed. The 2 auras of the martial saint realm collided in the air, creating the dull sound of rolling thunder. Suwu lifted his head. His gaze pierced the air like lightning, locking onto Li Bo in the sky above. You old thing. Who gave you the courage to try? Li Bo's pupils contracted sharply. You are a martial saint as well. Despite his prior suspicions, the moment he truly felt Suwu's bottomless aura, a tempest surged in Li Bo's heart. This remote base really did hide a dragon. The arrow was on the string. It had to be released. Humph. Since we are both martial saints, I will take the opportunity to learn from your esteemed techniques. Li Bo understood that he could not return to his family without completing his mission. He relied on his noble upbringing and the top-tier cultivation techniques he practiced. He refused to believe he could lose to some self-taught amateur. Suwu, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Do not waste your cultivation level for the sake of your son. No one the Li family once dead has ever managed to survive. Suwu watched the impending clash, but he did not strike first. He tilted his head slightly and whispered to White, the creature perched on his shoulder. White, take Suyu away. I am not going, Dad. Suyu grew anxious. He tried to step forward, but Suwu's voice brooked no argument. Go. A battle of this level has shockwaves that will crush you to death. Your presence here only distracts me. White might have seemed unreliable, but it showed loyalty when it mattered most. Understanding the severity of the situation, the creature leaped from Suwu's shoulder. Its body expanded instantly. It clamped its jaws onto Suyu's clothes. Kid, stop making trouble. Compared to your father, you are just a fragile chicken. Get going. White transformed into a streak of white light and dragged Suyu into the distance. Li Bo witnessed the escape attempt. He gathered his primordial energy, shaping a flame that he hurled towards Suyu. You want to run? Stay right here. Your opponent is me. Suwu snorted. He flicked his finger. A snapping sound echoed. A streak of purple and gold energy erupted, shattering the fireball instantly. You old thing, your opponent is me. Tonight, I will teach you what it means to enter a place and never return. Suwu ascended slowly, facing Li Bo across the open space. The great battle was about to erupt. Several kilometers away, 3 figures stood silently atop the city walls. They stared into the night, watching the 2 terrifying auras rising from the city center. These were the 3 federal inspectors. A battle of martial saints. Zhang Ye watched the distorted sky and shook his head. His eyes brimmed with wariness and helplessness. Rumors say the Martian Li family acts with tyranny back home. I see now that the rumors are true. To settle a dispute between juniors, they actually deployed a martial saint to fight in a downtown area. They act this arrogantly on our Earth territory. Are we just going to watch? The hot-tempered inspector surnamedly crossed his arms. He snorted, his fists clenching so tightly that his knuckles popped. What else can we do? The quiet inspector surnamed Du sighed. A deep sense of powerlessness filled his gaze. That is a martial saint. Although the three of us are martial emperors, stepping in would be like serving ourselves up as a meal. Furthermore, that is the Li family. Even the high-level federal officials show them respect. Inspector Du watched the two figures collide in the distance. He shook his head. The duty of our inspectors is to maintain the order of the examination. However, we are powerless to intervene in a private fight of this caliber. Suwu is a martial saint, but he likely faces grim prospects. It is a pity for Suyu. He was a talent gifted by heaven. Tonight, he will likely fall alongside his father. Chapter 29. The night wind was piercing. It rolled dead leaves across the ground. Two streaks of light tore across the night sky above Kanglan Base, following one another closely. They descended onto a barren Gobi desert 30 kilometers from the base. This was a true no-man land. Aside from jagged rocks and the whistling wind, nothing remained. Li Bo hovered in the void. His grey robe snapped in the wind. He watched Suwu, who floated opposite him. A hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly eclipsed by cold, murderous intent. Suwu, I once thought you would use the civilians in the base as cover to force my hand. I did not expect you to follow me out here. For this courage alone, you are a man of note. Suwu stood with his hands behind his back. Purple, golden blood energy rippled across his skin, insulating him from the biting cold wind. He looked at Li Bo and offered a faint smile. There is no one else here. You do not need to pretend to be a senior expert. Li Bo, you lured me out here because you want to kill me, and then kill my son, so you can report back to that useless young master of yours. Actually, I also want to test how much skill the legendary orthodox martial saint of the Martian Li family truly possesses. The old man's face darkened. Frost covered his wrinkled features instantly. I am only a first-stage martial saint, but I practice the Li family secret art, the Li fire profound technique. I can command the heavenly fire and burn all things. You are just a stray dog who clawed your way up from the mountains of earth. How can you compare to me? Today, I will show you what true foundation and orthodoxy mean. The atmosphere erupted. Li Bo's aura exploded outward. The heavenly energy within a 10-kilometer radius seemed to answer a monarch's summons. It swarmed toward him in a frenzy. The pitch-black night sky glowed with a strange, eerie crimson light. Blazing flames ignited from nothingness, swirling violently around Li Bo. He looked like a flame demon walking out of magma. Li Bo pushed his withered palms forward. A roar tore through the air. Endless flames condensed into a crimson fire dragon stretching 100 meters long. The dragon looked lifelike. Every scale stood out. It carried a temperature capable of burning the sky and boiling the sea, along with a suffocating pressure. It lunged at Suwu, claws and teeth bared. Where the fire dragon passed, the air burned through instantly. A jarring sizzling sound filled the air. The Gobi desert below turned directly into flowing magma. This was the power of a martial saint. One move could destroy a city and eradicate the land. Suwu faced the terrifying fire dragon, yet not a trace of panic crossed his features. The sky full of fire reflected in his pupils, but his heart remained cold and still. Flashy but hollow. Suwu did not call upon heavenly energy. He simply spread his feet apart in the void. His spine snapped like a dragon. Every muscle in his body synchronized like a precision instrument. Blood energy surged. Blood energy compressed. Suwu executed the wild ox fist, mountain-crushing true intent. He did not dodge. He met the giant dragon head with a single, unadorned punch. The punch lacked flashy light effects. It had no earth-shattering energy waves. It contained only pure, extreme blood energy. The punch connected with the fire dragon. Time seemed to stop for 1 second. A thunderous rumble followed. A terrifying shockwave centered on the point of impact and spiraled outward. The arrogant 100-meter fire dragon felt like a balloon pierced by a steel needle. It shattered inch by inch, starting from the head. The sky full of flames bowed before Suwu's overbearing fist intent. It turned into countless tiny sparks and dissipated into the night wind. The powerful impact force did not lose momentum. It slammed into the Gobi desert below, blasting a giant crater dozens of meters in diameter. Dust and smoke soared into the sky. Li Bo's pupils contracted. Incredulity washed over his face. You did not use heavenly energy. You shattered my fire dragon with pure physical strength alone. How is this possible? In the common sense of the martial arts world, martial saints were powerful because they could borrow the power of heaven and earth. No matter how strong a physical body became, it had limits. How could it resist the vastness of the heavens? He did not know that Suwu was not just a martial saint. He was a martial saint with a supreme chaos body. His physical strength was already over 10 times that of his peers. Is this what you call orthodoxy? Suwu walked out from the fire sparks. Not even a corner of his clothes was scorched. He clapped his hands. A hint of disappointment colored his tone. If this is the only temperature you have, it is not enough. You brat, do not be arrogant. Li Bo was utterly enraged by Suwu's contempt. He formed seals with his hands rapidly. Whoosh. More violent heavenly energy gathered. A giant fire vortex over 100 meters in diameter formed behind Li Bo. The vortex rotated at high speed, emitting a sharp, whistling sound. The terrifying suction force generated even pulled giant boulders from the ground into the sky, instantly melting them into magma. Swallow him for me, Li Bo shouted. The giant fire vortex descended upon Sowu like a doomsday storm. Facing this even more violent attack, Sowu finally drew the ordinary alloy long blade from his waist. The blade resembled water. Cold light glinted from the surface. A sharp edge that seemed capable of cutting through space erupted from Sowu. He made no wasted movements. He took a deep breath, gripped the blade with both hands, and slashed lightly at the fire vortex that blocked out the sky. Sowu executed the space-breaking blade, flow-breaking. A purple gold blade light only 3 meters long left his hand. This blade light appeared so small before the 100-meter vortex, but it was sharp enough to make one afraid to look at it directly. It cut into the fire vortex like a red-hot table knife slicing through butter. It sliced through the outer wall of the fire vortex without resistance. It severed the internal energy nodes. Finally, the giant fire vortex split into two in the air. The structure collapsed and shattered with a roar. Rain of fire fell from the sky like gorgeous fireworks. Sowu stood still, clutching his blade. His expression remained indifferent. Li Bo stumbled and emerged from the flames. His face looked somewhat pale, but the rage in his eyes burned even hotter. I did not expect a stray martial saint like you to comprehend the state of mind to such a level. Li Bo gritted his teeth. However, if you do not use heavenly energy, you are only consuming yourself in the end. I want to see how long you can hold on. Condense. Following Li Bo's loud shout, the scattered flames around his body condensed once more. They turned into a crimson war armor that shimmered with flowing light, wrapping around his entire body. Magma-like patterns flowed across the surface of the armor. It emitted a temperature of several thousand degrees. Li Bo reached out into the void. A bright red long blade appeared out of thin air. The moment this blade appeared, the surrounding space twisted and deformed, emitting a sizzling sound. Li Bo shifted his posture. He abandoned ranged spells this time, opting for close quarters combat. He was a mage-style martial saint, yet with his divine weapon and battle armor, his melee capability remained terrifying. He surged forward like a meteor. His long blade carried the weight of heaven and earth, slashing directly at Sowu's skull. Sowu wore a strange smile. He flicked his wrist, meeting the strike with his own mundane alloy blade. Metal clanged against metal with a deafening roar. Sparks flew. Li Bo felt a bizarre force snake along the blade. It was not the simple recoil of a head-on collision. It was a precise, twisting vibration that neutralized 70% of his strike's momentum. Li Bo gasped. He held a first-tier ancient weapon. Sowu's piece of junk should have shattered or melted instantly. Yet, Sowu's blade glowed red but held firm. In the instant of contact, Sowu's wrist vibrated thousands of times at a frequency invisible to the naked eye. This was fine control combat technique. He used high-frequency vibration and clever force redirection to disperse the terrifying impact across his body and into the surrounding air. Li Bo refused to accept this. He swung his blade wildly. Clang, 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 clang. Two figures became blurs in the night sky, colliding frantically. Li Bo's offensive poured down like a storm. Each strike carried blazing heat, desperate to melt Sowu. Sowu stayed mostly on the defensive, only striking to hit the weak point of Li Bo's exertion, forcing the man to retreat. After 100 rounds, Li Bo felt increasingly alarmed and irritable. Sowu acted like a bottomless black hole. No matter the explosive power Li Bo unleashed, the man absorbed it with ease. Sowu's iron blade, under his fine control, actually withstood the bombardment of an ancient weapon. Sowu forced Li Bo back with a single strike, shook his aching wrist, and spoke coldly. Your blade technique is far too crude. You rely entirely on your divine weapon and cultivation level to oppress others. It seems martial arts on Mars have truly lost their way. Li Bo's composure shattered. He screamed for the man to be silent. He vowed to show him the meaning of despair. Li Bo went entirely mad. He held nothing back. His martial saint blood energy churned frantically, even burning his origin blood essence. 9 giant fire dragons manifested from thin air, sealing all of Sowu's escape routes. Li Bo leaped high. His ancient weapon erupted with dazzling red light. The blade expanded to 10 meters, bringing down a destructive force as he hacked at the trapped Sowu. This strike gathered the full cultivation of Li Bo's life. It was his strongest technique. He roared for the man to die. Facing this all-encompassing death trap, Sowu suddenly sheathed his long blade. He looked at the descending Li Bo and a sneer touched his lips. He had waited for this exact moment of desperation. If Li Bo had kept kiting him, Sowu would have needed more effort to take him down. But now, the man had voluntarily delivered all his blood energy and primordial energy to his doorstep. He would not be polite. Sowu flashed forward. He did not retreat. He rushed toward the terrifying blade light. Li Bo felt joy, thinking the man was seeking death. However, the instant the blade edge almost touched Sowu, the man shifted slightly. His fine control movement technique exploded. He dodged the blade by a hair's breadth. He stuck to Li Bo's front like an octopus. They stood less than 10 centimeters apart. Sowu stretched out his hands, pressing them directly onto the flaming armor covering Li Bo's chest. Old thing, I will borrow your blood energy. A low hum resonated. The man who had been laughing moments before froze. The skin touching Sowu felt like an entrance to the abyss. The massive primordial energy and blood energy burning inside him, ready to unleash a final killing strike, suddenly burst like a broken dam. Li Bo screamed in terror. He tried to struggle and retreat, but realized he could not move. The suction force was too terrifying. Within a single breath, the majestic flaming armor on Li Bo extinguished with a soft puff. The 9 terrifying fire dragons in the air dissipated into nothingness, starved of energy. Even the glow on the ancient weapon in his hand dimmed. Suwoo glowed with surging purple and gold light as the massive, high-quality martial saint blood energy flooded his body. Li Bo begged, his soul nearly leaving his body, asking not to be killed. Suwoo watched the old man. He released his grip and drove an elbow into the chest that had lost its protective energy. Crack, crack. The stomach-churning sound of shattering bone echoed. Li Bo's breastbone pulverized. He flew backward like a cannonball, blood mixed with internal organ fragments spraying from his mouth. He slammed into a stone mountain, collapsing half the peak. Smoke and dust filled the air. Suwoo landed slowly, rolling his neck until it popped. He walked to the ruins. He looked at Li Bo, who lay in the pile of rubble like a dead dog, drawing only ragged breaths. He shook his head. So this is what you call an orthodox martial saint. Suwoo reached out, grabbing Li Bo like a chick. The man's face dripped with blood, his eyes unfocused. All the dignity of a martial saint had vanished. Only endless fear and despair remained. The man begged weakly not to be killed. Suwoo grinned, exposing white teeth that appeared chilling in the moonlight. He told him he would not be killed yet. The young master was still waiting at the base. Suwoo hoisted Li Bo, flickered, and transformed into a streak of light, flying toward the direction of Kanglan Base. Chapter 30. The iron walls of Kanglan Base loomed under the night sky. The wind howled, carrying the chill of the wilderness. 3 federal inspectors, each at the Martial Emperor level, stood upon the ramparts. Their gazes locked onto the wasteland dozens of kilometers away where the energy fluctuations had finally subsided. Just minutes earlier, that landscape had been a purgatory of soaring flames and crisscrossing blade energy. A battle between martial saints had taken place there. Is it over? Zhang Ye swallowed, his voice raspy. Suddenly, a streak of purple and gold light tore through the dark night sky. It approached from the distance, accompanied by a sound of tearing air that suffocated everyone within earshot. It is here. The 3 inspectors tensed, instinctively calling upon their protective blood energy. A beam of light crashed into the wall, shattering the sturdy alloy ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled and the light faded, a tall figure walked out from the shadows. Suwoo wore casual gray clothes, not a speck of dust on him. He looked as calm as if he had just taken a walk downstairs. He held a bloodied, limp old man by the collar, dragging him like a dead dog. When the 3 inspectors caught sight of the old man, a collective intake of breath echoed along the wall. The face was bruised and unrecognizable, caked in blood, but the iconic gray robe betrayed his identity. It was Li Bo, the high and mighty, orthodox martial saint from the Li family on Mars. His breathing was as weak as a gossamer thread, his chest caved in. The arrogance he once possessed had evaporated. Zhang Ye felt his brain was about to explode. He had imagined countless endings. Suwoo dying in defeat, Suwoo fleeing with heavy injuries, or even a draw. He had never considered that Suwoo could capture a martial saint alive. To defeat and to kill are different concepts. To kill and to capture alive are worlds apart. To capture a martial saint alive required strength at least 2 minor realms higher than the opponent. Could Suwoo be a middle stage, or perhaps a high stage martial saint? The shallow waters of Kanglan Base hid a dragon of unimaginable power. Suwoo shifted the unconscious Li Bo to his other hand and swept a cold, indifferent gaze over the 3 terrified federal officials. Why are you just standing there? His voice was low, yet carried an unquestionable majesty. Where is Li Xing? The 3 men looked at one another, their minds blank. They opened their mouths, but shock and fear clogged their throats. Not a sound emerged. Suwoo furrowed his brow, and the pressure of a martial saint, still lingering from the recent slaughter, leaked out. The stone tiles beneath their feet shattered instantly. He is at the Tianhao Hotel. In the top-floor presidential suite, Zhang Ye was the first to snap out of his stupor. He nearly knelt in terror, his speech rattling off like a machine gun. That is where the base hosts foreign guests. Li Xing has been there since the exam ended. Thanks. Suwoo nodded, not sparing them another glance. He tapped his toes, and his body transformed into a streak of purple and gold light, shooting toward the center of the base city. Only when Suwoo's aura completely vanished did the 3 men on the wall feel the mountain pressing down on their hearts lift. They gasped for air, finding their backs soaked in cold sweat. The world has changed. It really has changed. Inspector Du watched the direction of Suwoo's departure, muttering to himself. In the center of Kanglan Base, inside the presidential suite of the Tianhao International Hotel, the luxurious crystal chandelier cast a soft glow. Expensive Persian rugs covered the floor. The setting exuded nobility and comfort, seemingly isolated from the bloody world outside. Li Xing sat on a leather sofa, holding a bottle of expensive red wine, gnashing his teeth as he drank. His face had been treated, and the swelling had subsided, but the burning humiliation stuck to him like bone marrow. He gulped down the wine, his eyes glinting with malice. In his mind, Li Bo taking action was a dimensional strike. A martial saint killing a grandmaster was no different from crushing an ant. Siyu was likely a corpse by now, or suffering a fate worse than death in Li Bo's hands. Humph. What a genius. What top scorer. Before absolute strength and background, you are all trash. Without warning, a deafening explosion shattered the quiet. The explosion-resistant door, crafted from special alloy, flew open as if it were a thin sheet of paper, kicked aside by a terrifying force. The twisted door panel whizzed across half the living room and slammed into the floor-to-ceiling window, shattering the bulletproof glass. Ah! Li Xing jumped, wine spilling all over him. He bounced off the sofa and stared at the doorway in terror. Who is it? Who dares to intrude in my room? As the dust settled, a middle-aged man stood in the doorway. Suwoo. His face remained expressionless. In his right hand, he held a bloodied figure. Li Bo. When he saw the face of the bloodied man, the rage on Li Xing's face froze. Extreme fear replaced it. This was his guardian. This was the martial saint of the Li family. This was the foundation of his arrogance on earth. Now he was being carried like a dead dog. This is impossible. It must be a hallucination. Li Xing staggered back 2 steps and fell onto the sofa. His lips trembled, unable to form a complete sentence. What? Are you surprised? Suwoo sneered and strode into the room. Is this the orthodox martial saint you relied on? Is this the confidence you had to kill my son? Suwoo tossed the half-deadly bow at Li Xing's feet. Fresh blood splattered onto Li Xing's skin. The warm touch made him realize this was not a dream. Li Xing let out a shrill scream. He scrambled backward on his hands and feet, curling up in the corner of the sofa. You don't come any closer, he warned. I am the direct descendant of the Li family from Mars. My father is the head of the Li family. My grandfather is a Star-Lord realm expert. If you dare touch a hair on my head, the Li family will never let you go. Suwoo stepped forward. His crushing aura stifled the air until Li Xing struggled to draw a single breath. Suwoo stopped before the sofa. He loomed over the trembling insect, his eyes filled with contempt. If the Li family consists only of cowards like you, then I will see what they can truly do to me. Suwoo knew he was not yet strong enough to provoke the entire Li family. He could not show fear, nor could he kill the boy. Killing Li Xing would spark a blood feud, driving the Li family to seek revenge at any cost. He needed to strike at the heart of the boy's resolve. He needed to put on a performance. Li Xing's composure shattered when he realized his threats held no power. He wailed, tears and mucus smeared across his face. What do you want? What do I want? Suwoo's eyes flashed with a cold light. He lunged forward, grabbing Li Xing by his expensive collar and hoisting him into the air. You were arrogant enough before, were you not? You sent this old dog to claim my son's life. Show me that arrogance again. I dare you. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Li Xing kicked his legs in the air, a helpless child flailing. Please, let me go. I have money. 10 billion. I will give you anything if you just spare me. Money. Suwoo sneered. Disgust washed over him. He swung his arm. The smack echoed through the room. The blow carried no blood energy, only pure physical force, yet it left a mark Li Xing would remember for a lifetime. Half a bloody tooth flew across the room. Li Xing's left cheek swelled instantly, his vision blurring as a dull ringing filled his ears. That is for my son. Suwoo followed with a backhand blow. That one was just because I felt like it. Li Xing slumped, his eyes unfocused. All thought of resistance vanished, leaving only a desperate need to beg. Stop. Please stop. I am nothing. Just let me go. Suwoo watched the once arrogant noble from Mars grovel like a dog. The anger within him finally began to subside. He tossed Li Xing back onto the sofa like trash. Listen closely. Suwoo straightened his collar, adopting an air of unfathomable depth. He turned his back to Li Xing, staring out at the shattered night sky beyond the window. His voice dropped to a deep, mysterious register. Li Bo, I know you are awake. On the floor, Li Bo's body trembled. The old man struggled to pry his eyelids open just a fraction. Go back and tell those ancient relics in your Li family. Suwoo's voice carried an arrogance that looked down upon the entire world, and a hidden strength that defied explanation. Do you truly believe that a talent like a martial saint would simply appear out of thin air in a place like the Kanglin base? If the forces behind me did not wish to avoid exposing themselves, and if they did not disdain to bicker with the insignificant techniques of your Li family, both of you would be dead today. Suwoo flashed out of the room, leaping through the shattered window and vanishing into the night. The old man and the youth remained behind, shivering in the cold wind. Forces. Behind him. Li Bo gasped for air, his eyes wide with terror. He was right. How could a lone cultivator reach such heights? How could he possess such profound techniques that allowed him to fight above his rank? Unless he was the descendant of some ancient hidden sect, or perhaps a guardian raised in secret by the highest levels of the Federation. The A district of the Kanglin base, Cloud Top Manor. Suyu paced the living room, his nails digging into his palms until they bled. Every few seconds, he glanced at the wall clock. It is my fault. All my fault. If I had not provoked Li Xing, my father would not have risked his life against a martial saint. That was a martial saint. If my father comes to any harm, the thought of his father dying made the world seem as though it were collapsing. His heart felt as if an invisible hand were crushing it. Stop pacing. You are making me dizzy. White lay on the sofa, gnawing on a roasted chicken, but its darting eyes betrayed its anxiety. If the boss really was killed, we should make a run for it. White mumbled the words, pausing only to wipe the grease from its mouth. I already checked. Running south is our best bet. We can hide in the deep mountains for a few hundred years. You can become a martial saint, and then come out for revenge. Would that not be perfect? Be quiet. Suyu spun around, glaring at the creature with bloodshot eyes. Run if you want to. I am staying right here. If my father does not return, I will take the fight to that old dog myself. You are being unreasonable. I was only suggesting a strategic retreat. White lowered its head, its voice fading. Truthfully, it was terrified. If its primary source of food was gone, it would be in real trouble. Just as they sank into the depths of despair, a familiar sound of air being torn apart echoed through the yard. A figure descended like a meteor, landing steadily on the lawn. Suyu and White rushed to the floor-to-ceiling window. Under the moonlight, Suwu stood with his hands in his pockets, his expression relaxed. He looked at them with a smile. There was not a single injury on him, and his clothes were not even ruffled. "Dad." Suyu let out a shout of joy and rushed outside, throwing his arms around his father. In that moment, he abandoned all pretense of being a master or a strong warrior. He was simply a son worried for his father. "Are you all right? What about that old man? Are you hurt?" Suyu patted his father down, his voice choked with emotion. "Silly child." Suwu felt a warmth spread through his chest. He let his son embrace him and ruffled Suyu's hair with a laugh. "Who do you think your father is? A mere old man from Mars wanted to hurt me. I already sent him packing." "Boss, you are finally back." A white blur dashed over. White clung to Suwu's leg, rubbing its face frantically against the fabric of his trousers with a fawning expression that was difficult to watch. "I was so worried. That boy over there wanted to drag me away, but I refused him with righteous indignation. I told him that my boss is unrivaled in this world, and a martial saint is nothing. I swore to wait here for your triumphant return." White winked at Suyu while it spoke. Suyu stared at the creature. He had seen shameless behavior before, but nothing compared to this. Suwu laughed at the display and gave White a light kick. "Enough. Stop the act. With your cowardly nature, I am sure you were already planning your escape route." "Hey." White did not look embarrassed to be caught. It rolled on the ground and acted cute. "I was only preserving the seeds of revolution." Suwu shook his head and looked at Suyu with a gentle gaze. This matter is resolved. The Li family should not dare to cause trouble for a while. However, I can only scare them for the moment. Once they have time to think, or once they investigate my background, an even greater storm will arrive. We cannot stop. We must use every second to grow stronger." Suwu patted Suyu on the shoulder. Chapter 31. Mars, the Uiying Great Base. This is one of the largest human settlements on Mars, and it serves as the core stronghold for the Li family, a renowned conglomerate within the Federation. Unlike the azure vitality of Earth, the Martian sky takes on a stifling, dark red hue. A massive energy shield envelopes the entire city. In the very center of this urban expanse, a floating palace crafted entirely from black star gold radiates a suffocating pressure. This is the ancestral land of the Li family, the Star Pavilion. Within the main hall, the atmosphere freezes to a point of near collapse. An old man dressed in purple and gold robes sits atop a throne carved from a meteorite core. This man is Li Yuan, the head of the Li family. He possesses the power of the 6th stage of the Star-Lord realm. This is a terrifying level of existence, capable of crossing the starry void with a physical body and destroying a small satellite with a single blow. At this moment, Li Yuan's expression is so dark it feels as though water might drip from his face. 2 rows of high-ranking Li family members stand below the main hall. They fall completely silent, not daring to draw a full breath for fear of provoking the family head. In the center of the hall, the once arrogant martial saint, Li Bo, kneels on the ground, his aura withered to the extreme. Li Bo speaks, his voice trembling with deep shame as he explains the sequence of events. He tells the family head that Suwu did not use any heavenly energy. The young man relied solely on physical strength and bizarre techniques to defeat his old servant. Li Yuan slams his hand onto the armrest of his throne. The incredibly hard star gold armrest instantly turns into fine powder. Li Yuan stands up slowly, a terrifying pressure, as if coming from an ancient beast, instantly sweeps across the entire hall. He questions how the man could suppress a true martial saint holding a first-stage ancient weapon, using only his physical body, especially in a small place like Kanglan. Dangerous, cold light flickers in Li Yuan's eyes. Li Yuan shouts for someone to enter. Following his roar, the shadows in the corner of the hall suddenly begin to wriggle. A woman dressed in a black, tight-fitting nano-combat suit with a cold and beautiful face appears out of thin air. She kneels on one knee, identifying herself as Shadow, the leader of the secret guards, and waits for the family head's command. Li Yuan orders her to mobilize all the family intelligence networks on Earth to investigate. He demands to know everything about Suwu, and most importantly, the forces standing behind him. The woman known as Shadow acknowledges the order, her figure transforming into a wisp of black smoke that vanishes from the hall instantly. Li Yuan sits back down on his throne, his gaze once again landing on the shivering Li Bo. Li Yuan snorts coldly as he addresses the man. He scolds Li Bo for being a martial saint enshrined by the family, yet being captured alive by a nameless person, and even being carried like a dead dog to meet a junior. He claims the man has lost all face for the Li family. Li Yuan declares that while the death penalty is spared, the living punishment is unavoidable. He orders Li Bo to go to the fire refining pool to receive punishment for 3 years, adding that whether he comes out alive depends on his own fate. Upon hearing this, Li Bo's face turns as pale as paper and his body shakes violently. He dares not resist in the slightest and instead kowtows heavily, thanking the family head for sparing his life. After dealing with Li Bo, Li Yuan looks in the direction of Earth, his gaze seemingly piercing through hundreds of millions of kilometers of starry sky. On Earth, in the Kanglan base, time flies like a white horse passing a crack in the wall. In the blink of an eye, 1 week has passed since the end of the martial arts college entrance examination. The doorbell rings once more. White, lying on the leather sofa and gnawing on a spirit fruit, rolls its eyes and spreads its four limbs out in an expression of pure misery. It complains that this is already the 12th wave of visitors today, and its beauty sleep has been completely ruined. Suyu, who is practicing the Hunyuan Chi method in the living room, sighs helplessly. He opens his eyes and straightens his clothes. Suyu managed a bitter smile. There is no other way, for this is the price of fame. Since the release of his combat footage, the record-breaking score of 3,250 points, coupled with his highlight reel of effortless, higher-tier kills, had ignited a firestorm across the Federal University circuit. Admissions offices from major universities swarmed toward Cloud Top Manor, like sharks catching the scent of blood. The day before yesterday, the vice president of Jiangnan Martial Arts University arrived in person. He promised Suyu status as a core disciple, supplemented by a martial emperor as a mentor. Suyu's own father was already a martial saint. The offer of a martial emperor held little appeal for him. Jiangnan Martial Arts University departed in defeat. Yesterday, the first military academy of the Western Theater Command arrived. They offered the tempting rank of major. In the span of 1 week, Suyu had turned down invitations from over a dozen top-tier universities. This time is different. Suwu's voice drifted down from the second floor. Clad in loose loungewear, he descended the stairs at a leisurely pace while cradling a purple clay teapot. His gaze traveled through the front door, as if he could see through solid barriers. 2 Class A interstellar shuttles parked outside. Only top-tier institutions possessed such transport. Suwu settled into the main seat on the sofa. A faint smile touched his lips. Beijing Martial Arts University and Shanghai Martial Arts University, the 2 titans of the Chinese martial arts world, have finally decided to make their move. The front door swung open. 2 groups of people stepped into the living room of Cloud Top Manor simultaneously. On the left stood a middle-aged man wearing a black Zhongshan suit. He possessed a robust frame and a square jaw. Each step he took landed with the stability of a mountain. An aura of iron-blooded warfare radiated from him. This was Lei Zhen, the director of the admissions office for Beijing Martial Arts University, and a peak martial emperor. On the right, a young woman in a white professional suit and gold-rimmed glasses walked in. Her beauty was striking, and her temperament remained cool and detached. Despite her appearance, her eyes were sharp as blades. A faint ripple of spiritual consciousness fluctuated around her. This was Lin Qingru, the head of the special recruitment team for Shanghai Martial Arts University. She was a peak martial emperor and a powerful spiritual master. In any small base city, these 2 individuals would be significant figures whom city lords would receive on their knees. Yet, upon entering, their gazes bypassed Suyu entirely and locked onto the middle-aged man sipping tea on the sofa. Lei Zhen and Lin Qingru felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. As peak martial emperors, their perception was extremely keen. To their senses, the man called Suwu appeared to be an ordinary uncle living next door, devoid of any martial aura. However, as their eyes met his, a sensation of insignificance washed over them, as if they were staring into the vastness of the starry sky. He is unfathomable. The 2 exchanged glances. In an instant, they discarded the arrogance befitting high-level administrators of top-tier institutions. Their expressions turned respectful. Junior Lei Zhen pays his respects to the senior. Junior Lin Qingru pays her respects to the senior. They cupped their hands and bowed in unison. Suwu offered a slight nod. He pointed casually to the sofa opposite him. Sit down. Since you came for you, let us get straight to the point. I do not like to beat around the bush. Lei Zhen and Lin Qingru took their seats. Their gazes finally landed on Suyu. After a single look, brilliant light erupted in their eyes. His blood energy flowed like a dragon, restrained yet potent. He is a fine seed, truly a piece of uncarved jade. A surge of joy filled Lei Zhen. The files claimed he was a Grandmaster, but seeing him in person, the quality of his blood energy far exceeded that of an ordinary mid-stage Grandmaster. Chapter 32. Lei Zhen cleared his throat, his voice filling the room with resonant power. He looked directly at Suyu and declared that Beijing Martial Arts University stood for practical combat and solid foundations. He held up 3 fingers to emphasize his offer. First, Suyu would receive sequence status immediately upon enrollment. That meant all training resources would be free and unlimited. Second, the university would provide the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies technique, a cultivation method capable of propelling a martial artist straight to the Star Lord realm. Additionally, Suyu could choose 2 specialized martial arts techniques. Third, a dean from Beijing Martial Arts University, a powerhouse at the 3rd stage of the Star Lord realm, would accept him as a personal closing disciple. The room fell silent as the weight of those words settled into the air. Suyu felt his heart hammer against his ribs. A Star Lord realm expert as a mentor represented the kind of opportunity most people spent their entire lives dreaming about. Lin Qingru adjusted her glasses and offered a small, elegant laugh that carried a sharp edge of aggression. She dismissed Lei Zhen's offer with a wave of her hand. She turned her focus to Suyu, her eyes softening into an inviting gaze. She pointed out that Suyu practiced the blade, and questioned whether the brawlers at Beijing, who focused primarily on fist fighting, could truly cultivate his talent. She explained that Shanghai Martial Arts University occupied the most prosperous economic center of the Federation. Their scope and circulation of resources far exceeded the capabilities of an antique institution like Beijing. She stated that the same level of resource supply and Star-Lord mentors were standard offerings that went without saying. Then, a sharp light flickered in her eyes as she prepared to deliver her winning move. Shanghai Martial Arts University controlled the entrance to a recently developed star relic within the solar system. She promised that if Suyu joined them, the school would guarantee him one opportunity to explore the ancient martial arts inheritance within that relic before his second year of study. Suyu blinked, momentarily stunned by the mention of a relic. In this age of high martial arts, besides modern cultivation, the most mysterious and powerful sources of strength were the ancient martial arts inheritances unearthed from the depths of the stars. Every discovery of such a relic brought countless opportunities, alongside extreme danger. Suyu, who had remained silent until now, set down his teacup. The ceramic clicked against the table with a sharp, decisive sound. He looked at Lin Qingru with a cryptic, knowing smile. He noted that if his memory served him correctly, that particular relic was a shattered-level ruin. The space within it remained highly unstable, leaving those who entered with a narrow chance of survival. He asked if she wanted to send his son to serve as a pathfinding stone, or if she truly intended to nurture his growth. Lin Qingru's expression shifted instantly. She had not expected this hidden expert from a remote base to possess such top-secret intelligence. In truth, Suyu had not stayed within Kanglin base for the entire week. Using the power of a martial saint, he had traveled between various bases, gathering useful information along the way. Lin Qingru tried to explain that the senior had misunderstood, but Suyu waved his hand to cut her off. He turned his attention to Lei Zhen. He noted that since Shanghai Martial Arts University wanted to gamble with luck, he wondered what the alternative was. He asked Lei Zhen if he had anything substantial to offer. Suyu tapped his fingers rhythmically against the tabletop, his gaze deepening. He suggested something like a ready-made ancient martial arts weapon. Lei Zhen's pupils contracted sharply at these words. He studied Suyu with intense focus, shock waves rippling through his thoughts. This man understood the situation perfectly. He had struck the vital point immediately. Promising a search in an ancient relic was merely an empty gesture. It was dangerous and relied entirely on luck. A ready-made ancient weapon, however, was tangible wealth. Lei Zhen remained silent for a moment, wrestling with his decision. He glanced at the gifted Suyu, then back at the unfathomable Suyu. Gaining a talented student, while currying favor with a martial saint, it was a worthwhile investment. He gritted his teeth and pulled a metal box, the size of a human palm, from his robe. He slammed it onto the table. Senior Su, you truly are an expert, Lei Zhen admitted. Since Shanghai Martial Arts University prefers empty promises, we at Beijing will deal in reality. He opened the box. A bitter chill instantly swept through the living room. The moisture in the air turned into frost. Inside the box lay a flying knife, the size of a dagger, transparent as moonlight. Suyu stared, his eyes widening. His internal chaos body vibrated with a sudden, intense hunger. This is the first stage ancient divine weapon, the Cold Moon Blade, Lei Zhen announced. His voice held a hint of pain, yet his resolve remained firm. We unearthed this in a relic on Mars. Although it is only first stage, it was crafted from star core fragments. It is unbreakable and possesses dual attributes of armor piercing and freezing. The most critical point is that it is a psychokinetic weapon. Once you reach the rank of Martial Emperor and awaken your spiritual power, you will be able to wield it. Sign the agreement, and this blade belongs to you right now. Lin Qingru opened her mouth to argue, but she realized she lacked a counteroffer of equal value. Shanghai Martial Arts University had the wealth, but weapons of this caliber were strategic reserves. As a special recruitment head, she possessed no authority to mobilize such an asset. Since Beijing showed such sincerity, Lin Qingru sighed and stood up. She bowed slightly to Suyu and Suyu, her expression filled with regret. She noted that she would not humiliate herself further. She wished Suyu a bright future at Beijing. She turned and left without hesitation. The living room was quiet, save for Lei Zhen, who watched Suyu with anticipation. Suyu looked to his father for guidance. Suyu gazed at the cold moon blade and nodded in satisfaction. Before leaving, Lei Zhen felt quite pleased. A rare, satisfied smile appeared on his stern, square face. He pulled a black metal bracelet from his robes, its surface flowing with a faint, ghostly light. He presented it solemnly to Suyu. It was the exclusive smart terminal for Beijing students. It served as proof of identity and the key to the vast resource library of the university. Lei Zhen explained that the encrypted data package for the 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies technique was already preloaded. As for the 2 additional martial arts, Suyu could log into the scripture pavilion through the bracelet right now to make a selection. Once he chose, the holographic projection and cultivation essentials would be transmitted directly to the terminal. Suyu accepted the bracelet and fastened it to his wrist. With a soft chime, a pale blue holographic screen expanded before his eyes. Countless complex and profound options cascaded down like a waterfall. Suyu, welcome to Beijing. Lei Zhen clapped Suyu on the shoulder. He turned, strode away, boarded his ship, and vanished into the sky as a streak of light. Chapter 33. The night sky hung low, studded with glittering stars. Inside the cloud-top manor in the A district of Kanglin Base City, the atmosphere remained quiet. Dinner had ended. Suyu sat cross-legged on the leather sofa, eyes locked onto the virtual light curtain projected from his wrist. He browsed the resource library of the Beijing Martial Arts University Scripture Pavilion with focused intensity. Nearby, Suyu held the remote control. He appeared to watch the evening news with indifference. In truth, his eyes drifted toward his son every few seconds. He felt as restless as if a cat were scratching at his heart. He thought to himself, "Come on, you brat, hurry up. If you do not choose your skills, how am I supposed to benefit from your free access?" Suyu let out a low sigh. The vast library left him in awe. He traced his fingers across the light curtain. The dazzling array of martial arts skills made it difficult for him to decide. He noted aloud that the foundation of the Beijing Martial Arts University was indeed profound. There were over 1,000 blade techniques above the high level alone. Any one of them would cause grandmasters outside to scramble and fight. Suyu took a sip of tea. He projected an air of calm indifference. He told his son that the university was the #1 institution in the Federation for a reason. They had to maintain their reputation with hidden treasures. However, he warned his son not to be greedy. He advised him to choose what suited him best. Suyu nodded, his gaze locking onto a martial arts skill titled the Three Fire Thunder Blade. It was a second-tier high-grade technique. He read the introduction aloud. The blade technique was fierce and overbearing. It used the user's blood energy to create friction against the blade, simulating the power of thunder and fire. Below the martial saint level, one could use this to perceive the power of the elements in advance. Once one reached the martial saint level, one could summon the true fire of heaven and the divine thunder of the 9 heavens. The 3 fires were raging fire, which could burn the body, soul fire, which could scorch the soul, and baleful fire, which could attack the heart. The 3 thunders were yang thunder, which could break evil, yin thunder, which could erode bone, and water thunder, which could cause explosions. The description promised that when the blade struck, it would be like a purgatory of thunder and fire. It was incredibly overbearing. Suyu's eyes lit up. He already mastered the sky-breaking blade, but that focused on speed and sharpness. Facing enemies in large groups, or opponents with extreme defense, he lacked a move with explosive power. The 3 Fire Thunder blade perfectly compensated for his weakness. He clicked confirm with determination. The system beeped. The exchange succeeded. One martial art choice remained. Suyu did not stop. He continued to browse. He had his attack methods. His father taught him the leaf-stepping movement technique. The name sounded rustic, but it served its purpose. For defense, his chaos body could withstand anything. He needed a trump card, something that could provide an instant burst of power, or allow him to turn the tables in a desperate situation. Suddenly, his gaze rested on the corner of the light curtain. An electronic cover with a dark red hue caught his attention. The technique was titled Blood Fiend Transformation. He read the instructions carefully. It was a first-tier peak-grade secret art. It was an ancient martial art that drew the baleful energy of heaven and earth into the body to burn the user's blood energy. It could triple the user's strength in a short time. However, the side effects were severe. Those with insufficient blood energy would suffer broken meridians, or even explode to death. The note warned that only those with blood energy like an ocean should choose with caution. If a normal martial artist saw the words explode to death, they would have scrolled past in terror. Suyu saw the words blood energy like an ocean, and he could not suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Insufficient blood energy. What a joke. He possessed the chaos body. As long as he had little white as his rechargeable battery, or continued to kill and devour enemies on the battlefield, his blood energy was infinite. This desperate move with severe side effects was tailored specifically for him. He made his choice with excitement. The system confirmed the transaction. The data packages for the 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies technique, the 3 Fire Thunder Blade, and the Blood Fiend transformation began to transmit. Suyu let out a long breath as he watched the progress bar on his bracelet finish loading. He felt as if he held the key to becoming a powerhouse. Suyu, who kept his eyes on the television, sensed the change in his son's demeanor immediately. He turned his head to ask if the selection was complete. Suyu replied with excitement that he had chosen the 3 Fire Thunder Blade and the Blood Fiend transformation. He started to explain his reasoning. Suyu waved his hand to interrupt his son's desire to share. His expression turned serious. He told his son that martial arts techniques were merely the surface. The cultivation method was the foundation. The 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies technique was a supreme skill that led directly to the Star-Lord realm. His current cultivation method was decent, but it had a low ceiling. Suyu waved his hand, urging his son, "Go to the training room immediately and switch your cultivation method. Changing methods consumes the most time, so do not drag your feet." This was true. Suyu had his own reasons, wanting to synchronize his own cultivation, but ensuring Suyu established a solid foundation for the Star-Lord realm as early as possible remained the top priority. "Yes, Dad." Suyu did not doubt his father's intentions for a moment. He stood up immediately, his chest filled with passion, and sprinted toward the underground training room. Suyu watched his son disappear, the corners of his mouth curling into a bold, unrestrained grin. He chuckled to himself. "Good son, my external help depends on you to keep the subscription active." The night deepened, and silence fell over the world. Suyu did not sleep. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the second-floor balcony, waiting quietly. Time ticked away. Finally, the clock struck 2 in the morning. A subtle fluctuation of blood energy drifted up from the underground training room. A familiar, melodic mechanical chime resonated deep within Suyu's mind, sounding like a heavenly melody. A notification appeared. Suyu is now converting to the Star-Lord level cultivation method, the 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies technique. His talent is peerless, and he has just caught a glimpse of the path. The father depends on the son system made a judgment. The cultivation method grade is extremely high, triggering a super enlightenment feedback. The 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies technique has automatically evolved to the perfection realm. Congratulations to the host. You have comprehended the core mystery of the 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies technique, known as element control. You have successfully mastered the method of utilizing the energy of heaven and earth. Boom. At that exact moment, a mysterious power lifted Sowu's soul. It shattered the constraints of his physical body and ascended to a higher dimension. The world changed entirely in his eyes. The void, which he previously perceived as nothing more than empty air, shimmered with vibrant colors. Countless tiny specks of light leaped and flowed through the air. There was the irritable red of fire, the gentle blue of water, the nimble green of wind, the majestic purple of thunder, and the heavy yellow of earth. This was the energy of heaven and earth. It was the cornerstone that built this world. Although Sowu had reached the martial saint level, he could only rely on his powerful spiritual energy to force this energy to move, lacking the correct method to utilize it properly. Now, with the perfection of the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies technique, this energy became like obedient soldiers under his command, becoming a true extension of his own body. So that is how it works. Sowu extended his hand, tapping his fingertip lightly against the empty air. A low hum vibrated. The previously calm ocean of energy boiled instantly. The red fire elements cheered as they gathered at his fingertip, as docile as a child. Is this what they call a multi-attribute cultivation method? A flash of realization crossed Sowu's eyes. In truth, the energy of heaven and earth held no inherent attributes. It was chaotic. Martial artists transformed this chaos into specific forms through different cultivation routes. Ordinary martial saints could usually only specialize in a single attribute, such as Li Bo's fire. Attempting to master 2 simultaneously required immense talent, and it often led to internal energy conflicts and the risk of succumbing to cultivation deviation. The 8 desolations and 6 harmonies technique was different. It earned its status as a supreme skill of Beijing Martial Arts University because it encompassed everything. Its structure was incredibly profound, allowing it to forcibly integrate fire, water, and thunder, 3 attributes that were entirely distinct and even mutually restrictive. Sowu clenched his fist, feeling the powerful strength surging within his body. Now, I am finally a true martial saint. Chapter 34. The cloud-top manor was large, but it certainly could not withstand the turmoil caused by a martial saint. Sowu suppressed the excitement in his chest and his body flashed. 2 minutes later, he appeared out of thin air in a desolate mountain range 50 kilometers outside the Kanglin base. The rocks were jagged, and there was no sign of human life. It was the perfect testing ground. Sowu floated hundreds of meters high in the air, his clothes snapping in the wind. He inhaled deeply and ceased suppressing the power within his body. Come, let me see the might of this Star-Lord level technique. He pointed a single finger toward the sky. Fire, come. A boom shook the air. The fire elements within a radius of 10 miles erupted instantly. They gathered frantically towards Sowu's palm. In the blink of an eye, a massive fireball with a diameter of 10 meters appeared out of nowhere. This fireball was not the ordinary shade of red. It glowed with an intense golden white. The temperature reached at least 10,000 degrees. Sowu sensed the heat wave rushing toward him. Even the space itself trembled as it burned. This flame possessed power far beyond the so-called fire belonging to Li Bo. It was on an entirely different level. Sowu waved his hand and the fireball dissipated. He formed a seal with both hands once more. Water, come. Even though he stood in an arid wilderness, the sound of rushing tides suddenly filled the air. Countless blue water elements converged. Beneath his feet, they formed a deep blue water dragon that stretched for 100 meters. This dragon was not made of ordinary water. Each drop weighed as much as mercury. This was heavy water of the origin. A single drop could crush rock. A whole river could collapse a mountain range. Lightning, come. A flash of purple light flickered in Sowu's eyes. A crack of thunder sounded. The clear night sky suddenly clouded over. A bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended from the heavens. It landed with precision in Sowu's palm. He did not suffer injury from the strike. Instead, he gripped the energy like a purple whip. Arcs of electricity danced at his fingertips and radiated an aura of destruction. Fire, water, thunder. Sowu watched the 3 forces circling his body and felt filled with excitement. What would happen if he fused them together? He entertained a wild thought. In conventional martial arts theory, water and fire inevitably explode upon contact. Thunder and fire inevitably collapse. But the essence of the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies technique lay in the word harmony. Water, thunder, fire, curse, begin. This was a secret technique recorded within the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies technique. Sowu wore a solemn expression. His hands changed mudras in front of his chest. They moved so fast they blurred. As he moved, the 3 types of heavenly energy began to gather slowly toward his chest. Humming sounds filled the air. The moment the 3 energies made contact, they erupted with extremely unstable vibrations. Give me fusion. Sowu let out a low shout. He relied on his perfection level control to force these 3 violent powers together. Several seconds passed. All the anomalies vanished. A 3-colored sphere, the size of a fist, hovered in the palm of Sowu. Red, blue, and purple halos flowed across its surface, looking beautiful and eerie. It emitted no heat or oppressive pressure, remaining as quiet as a glass marble. Only Sowu understood the terrifying energy compressed within this small sphere. It was an extremely unstable micro-force field. Sowu targeted a barren stone mountain, approximately 500 meters high, in the distance. He flicked his finger. The 3-colored ball tore through the night sky, leaving a gorgeous trail of fire. It traveled with extreme speed and vanished into the heart of the stone mountain. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. Silence reigned. A low hum sounded. A blinding white light illuminated the night sky for 50 miles, turning the darkness into daylight. A delayed roar like the beating of divine drums shook the earth violently. The 500-meter-tall stone mountain swelled like an overinflated balloon and disintegrated. No stone debris scattered. The extreme temperature vaporized all the rock in the moment of the explosion. A scorching firestorm shot into the sky, forming a massive mushroom cloud. A violent web of lightning followed, carbonizing all surrounding biological life. Finally, a heavy water pressure shockwave scoured the ground for 1 kilometer, shaving 3 meters off the surface. Fire burned, lightning destroyed, and heavy water crushed. The triple blow continued endlessly. After a long time, the dust and smoke dissipated. Suwu floated in the air, gazing at the bottomless giant crater with a diameter of 1,000 meters. Magma flowed at the bottom of the pit, and electric arcs still danced. He swallowed hard. The power was perhaps excessive. The mountain was gone. Not even a trace remained. This destructive force far exceeded the full-strength blow of an ordinary martial saint. Suwu even suspected that if a so-called Star-Lord realm powerhouse arrived, they would lose a layer of skin to withstand this move head-on. It was just a small ball he had casually conjured. If he exerted his full strength to condense a larger one, he dared not imagine the result. The 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies technique lived up to its reputation as a supreme skill leading directly to the Star-Lord realm. This Water Thunder Fire curse would become his standard trump card. Suwu nodded in satisfaction and dispersed the aura around his body. He vanished into the wilderness, leaving behind only the steaming giant crater, which became a new unsolved mystery outside the Kanglan base. Simultaneously, at the Wang family mansion in the Jiangnan Great Base, a stifling low pressure hung over the magnificent meeting hall. The current head of the Wang family, Wang Zhen, sat on the main seat carved from purple sandalwood. His brows furrowed into the shape of the character for river, and his eyes were bloodshot. He tapped his fingers heavily and unconsciously against the armrest, caught in extreme agitation. An elegantly dressed middle-aged woman entered carefully, carrying ginseng tea. She observed his expression for a long time, but finally could not help but speak. "Master, the consultant Lu Yun has been at the Kanglan base for some days. Logically, he should have finished such a trivial matter and returned long ago. There is no news to this day, and communication is severed. I worry whether he encountered an accident over there." Wang Zhen did not let the woman finish. He waved his hand violently, sweeping the priceless teacup onto the ground. Scalding tea splashed everywhere. "Get out. Your view is that of a woman." Wang Zhen stood up abruptly and pointed a finger at the woman, roaring. "Lu Yun is a dignified peak martial king. What accident could happen in such a backwater area? Are you complaining that I am not annoyed enough right now? That pack of mad dogs from the Liang family has been pressing step by step in the medicinal market in the west of the city. They have already swallowed 3 of our core shops. The family business is on the verge of destruction, and you come to annoy me with such a settled small matter like Lu Yun at a time like this. Get out of here." Chapter 35. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Nearly 1 month had slipped away since the martial arts examination concluded. Within the underground training room of the manor, a low rumble echoed through the enclosed space. The air hung thick, choked with the suffocating scent of blood and burnt ozone. Siyu stood with his upper body bare. His muscles strained like iron, and a strange, dark red glow flowed across his skin. With every breath he drew, the surrounding air turned the color of dried blood. A violent, bloodthirsty aura erupted from within him. It was the blood fiend transformation. This first-tier peak-grade incomplete secret technique required burning blood energy in exchange for explosive power. For an ordinary person, it would be a poison that invited thirst. But for Suyu and his chaos body, it felt as natural as a fish swimming in water. Suyu let out a low grunt as he commanded the energy to condense. The chaos vortex inside his body spun wildly, forcibly compressing and taming the violent blood fiend energy. At the same time, he swung his war blade. A sharp crackle rang out. 3 colored sparks and 3 colored electric arcs intertwined on the blade. The 3-fire thunder blade technique reached the entry level. Although it was only the beginning, the destructive force already left deep charred marks upon the alloy walls. Suyu exhaled and stood still, the red light in his eyes slowly fading. He checked the time and a satisfied smile touched the corners of his mouth. 1 month, 2 martial techniques mastered to the entry level. That speed should not be considered slow. At the same time, on the second-floor balcony, Suwu reclined comfortably in a rocking chair, holding a glass of iced soda. He remained in a state of idle leveling. The moment Suyu finished his training, a sweet, melodic chime resonated within Suwu's mind. The system announced that it detected Suyu's peerless talent and his successful mastery of the 3-fire thunder blade to the entry level. The father depends on the sun system determined that a 100-fold enlightenment critical hit triggered. Congratulations to the host. The 3-fire thunder blade automatically evolved to the perfection realm. The host successfully mastered the powers of the 3 fires, including raging fire, soul fire, and baleful fire, as well as the 3 thunders, including yang thunder, yin thunder, and water thunder. 10 days ago, Suwu's blood fiend transformation had already automatically evolved to the perfection realm. A terrifying, indescribable aura erupted from within Suwu, but his micro-level control locked it tightly within 3 feet of his body. With a thought, he summoned the system panel. Host, Suwu. Bound child, Suyu. Child cultivation realm, mid-stage Grandmaster. Host cultivation realm, mid-stage martial saint. Cultivation technique, 8 desolations and 6 harmonies technique at perfection with 3 attributes. Martial skills, 3 fire thunder blade at perfection, blood fiend transformation at perfection, reckless bull fist at perfection with fist intent formed, sky breaking blade at perfection with blade intent formed, and leaf stepping movement technique at perfection. Combat technique, micro level, mid-stage martial saint. Suwu clenched his fist, feeling the power within him that could crush a star. At the martial saint realm, the difference between every minor step was like heaven and earth. Now, Suwu possessed the supreme chaos body, mastered perfection level cultivation methods and techniques, and held the cultivation of a mid-stage martial saint. He might even be able to contend against a peak martial saint. Suwu stood up slowly, his gaze becoming deep and playful. Furthermore, it seemed that a little mouse had been watching this place for a long time. Outside Cloud Top Manor, 1,000 meters high, behind a dark cloud, a graceful figure floated in the void, blending almost perfectly with the night. She wore a black nano stealth suit, and her whole person appeared like an insubstantial shadow. She was the leader of the Li family secret guards, known as Phantom. She was at the peak of the martial saint realm. She was the sharpest blade in the hands of the family head, Li Yuan, and also the most secret trump card of the Li family. She came to Earth with only one mission, to uncover the secrets of Suwu and confirm whether any hidden force supported him. If such a force existed, she was to remain still. If not, she was to kill without mercy. Strange. Phantom stared intently at the manor below through her high-tech tactical goggles. According to the intelligence reports, this Suwu had only just broken through to the martial saint realm 1 month ago. Yet, for an instant just now, she felt a fluctuation from him that made her heart shudder. As a peak martial saint, her intuition had never failed her. The aura that erupted from Suwu in that moment vanished in a flash, but the level of oppressive pressure reminded her of the family head, Li Yuan. Could he have hidden his cultivation level, or perhaps, did he possess some powerful ancient martial artifact? Phantom felt suspicious and unsettled. She decided to get closer. Relying on her pride, the dark attribute energy, even a martial saint of the same level would struggle to discover her tracks. However, the moment she shifted her body, and prepared to sneak into the inner circle of the manor, Suwu on the balcony looked up suddenly. Across 1,000 meters of void, and through the layers of the night, his eyes, glowing with purple gold light, locked accurately onto the dark cloud where Phantom hid. A playful, cold sneer curled his lips. Had she seen enough? A clear voice, not transmitted through the air, but resonating directly in her mind, exploded. What? Phantom felt the hair on her body stand on end, and her heart contracted violently. She had been discovered. The voice resonated directly in her mind through spiritual transmission. This proved the opponent had spiritual power equal to her own, even as a peak martial saint. This was bad. As a top-tier assassin, Phantom reacted with instinctual speed. Without hesitation, her body erupted into a swarm of black bat phantoms, fleeing toward the wilderness outside the Kanglin base. Since you have come, why the rush to leave? Suwu spoke in a slow, measured tone, as if he whispered right next to her ear. In the next heartbeat, a purple gold light shot toward the sky. It moved with such absolute speed that it surpassed even her evasion techniques. 300 kilometers outside the Kanglin base, in the desolate mountain range, the two figures chased and fled, covering hundreds of kilometers in a single breath. Damn it. How could his speed be this fast? Phantom glanced back, horror gripping her heart. Her specialty was shadow movement, famous for speed and unpredictability. Yet, the man behind her clung to her like a leech. No matter how she changed direction or accelerated, she could not shake him off. If I cannot run, then I will fight. She slammed to a halt, suspending herself in midair as she formed hand seals. The light within a 10-kilometer radius vanished instantly, and the world plunged into absolute darkness. In this void, Phantom presence vanished completely. She became the master of the night. A petty trick. Suwu stopped at the edge of her domain. He showed no sign of panic, reaching out to grasp the void. An ordinary alloy-long blade appeared in his hand. While the blade was mere scrap metal, it ceased to be ordinary the moment he gripped it. I have just mastered a new technique. You shall serve as the test. Suwu inhaled deeply. The 8 desolations and 6 harmonies technique surged through him, fully unleashing the essence of the perfection level 3 fire thunder blade. 3 distinct fires ignited upon the ordinary alloy blade. Red fire burned the body, blue soul fire scorched the spirit, and black baleful fire incited inner demons. At the same time, 3 thunders coiled around the steel. Golden yang thunder struck with force, purple yin thunder moved with unpredictability, and white water thunder exploded with the power to shatter all things. 3 fires and 3 thunders, 6 extreme energies merged on the blade tip, sending out ripples that cracked the surrounding space. Suwu murmured softly, gripping the blade with both hands. He struck out at the endless darkness with a casual swing. A 1,000-meter-long blade of 6 colors cut through the night, carrying power enough to shatter the world. It felt as if the sky itself had been torn in two. The eternal night domain that had shrouded the earth was fragile as a piece of black cloth before this light. It was shredded, incinerated, and purified in a single heartbeat. She screamed in terror from the darkness. Light flooded her vision, followed immediately by an indescribable force of terror. Seeing this, Phantom abandoned all attempts to hold back. She released the full power of her peak martial saint cultivation. Countless black energy barriers formed before her, and she summoned small black hole vortices in a desperate attempt to consume the incoming blade energy. It was all in vain. the collision of the blade energy, and the shields erupted in a blinding radiance. The thunderous roar shook the surrounding 100 kilometers. The shockwave leveled 3 mountains below, grinding countless boulders into fine powder. The seemingly indestructible black shields cracked under the assault of the 6-colored energy. They lasted less than a second before shattering like glass. This is impossible. The power contained within this energy was too pure and too domineering. It was a technique born solely for destruction. As the blade energy descended, Phantom made a desperate choice. She slammed a palm against her chest, vomiting a spray of essential blood. In that instant, her body exploded, transforming into thousands of black blood bats that scattered in every direction. The 6-colored energy slashed through them. At least half of the blood bats vaporized on the spot, leaving not a trace behind. Yet, a few core shadows managed to slip into the void, protected by the explosion, and disappeared. The smoke and dust cleared. Suwu stood quietly in midair, his long blade melted halfway from the sheer force it had carried. He watched the fleeing shadows, but did not pursue. He knew that after using such a self-destructive technique to escape, she would be a broken person even if she survived. Her cultivation would drop to the early martial saint stage at best, and she might never advance again. You run quickly. Suwu tossed aside the half-melted blade and dusted off his hands with indifference. A peak martial saint. The Wang family held power in the Jiangnan base, but their foundation was shallow. This must be the Li family from Mars. He struck the younger ones, and the older ones arrived. The Li family truly refused to let go. Although being targeted by a Star-Lord realm expert was a nuisance, Suwu felt no fear. After testing his blade, he gained a clear understanding of his current combat power. With the blessing of his perfection-level martial arts and his supreme chaos body, his attack power had overflowed the category of a martial saint, touching the threshold of the Star-Lord. Chapter 36. Time slipped away like sand between fingers, silently. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 months, Suwu spared no expense to build the perfect foundation for his son to become a great Grandmaster. He used the resources Panhong delivered, and he even snuck into the black market. He used his martial saint strength to forcibly trade for several extremely rare treasures. These included the Star Orchid, which could cleanse the marrow, and the Soul Infant Fruit, which could strengthen spiritual power. Under the accumulation of such massive and top-tier resources, coupled with the terrifying digestive ability of the Chaos Body, Suyu's cultivation improved rapidly. He reached the late stage of the Grandmaster realm, then the perfection stage, and finally the half-step Great Grandmaster realm. Finally, the day arrived. Suyu sat in the underground special training room. Suyu sat cross-legged on the prayer mat. He exhaled a breath of stale air. The breath struck the alloy floor like a white rainbow, leaving a small pit in the metal. A faint golden halo surrounded him. This was the precursor to the blood energy within his body becoming so thick that it was about to liquefy and undergo a qualitative change. A delicate jade box sat before him. Inside rested a pill that was entirely crimson, with magma patterns flowing across its surface. This was the breakthrough pill. Suwu had paid a huge price to have a Grandmaster alchemist in the Kanglan base refine it by hand. The pill increased the chance of breaking through to the Great Grandmaster realm by 50%, with no side effects. Suyu narrowed his eyes. Now, he swallowed the breakthrough pill without a moment of hesitation. The pill melted the moment it touched his tongue. It instantly turned into a violent torrent of heat, rushing into his limbs and bones like an angry dragon. Suyu gritted his teeth, enduring the tearing pain in his meridians, and madly circulated the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies technique. Break. The chaos vortex inside his body opened to full power at that moment, forcibly suppressing, absorbing, and transforming the violent medicinal power. Crack. Something shattered deep inside him. It was the shackle of human limits. A vast aura exploded from Suyu's body. The blood energy flowing through his meridians completely liquefied at that moment. A great Grandmaster. An 18-year-old great Grandmaster. Suyu opened his eyes suddenly, and 2 golden lights shot out like lightning. He felt that his power was at least 10 times stronger than it had been at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. At the same time, on the second-floor balcony, Suwu reclined on a rocking chair. He guarded his son, but he appeared lazy, reading a copy of Tales of the Starry Sky. The moment Suyu made his breakthrough, the familiar and beautiful mechanical voice echoed in the depths of Suwu's mind as expected. A chime sounded. The system notified him that Suyu had trained hard, his foundation was perfect, and he had successfully broken through human limits to advance to the early stage of the Great Grandmaster realm. The father depends on the son system judged that the descendant had crossed a major realm from Grandmaster to Great Grandmaster, and since he was an 18-year-old Great Grandmaster, this triggered super god level feedback. The host realm synchronization began, and the ultimate transition of the life level initiated. The system congratulated him on breaking the shackles of the planet and advancing to the first stage of the Star-Lord realm. A massive rumble shook the air. This advancement caused a more terrifying disturbance than any before it. Suwu felt his consciousness pulled out of his body in an instant, as if he were floating in the endless universe. Bright star rivers surrounded him, and the blue planet lay beneath his feet. A brand new power, one that transcended the mundane, began to be born within him. Every cell in his body split, reorganized, and evolved madly. The original human gene chain was rewritten at that moment, becoming a more perfect stellar life form, better adapted to the environment of the universe. If a martial saint borrowed the power of heaven and earth, then a Star-Lord became heaven and earth. Suwu grunted. His bones popped and cracked like dry beans. A shocking change took place deep within his dantian. The reservoir of blood energy, previously full, collapsed and compressed toward the center. Countless energies converged into a single point and detonated. A low hum vibrated through him as a small, chaotic, glowing vortex formed slowly within his dantian. It rotated, surrounded by specks of starlight, much like a newborn universe. A star swirl. This was the hallmark of a Star Lord, the fountainhead of all power. With this, Suwu no longer needed to borrow the energy of heaven and earth like a martial saint. He could consume and store the energy of the world directly. Even in the vacuum of space, this swirl could extract energy from cosmic rays to sustain his life. Suwu opened his eyes. Within his pupils, 2 stars seemed to rotate. He reached out and clenched his fist. After this massive advancement, he felt his physical constitution improve immensely. Suwu took a deep breath. With a single thought, the star swirl inside him accelerated. The energy of heaven and earth within a 100-kilometer radius erupted, rushing toward him like rivers returning to the sea. Even the clouds above the A district were torn apart by the suction, forming a massive funnel-shaped vortex. Suwu did not want to cause too much trouble. He dispersed the phenomena and reined in his aura. He looked like an ordinary middle-aged man once more. Only he knew that with a single punch, he could likely obliterate a small city. This was the power of a Star Lord. Suwu smiled confidently. The basement door pushed open. Suwu looked like an excited child as he sprinted up to the second-floor balcony. His face beamed with joy. Suwu nodded in satisfaction as he looked at his son. An 18-year-old great Grandmaster was rare in the history of the entire Federation. The resources were well spent. The white cat on the sofa licked its paw and rolled its eyes in disdain. It shook its soft, snow-white fur. Its tail flicked proudly, releasing a tyrannical aura. It was a mid-stage martial emperor. The creature raised its chin with pride. The cat asked if he had seen that, noting that it had not been idle for these 2 months either, breaking through to a mid-stage martial emperor. The cat challenged him to believe that if it transformed now, it could crush 10 of him with a single paw. Suwu felt like refuting the creature, but he had to admit this beast was a monster. He worked himself to the bone to reach the great Grandmaster level, while this creature just slept and ate fruit to reach the martial emperor level. This was the gap in racial talent. Suwu laughed and tapped the head of the beast. He told the cat that it was a beast, and he was human, so their starting lines were different. He turned toward his son with a serious expression. His tone softened. He told Suwu that they would leave for the Yanjing base in 3 days. It was a vast distance from Kanglin, and they might not have many chances to return. He suggested that in the next few days, if Suwu had any unfinished wishes or people he wanted to see, he should go see them. Suwu looked at Suwu with a meaningful glance. Suwu froze as a young woman appeared in his mind. He nodded firmly. A glint of resolve flashed in his eyes. He told his father that he understood. Chapter 37. Night had fallen, and the streetlights flickered to life. The C district of the Kanglin base bustled with activity. This was a residential area for the middle class. It lacked the luxury of the A district, but it brimmed with the warmth of everyday life. In front of a townhouse, the streetlight stretched Suyu's shadow into a long, dark shape. He wore simple casual clothes and carried no expensive gifts. He stood quietly, his eyes fixed on the familiar door with a hint of anxiety. This was his first time visiting her as a great Grandmaster, yet he felt more nervous than when facing a beast king. Click! A girl in a pale blue dress stepped out. Su Lele had clearly dressed with great care this evening. The long dress shimmered like a lake under moonlight, its hem swaying gently with the breeze. A jade hairpin held up her long hair, and a few loose strands framed her ears, making her look gentle and moving. She wore neither her usual high ponytail nor her sharp martial arts uniform. Shedding the toughness of a martial artist, she revealed only the tenderness of a young girl. "You are here," she said. Su Lele stood on the steps, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her dress. Her voice was barely a whisper. "Yes, I am here," Suyu replied. Suyu looked at her, his throat parched. They stood in silence. The surrounding air grew thick, heavy with the faint melancholy of parting. Earlier, the admission letters had arrived. Suyu had been accepted by the Beijing Martial Arts University without suspense, the political and martial center of the Northern Federation. Su Lele had worked hard, but her talent was limited. She had been accepted into a key martial arts university in the Jiangnan region, north and south, thousands of kilometers apart. In this era of high martial arts, where spaceships existed but studies were demanding, this was not just a long-distance relationship, it was a line dividing two worlds. "You are leaving?" Su Lele asked, breaking the silence first. She lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. "Yes," Suyu nodded. He walked up the steps and stood before her. "I leave in 3 days. Dad said I should go early to adapt to the environment." "Oh," Su Lele murmured, her voice downcast. "Well, congratulations. Beijing Martial Arts University is the best school. You will surely become a powerful martial artist one day." "Lele," Suyu interrupted her. He reached out and gently lifted her chin, forcing her to look into his eyes. "This is only a temporary separation," he said. The boy's eyes were clear and firm, holding a sea of stars within them. "I will train hard and become strong, very strong. When I reach that height, no matter where you are, I will be able to appear before you in an instant. Besides, modern communication is so advanced. We can video chat every day." Hearing his clumsy words, the tears swirling in Su Lele's eyes finally spilled over, though a beautiful curve formed on her lips. "Idiot, who wants to video chat with you every day?" "I am very busy," she said. She sniffled and laughed through her tears. Suddenly, she remembered something. She took a small, exquisite box from her pocket and handed it to Suyu. "This is for you," she whispered. Suyu took the box and opened it. Inside lay a hand-woven deep blue bracelet. The knots were complex, showing the great effort the creator had put into it. In the center hung a tiny piece of jade, carved with a delicate character, representing Ellie. "I wove this piece not myself," Su Lele said, her face flushing red. "The elders say wearing it can ward off disaster. You are going so far away to the capital. I hope it brings you good luck." Suyu looked at the bracelet. A warm current surged through his heart. It was worthless. It was not even a fraction of the cost of the grade C nutrient solution he used every day. But in his eyes, it was more precious than any earth-grade divine weapon or rare heavenly treasure. "Thank you," he said. Suyu solemnly wore the bracelet on his left wrist, right where his pulse beat. "I will always wear it. It will be as if you are always by my side." Hearing his romantic declaration, Su Lele's face turned completely red, like a ripe apple. She suddenly stood on her tiptoes. Before Suyu could react, a kiss as light as a feather landed on his cheek. "This is also for you," she said. Having said that, the young girl turned like a startled fawn, ran into the house, and slammed the door shut with a bang. Suyu stood alone in the wind, touching his kissed cheek and smiling foolishly. It was late at night by the time he returned to the cloud-top manor. Suwu stood on the second-floor balcony. He shook his head helplessly as he watched his son walk back, grinning foolishly with a faint red mark on his face. "This kid, he has so little self-control," Suwu muttered. "It is just a kiss. Back in my day, Suwu stopped halfway through his sentence. He remembered 20 years ago. It had also been a night filled with brilliant starlight. The beautiful woman named Lin Wanner had kissed him just as shyly, then promised a vow for a lifetime. "Wanner," he whispered. Suwu looked up at the vast starry sky, his eyes flashing with unforgettable longing. "Our son has grown up. Not only has he become a great Grandmaster, but he also has a girl he likes. Can you see him? Wait for me a little longer. Soon, I will be able to bring him to see you." Suwu took a deep breath. He suppressed the tenderness in his eyes and put on his determined expression once more. "In 3 days, we depart," he said. "The destination is the Yanjing base. It is time to see just how many monsters and demons hide in that so-called Federation Center." 3 days later, the cloud-top villa doors were tightly shut. An S-class interstellar shuttle, stamped with the emblem of Beijing Martial Arts University, lifted slowly from the port of Kanglan base. Siyu leaned against the porthole, watching the city below shrink. He gazed at the home that had held over a decade of his memories. While there was reluctance in his eyes, there was even more anticipation for the future. Suwu sat on the leather sofa in first class, closing his eyes to rest. Chapter 38. The S-class interstellar shuttle pierced the clouds and began to decelerate. Suyu pressed against the porthole and looked downward. His pupils contracted. A steel behemoth of a city crouched upon the plains below. Black alloy walls rose to the clouds and stretched for nearly 100 kilometers. Heavy laser turrets stood in dense rows along the ramparts, gleaming with a cold and lethal light in the sun. Each one possessed enough power to kill a beast emperor in a single strike. High above the city, a translucent pale blue energy shield arched downward like a giant inverted bull and enclosed the entire base. Suyu whispered to himself, "Is this the Yanjing base?" Compared to this, the Kanglan base where he had lived for 18 years seemed like a remote village. 10 minutes later, the shuttle landed smoothly on the VIP tarmac of the Yanjing port. As he stepped off the ship, a young staff member wearing a Beijing Martial Arts University uniform and black-framed glasses walked up to meet him. A sign pinned to his chest read Orientation Specialist. He wore a standard, professional smile. "May I ask if you are Suyu and Mr. Suwu from the Kanglan base?" the staff member asked. He bowed slightly with a respectful and enthusiastic tone. "I am an escort sent by the University Admissions Office, responsible for taking student Suyu to register." Suwu studied the staff member. The man breathed steadily and walked with a solid gait. He was a Grandmaster at the early stage. In a place like Beijing Martial Arts University, where talented experts hid everywhere, sending a Grandmaster to escort students made perfect sense. Suwu nodded. "Mr. Su, according to university regulations, parents can only accompany students this far to foster independence. Student Suyu must walk the rest of the way alone." The staff member spoke with an apologetic expression. Suwu offered no objection. He turned to his son, who stood ready for the journey. "Go on," Suwu said. He straightened his son's collar with a calm tone. "Send me a message once you arrive and get settled at the school. I will be staying in the base, so call me if you need anything." "I understand, Dad," Suyu said. He took a deep breath, his eyes shining with anticipation for his new life. Suwu extended a finger and flicked the creature named Little White, who was playing dead on Suyu's shoulder. "Take care of him. If he loses even a single hair, I will stew you." The creature flicked its tail in dissatisfaction and turned its rear end toward Suwu. I know, you nagging old man," the creature projected telepathically. Suwu watched his son walk away with the staff member, and the smile on his face faded. "Strange," Suwu murmured. He frowned. An instinct born from his strength warned him of something unusual. The next second, Suwu flickered and vanished into thin air. After leaving the port, Suyu boarded an internal shuttle with the staff member before getting off at a remote stop. "Student Suyu, that is the grinding zone of the university. the staff member said. He pointed toward a desolate cluster of buildings ahead and smiled. It is a new rule this year. Every student must walk through this old campus area before officially enrolling to show they have not forgotten their original intentions. I see, so you said. He nodded without thinking too deeply about it. After all, Beijing Martial Arts University was a top institution, and strange rules were quite normal. However, they had walked for about half an hour. The surrounding buildings grew increasingly dilapidated, and withered vines crawled over the walls. He saw no other new students on the road, nor did he see a single soul. A faint smell of mold permeated the air, and the silence was unnerving. Kid, something is wrong, the creature named Little White said. The creature had been sleeping on his shoulder, but it opened its eyes. Its formerly lazy gaze turned vigilant in an instant. It scratched Suyu's neck with a tiny claw and spoke through a telepathic connection. Suyu felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Little White's sense for danger had never failed. He slowed his pace without drawing attention, his hand creeping toward the alloy blade at his waist. He asked with feigned casualness, "Teacher, how much further is it? I recall the map showing the main gate of the university to the east, but we seem to have been walking north the whole time." The staff member walking ahead did not stop, though his voice grew low. "It is close. It is right ahead. There is a shortcut there that leads to hell." The moment the words fell, every hair on Suyu's body stood on end. He shouted the command to retreat, abandoning all hesitation as his footwork exploded into motion, propelling him backward 10 meters in an instant. The man who had appeared mild and polite turned slowly. The professional smile had vanished from his face, replaced by a twisted, venomous grin, etched with features that no longer seemed human. "Your reactions are fast enough," the man said. He tilted his neck, forcing a crunching sound of dislocated bone to echo in the space. "Unfortunately, not even wings will help you fly away from this." A boom shook the air as a powerful aura belonging to the martial emperor realm erupted from within his body. This aura did not carry the pure energy of blood. Instead, it was tainted with a nauseating black mist. "Die, you genius," the man snarled. He shoved off the ground, causing the earth to crack beneath him. He turned into a black lightning bolt, surging towards Suyu in a blink. A pitch-black dagger materialized in his hand, aimed directly at Suyu's heart. The speed was overwhelming. Although Suyu was a great Grandmaster, he felt powerless before a martial emperor in such an explosive state. His eyes barely tracked the movement, but his body lagged, unable to respond in time. "You are courting death," Suyu shouted. Just as the blade was about to pierce his chest, a white blur shot from his shoulder. A deafening roar exploded in the narrow alleyway. Little White's body swelled in the wind, transforming instantly into a ferocious beast the size of a tiger. Its white fur stood up like steel needles, and holy golden light swirled around it. It slapped a claw downward at the man. "What is that thing?" the man shouted. He had clearly not expected such a monster to be hidden on Suyu. In his haste, he could only raise the dagger to block. Metal clashed, followed by the wet sound of a blade slicing flesh. Little White's razor-sharp claws shattered the dagger and continued downward, carving 5 deep gouges into the man's chest, exposing the bone. Fabric and flesh ripped apart. The man's chest was sliced open, and his body flew backward, slamming hard against a wall of debris. "Phew, that scared me," Little White said. It landed on the ground, maintaining a combat stance. It glanced back at Suyu and added, "Kid, you owe me a feast." Suyu let out a breath, but Little White suddenly bristled, its fur standing on end. "Something is wrong." Suyu looked closely and felt a chill creep up his spine. The staff member with the gutted chest was not dead. Instead of blood, a viscous, ink-green liquid oozed from the horrific wound. Even worse, the organs inside him were writhing and warping in a mad, unnatural frenzy. The man crawled out of the ruins, emitting a hair-raising, mocking laugh. The information was wrong, the monster hissed, its voice grating. "There is actually a martial emperor-level spirit beast guarding you. That is even better. Killing you both will earn double the merit." A teeth-grinding sound of tearing skin filled the air as the man's skin burst apart. Countless tentacles, covered in suckers and barbs, shot out from within him. His skull split open, transforming into a maw filled with rows of sharp teeth. In mere seconds, he was no longer human, but a terrifying monster, half man and half beast. As the transformation completed, his aura surged, breaking past the limits of a martial emperor and rising into the martial saint realm. Star demon cultist, Suyu thought, a cold realization washing over him. He recognized the origins of this creature instantly. This was the hallmark method of the infamous anti-human cult, the star demon cult. They fused human genes with those of star beasts to manufacture these unnatural, abominable killing machines. Chapter 39. Run. The small white beast did not think twice. It bit down on Suyu's clothing and turned to flee. A martial emperor challenging a martial saint meant certain death. "Do you think you can escape?" The monster emitted a shrill screech. More than a dozen tentacles behind it surged outward for 100 meters in an instant. They descended like a massive web, sealing off every path of retreat. "It is over." Suyu stared at the tentacles that blotted out the sky. A wave of despair washed through him. Had he truly arrived in the capital only to die here, before even stepping through the school gates? Just as the slime-covered tentacles were about to crush the human and the beast into pulp, time seemed to stand still. A low hum vibrated through the air. An indescribable, massive pressure descended upon the abandoned area without warning. The surrounding space solidified instantly. The frenzied tentacles, as if struck by a pause button, froze in midair. They hovered less than 10 centimeters from the tip of Suyu's nose. "Who is there?" The monster rolled its eyes in terror. It could not move even a single finger. The demonic energy within its body remained tightly suppressed, as if it had encountered a natural predator. A figure appeared silently before Suyu and the small white beast. He wore simple casual clothing, his hands thrust into his pockets, his expression indifferent. Yet, as he stood there, he seemed to hold up the entire sky. "Dad!" Suyu exclaimed. The white beast, having returned to the size of a fur ball, let out a cry of relief. "Boss, you finally arrived." It darted into Suwu's arms, trembling. Suwu patted his son's shoulder gently, then turned. He locked his cold gaze onto the ugly monster. The Star Demon Cult. Suwu's voice betrayed no emotion, yet the temperature around them dropped to freezing in an instant. Intercepting a new student in broad daylight on the grounds of the Beijing Martial Arts University. "You have quite a lot of nerve. A Star Lord. How is that possible?" The monster roared in a garbled tone. A destructive threat radiated from Suwu. Suwu offered no reply. He raised his right hand slowly and grasped the empty air in front of the monster. The 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies technique. Origin heavy water, water prison. Water molecules in the air gathered instantly, forming a massive, deep blue hand of flowing water. The hand appeared crystal clear, yet it carried the weight of 1,000 mountains. It snatched the demon, who stood at the martial saint realm, and squeezed him tight within its palm. "Ah!" The monster let out a shrill scream. Its incredibly tough tentacles snapped inch by inch under the pressure of the water flow. The ink-green blood vaporized the moment it leaked out. "Speak. Who sent you here? How many accomplices remain?" Suwu's eyes cut like a blade. The creature's bones shattered from the pressure, yet a mad, twisted smile spread across its face. "Hee hee. So what if you kill me? The plans of the holy cult have already begun. It is not just him. Everyone will die." Having spoken, its body suddenly expanded violently. A black core within it began to emit a blinding red light. "You intend to self-destruct." Suwu let out a cold snort. If he were still at the martial saint realm, he might have been forced to retreat in the face of a self-destructing demon of the same level. But now he was a Star Lord. Suwu stared at the creature. "In my presence, you lack even the right to die." Suwu clenched his palm. A dull thud echoed through the air. The self-destruct energy, enough to level half a city block, compressed within his palm. An explosion roared inside the water prison, yet not a single drop of water splashed outward. The arrogant martial saint-level demon crumbled into a puddle of ink-green sludge. Suwu dismissed the water prison with a wave of his hand. A black crystal dropped to the ground. It was the core of the demon and his only remaining trace. Suyu stepped forward. He stared at the crystal on the ground with lingering fear. "Dad, what exactly is this?" Half an hour later, Suwu and Suyu stood inside the admissions office of Beijing Martial Arts University. Admission Director Lei Zhen stared at the black crystal Suwu tossed onto the table, along with a sample of the foul-smelling liquid. He stood up abruptly as if struck by lightning. "This is a high-level demonized crystal core. Only a martial saint-level demon can produce this." Lei Zhen's hands trembled. He never imagined that inside the Yanjing base, the safest place in the entire Federation, and right under the nose of Beijing Martial Arts University, a martial saint-level demon had infiltrated to hunt their students. If Suwu had not been protecting them, the genius Suyu would have died today. "Mr. Su, please wait. This matter is too significant. I must report it immediately." Lei Zhen ignored all protocol and grabbed the telephone. Inside a secret location within the Yanjing base, an opulent yet dim room awaited. Eerie starry sky totems hung on the walls, while faint incense filled the air. A man wearing a dark red velvet suit reclined lazily in a large high-backed chair. He possessed an uncanny appearance with a pair of rare vertical slit pupils. He gently swirled a glass of crimson liquid that looked like blood. This was Night Owl, the high priest of the earth branch of the Star Demon cult. A black-robed figure knelt on one knee in the shadows. "Master," the black-robed figure spoke with respect. "I am submitting the report for the first stage of the elimination plan. 109 targets were identified. We confirmed 73 eliminations, and 15 individuals sustained heavy injuries. The mission is basically complete." "Oh, 73 of them." Night Owl sipped the liquid in the glass. He licked his lips and displayed an intoxicated expression. "The blood of these geniuses tastes the most delicious. It is a pity that a few escaped." "It is my incompetence, Master," the black-robed figure replied. He lowered his head. The demon code-named Hunter Blade went to intercept target number 100. "We lost contact with him, and his soul lamp went out." The final energy fluctuations sent back from the scene suggest a Star-Lord Realm powerhouse appeared there. Star-Lord Realm. Night Owl paused his swirling glass for a moment. Surprise flickered in his narrow eyes. "This is interesting. It seems among this year's freshmen, someone has quite a background. They actually have a Star-Lord Realm expert serving as a bodyguard." He displayed no fear. Instead, the smile at the corners of his lips deepened. "It does not matter. A mere Star-Lord cannot change the overall situation." Night Owl stood up and walked to the massive starry sky totem. He spread his arms as if to embrace the entire universe. "The trend is already set. The fall of these 73 geniuses is only the beginning. The seeds of fear have been planted. Soon, this planet and the entire solar system will become the pasture for our holy cult." Pass the order to start the second stage. Night Owl's mad and elegant laughter echoed through the dim room. It sounded like the whisper of a demon, predicting that a larger storm was about to rise within the Yanjing base. Chapter 40. The top floor of the Beijing Martial Arts University Administrative Building felt heavy with tension. "The Star Demon cult people managed to pinpoint our freshman list. They even knew Suyu's exact route. This means, the old man standing there said. He had white hair and a white beard, and he wore a traditional Zhongshan suit. His face looked gaunt, but his eyes held a depth like an abyss. He was Su Liang, the vice principal of Beijing Martial Arts University, and a level 5 Star Lord. Su Liang tapped his fingers gently against the desk. His voice came out cold and piercing. We have a traitor inside, a high-ranking one at that. Lei Zhen, the director of the admissions office, stood to the side. Sweat covered his forehead. As the person directly responsible for this year's enrollment, he could not escape the blame for such a massive failure that left 73 geniuses dead. Principal Su, please rest assured, Lei Zhen said, grinding his teeth. I will arrange everything right now. Until we get to the bottom of this, every person who touched the freshman files will be placed under isolation and investigation. Su Liang squinted slightly and waved a hand. You do not need to worry about this matter. I will have someone else take over. Go and comfort the surviving students and parents. Do not let the panic spread. Yes. Lei Zhen felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. He quickly responded and exited the room. The office door closed slowly behind Lei Zhen. Su Liang turned around and directed his gaze past the desk toward the leather sofa area on the other side. Two people sat there. Suyu sat upright with a calm expression. Suwu sat with his legs crossed, fiddling with the black crystal that had dropped from the demon. He looked indifferent and impatient. Your Beijing Martial Arts University claims to be the #1 institution in the Federation. You claim to be an absolutely safe zone. Suwu tossed the black crystal onto the coffee table. It landed with a sharp crack. His tone carried unconcealed mockery. And the result? Most of the freshmen were intercepted and killed before they even stepped through the school gate. If I did not have some skill, my son would likely be dead, killed by that monster. Principal Su, your way of doing things is truly not reassuring at all. Suwu stood up. The pressure belonging to a Star Lord began to radiate from him. It even stood on equal ground with Su Liang. Originally, I thought about doing as the locals do, and following your school rules about parents stopping at the gate. But now it seems, these rules are not worth keeping. For the safety of my son, I must stay by his side. If you do not agree, we will not attend this school. The words served as a blatant threat. Su Liang did not grow angry. Instead, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He had been observing Suwu the whole time. According to the files, Suwu was just a down-and-out martial artist from the Kanglin base. But looking at him now, he was anything but a down-and-out martial artist. He was clearly a powerful dragon crossing the river, a level 1 Star Lord. His aura felt condensed and his foundation ran deep. He did not show even a hint of timidity when facing a level 5 Star Lord like himself. This meant the man definitely held a trump card capable of threatening him. Mr. So, you take it too seriously. A warm smile appeared on Su Liang's face. The tense atmosphere collapsed instantly. This matter was indeed the oversight of Beijing Martial Arts University, and it frightened student Suyu. I completely understand your concern as a father. Su Liang retrieved a golden, gilded document from his drawer that he had prepared earlier and pushed it toward Suwu. This is an appointment letter I just signed. Su Liang smiled as he spoke. In view of your strength, Mr. So, and your contribution to handling this crisis, I represent Beijing Martial Arts University in sincerely inviting you to become an honorary guest of our school. An honorary guest. Suwu raised his eyebrows. He picked up the document and scanned it. That is correct, Su Liang explained. This position does not belong to the official staff. There are no mandatory tasks, and you do not need to report for duty. However, it carries very high privileges. You can freely enter and exit all areas of the campus except for forbidden zones. You will enjoy professor-level treatment, and you may apply to live in the expert villa area on campus. This way, Mr. Su, you can look after student Suyu at any time, while cultivating your mind and body in this treasure land of Beijing Martial Arts University. What do you think, Mr. Su? This move functioned as an extremely clever open scheme. On one hand, it gave Suwu a way out, satisfying his need to protect his son. On the other hand, it brought Suwu into the Beijing Martial Arts University system. It allowed them to recruit a powerful Star Lord, while making it easier to monitor him. After all, a Star Lord with an unknown background wandering around Yanjing always posed a potential risk. Suwu looked at the appointment letter. The corners of his mouth hooked into a playful arc. He certainly knew what this old fox was planning. But he did not care. It is a deal. Suwu picked up the pen and signed his name. 30 minutes later, a black commercial hovercar passed through heavy security checkpoints and drove into the core area of Beijing Martial Arts University, the Living District. Unlike the high-rise student dormitories outside, this area consisted of a cluster of villas nestled by the mountains and water. Trees shaded the paths, spirit energy permeated the air. The environment felt so secluded and tranquil that it seemed like a paradise away from the world. Senior, student Suyu, we have arrived. The young man responsible for guiding them parked the car in front of a detached villa numbered 186 and opened the door respectfully. This is the exclusive residence for expert-level instructors. Principal Su specially approved the allocation of this vacant villa, 186, to both of you. The young man smiled as he introduced the features. The villa contains an independent gravity training room, a potion preparation room, and a full suite of smart home systems. The basement connects directly to the school's elemental pulse node. Cultivation efficiency here is double that of the outside world. Suwu kept his hand behind his back. He swept his divine sense through the building and grasped the structure of the entire villa in his mind. The safety factor was high, and no messy neighbors lived nearby either. Finally, we have a place to rest. Suyu had been cooped up for too long. As soon as the car door opened, he pulled Little White inside. Wow, what is this sofa made of? It is so soft. Dad, the refrigerator here is full of nutrient solution above grade B. And this training room, the gravity multiplier can actually be adjusted up to 50 times. Suwu watched his son, shook his head helplessly, and turned to the young man. Thank Principal Su for me. I am very satisfied with this place. I am glad you are satisfied. I will not disturb you further. If you have any needs, call the living steward at any time. The young man bowed and retreated. As the door closed, only the father, son, and Little White remained in the villa. That is enough. Suwu sat on the sofa. He watched Little White struggling with a vacuum robot. His expression became serious. Although we have entered Beijing Martial Arts University, and are living in this comfortable nest, do not forget the 73 students who died. Suyu paused his movements. The smile on his face vanished, and his eyes turned sharp. I know. The Star Demon Cult. We will settle this debt sooner or later. Good. Suwu nodded. Tomorrow you must meet that so-called Star Lord level instructor. People at the Dean level in Beijing Martial Arts University are not easy to deal with. Perform well. Do not worry, Dad. Suyu clenched his fist. The next morning, sunlight spilled through the thin morning mist onto the campus of Beijing Martial Arts University. After eating breakfast, Suyu took Little White, followed the guide from the previous day, and officially stepped into the teaching area of the university. Along the way, Suyu truly understood the meaning of the Federation's #1 university. The academic atmosphere here was intensely thick. Moreover, just as rumors claimed, the students here were outrageously strong. Suyu swept a glance at a passerby. The aura on that person was at least at the Grandmaster level. As for those who looked like core disciples, everyone possessed a profound aura. Many had already touched the threshold of the Martial King level. Student Suyu, ahead is the quiet forest garden. The guide stopped in front of a dense purple bamboo forest. His expression became exceptionally respectful, even somewhat fearful. Crossing this bamboo forest leads to Dean Hong's residence. The dean likes quiet, and his temper is, well, rather unique. I will not go inside. Take care of yourself. After finishing, the guide vanished in a flash as if running for his life. A unique temper. Suyu scratched his head and looked at Little White on his shoulder. I have a bad premonition. What are you afraid of? With me here, all demons and monsters must kneel. Little White curled its lip in disdain. Chapter 41. Suyu took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, and stepped into the bamboo forest. He walked along a quiet cobblestone path, and the view opened up before him. A simple, somewhat dilapidated courtyard stood ahead. A teetering plaque hung above the doorway. It bore the characters for Jinglin Garden. The calligraphy danced with a wild, unrestrained energy, as if the words might burst from the wood at any moment. Suyu pushed open the wooden door, which groaned with a high-pitched creak. The courtyard furnishings remained simple, bordering on crude. A water well, an old locust tree, and a few chickens pecking at rice. Beneath the locust tree sat a peeling rattan chair. An old man wearing oversized shorts, a white tank top, and flip-flops lay sprawled across the chair. He held a palm leaf fan in his hand. A magazine covered his face. He snored loudly, saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. Suyu twitched. He wondered if he had arrived at the wrong place. This was the Star-Lord level dean. Suyu cleared his throat. He spoke toward the sleeping figure. I am Suyu, a junior, here to see Dean Hong. The snoring continued, loud and rhythmic. Suyu raised his voice. Junior Suyu, here to report for duty. The old man remained motionless. Little White could no longer tolerate the act. It hated when others put on airs in its presence. The creature leaped from Suyu's shoulder, turned into a white streak, and landed on the old man's stomach. It raised a paw, ready to pluck the few sparse hairs from the old man's chin. Little White shouted, Hey, old man, wake up and welcome your guest. Before the paw could touch the beard, the sleeping old man opened his eyes. No drowsiness lingered in his gaze. Instead, a playful, cunning light shone from his eyes. The old man spoke. Oh, where did this little wild cat come from? You have quite the temper. The old man's hand moved with the speed of a teleportation. A crisp sound cracked through the air. Before Suyu could process the motion, the old man gripped the back of Little White's neck with one hand. He held the creature aloft like a chicken. Little White struggled, all four paws thrashing wildly in the air. Let me go, you stinky old man. The old man chuckled, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. You can talk. You dare pull my beard. Is this your greeting? The old man slapped Little White's furry bottom without hesitation. He controlled the force perfectly. It caused no bone damage, but it definitely hurt. Little White let out a shrill howl, tears streaming from its eyes. No one had ever dared to spank it before. The old man struck it again. Do you yield? Little White instantly surrendered. It clutched its red, swollen bottom with both paws. It looked as aggrieved as a child. I do not. I yield. Grandfather, please spare me. Suyu watched from the side, stunned. He wanted to laugh but feared the consequences. The old man tossed the creature aside. He landed Little White in a pile of grass in the corner. He sat up slowly and inspected Suyu from head to toe. The old man scratched his foot and spoke carelessly. You are Suyu. You look quite energetic. Suyu prepared to offer a humble reply. The old man waved his hand and pointed to the alloy sword at Suyu's waist. Spare me the formal nonsense. Do you practice the blade? Come, draw your weapon. The old man stood up, though he stood only 1 meter 6 tall. The old man spoke again. Attack me. Use your blade. Let me see what you can do. Su focused, his expression turning solemn. He knew this served as a test and a display of power. Without demonstrating true capability, life under this eccentric Dean would prove difficult. Dean Hong, forgive me, he said. He unleashed the energy of a great Grandmaster, early stage, without reservation. A boom rattled the courtyard. Su drew the long blade from his waist and assumed the starting stance of the three-fire thunder blade. Though he had not mastered this technique to the perfection realm like his father, Su had learned the essential spirit through his father's personal guidance. A sizzle filled the air as the blade vibrated. While the three-colored thunder and fire did not manifest visibly, a scorching, violent energy clung to the edge of the steel. Cut, Su commanded under his breath. He moved like lightning, crossing the 10-meter distance in a single step. The long blade descended toward the old man with the force of a landslide. The strike was fast, accurate, and lethal, carrying a faint trace of blade intent. Surprise flickered in the old man's eyes. He did not dodge or even move his feet against the heavy strike. He simply extended two withered fingers. A crisp metallic hum rang out as the old man caught the blade, capable of cleaving a tank, between two fingers with total ease. The weapon remained motionless. Not bad strength. To possess such power at the early stage of a great Grandmaster means you have a special constitution, the old man noted. He flicked his wrist. A gentle yet irresistible force traveled up the blade. A jolt traveled through the web of Suyu's hand, and he stumbled back 3 steps, unable to control his momentum. Again, Suyu challenged. His competitive spirit flared. He executed the chaotic dance of the sky-breaking blade. Since he could not match the old man in power, he would match him in speed. Suyu transformed into a blur of motion, raining strikes down on the old man from every angle. 100 strikes per second. Every single blow aimed at the old man's vital points. The old man acted as though he were strolling through his own garden. He kept one hand behind his back and swatted, parried, tapped, and pressed with the other. Every movement disrupted Suyu's rhythm with surgical precision. After 3 minutes, the old man called out a soft command. Stop. He pressed a single finger 1 inch from the center of Suyu's forehead. Suyu stiffened, cold sweat breaking out across his skin. Had that finger made contact, his head would have burst open. Suyu sheathed his blade and stepped back, gasping for air, his eyes filled with genuine respect. Junior has lost. The Dean's skill is peerless. Spare me the flattery, the old man replied, settling back into his rattan chair. Appreciation shone in his eyes. Not bad, truly not bad. He fanned himself, clicking his tongue in wonder. I never expected your foundation in blade work to be so solid. It is even stronger than mine was at the same stage. You are a genius of the blade. Suyu scratched his head, smiling. You flatter me, Dean. I have just been diligent in my practice. From this day forward, you are a disciple of Hong Tianyang, the old man declared. Yes, master, Suyu said, bowing respectfully in the traditional apprenticeship ceremony. Enough, enough, cut the formalities. Go pick up that white fur ball playing dead in the corner, the old man finished. Chapter 42. Time passed like a white horse galloping past a crevice, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months vanished. Ever since Suyu became Hong Tianyang's apprentice, his life grew incredibly regular and monotonous. Every morning, when the first ray of sunlight pierced the purple bamboo forest, he already stood on the training grounds outside Jinglin Garden. No high-technology auxiliary equipment stood here. No dazzling virtual projections existed. Only wooden blades, polished bright by the passage of time, lay scattered alongside fallen leaves covering the ground. Hong Tianyang maintained his usual disheveled appearance. He wore large shorts and held a purple clay teapot that looked as if it had been used for an eternity. He sipped his tea with a slurping sound while watching Suyu, who was drenched in sweat. A blade is not an extension of your arm, he grunted. That is just nonsense spoken by laymen. Suyu paused his movements, breathless. The blade is your intent, Hong Tianyang continued. It is your soul. In this godforsaken world, it is the only scepter capable of making logic prevail. During the first few days, Suyu did not understand. He possessed the blade techniques passed down by his father and considered himself to have achieved a respectable level of mastery. That changed one day. Hong Tianyang used nothing more than a withered tree branch to easily flick the alloy war blade from Suyu's grip. At that moment, Suyu finally understood what it meant for intent to precede the blade. During these days, Hong Tianyang frequently boasted to Suyu. 30 years ago, I was exactly your age, Hong Tianyang said. He reclined on the rattan chair, his gaze drifting toward the distant east. His tone carried a mix of nostalgia and arrogance. At that time, I was arrogant and proud. I traveled alone with a single blade, crossed the ocean, and went to that Sakura country, which revered the art of the blade. The people in that place were interesting. They were extremely paranoid, and had practiced their blade techniques into an ultimate killing art. Techniques like Iaido, the 2 heavens as one style, and the swallow return, they had so many variations. Suyu stopped his movements and listened quietly. I stayed there for 3 years, the old man continued. In the first year, I challenged their dojo 100-man kill. I slashed my way from Kyushu Island all the way to Hokkaido, breaking 800 samurai swords. At that time, they called me the demon from China. Hong Tianyang curled his lips into a cold sneer. By the 2nd year, their sword saint could no longer sit still. That old monster, a half-step star lord, challenged me to a duel at the summit of Mount Fuji. Heavy snow sealed the mountain that day. That battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. His blade was fast. It was so fast that it could sever falling snowflakes. My blade, however, was heavier. It was so heavy that it could crush mountains. In the end, I realized a single strike. With one slash, I split his snowy kingdom domain wide open. From that moment on, whenever the martial arts world of Sakura country hears the name Hong Tianyang, they bow their heads 3 feet low. Listening to his master's account, Suyu felt as if he saw that snow-filled summit of Mount Fuji, where one man with one blade suppressed an entire nation with peerless grace. Kid, do you know why I am telling you all this? Hong Tianyang asked while looking at Suyu. Suyu pondered for a moment before tentatively suggesting, Master, are you trying to tell me that true knowledge comes from practical combat? Rubbish, Hong Tianyang retorted while rolling his eyes. I am trying to tell you that I am incredibly impressive. During the next 2 months, under Hong Tianyang's guidance, Suyu began attempting to infuse his own emotions and will into the blade. At the same time, as the #1 institution of the Federation, Beijing Martial Arts University provided resources of a terrifying scale. With his status as a sequence student, and the various top-tier pills secretly provided by Suyu's cultivation soared like a rocket. The blood energy of the great Grandmaster within his body underwent constant compression and purification. Finally, the first snow of winter began to fall. A massive boom echoed through Jinglan Garden as a majestic aura erupted into the sky, shaking the accumulated snow from the entire garden. He had reached the middle stage of the great Grandmaster realm. Suyu stood in the snow, holding his wooden blade. Although he had not yet completely solidified his own blade intent, he had already touched the threshold. Villa number 186 remained untouched. The wind and snow outside could not penetrate the constant temperature of this luxury mansion. Suyu reclined on the soft leather sofa, a tablet in his hand as he scrolled through the latest intelligence regarding the Star Demon cult. For 2 months, the cult had vanished into thin air. The high-level mole hidden within the university had disappeared like a stone dropped into the ocean, leaving no trace behind. This is the quiet before the storm, Suyu muttered, rubbing his temples. He knew the enemy would not give up so easily. If he failed to root them out, Suyu would remain in danger. Suddenly, a rapid series of chimes echoed deep within his mind. The system alerted him that his descendant, Suyu, possessed peerless talent. Under the guidance of a master, the boy had successfully grasped the embryonic form of blade intent and advanced to the middle stage of the great Grandmaster realm. The system judged that the descendant had achieved a major breakthrough in martial will. His own cultivation realm began to synchronize, and insights flowed into his mind. Congratulations to the host. His cultivation had broken through to the 5th stage of the Star-Lord realm. Congratulations to the host. Based on the perfection level 3 Fire Thunder Blade and micro-level combat techniques, the system automatically evolved the supernatural power of the blade domain in its initial stage. A boom resonated through the room. An invisible yet terrifying ripple surged outward, centered on Suyu. It swept across 100 miles in an instant. Suyu controlled the fluctuation with perfect precision. It caused no damage to the material world, instead acting directly upon the level of universal rules. Suyu snapped his eyes open. His pupils vanished, replaced by 2 endless seas of blades. He has reached the 5th stage of the Star-Lord realm. Suyu slowly raised his hand, staring at his slender fingers. If reaching the 1st stage meant merely possessing a star swirl capable of crude energy output, then the 5th stage represented the pinnacle of fine control over that power. The star swirl within him had expanded tenfold, burning in his dantian like a true star. The boundless energy could support him through months of high-intensity combat without running dry. The most surprising element remained the newly awakened supernatural power, the blade domain. Once a martial artist grasped an intent, they could manifest it into a domain, rather than just using it for themselves. In this domain, he became the blade, and the blade became him. Everything could function as a blade, and the enemy's weapons within the domain suffered absolute suppression. His own attacks would amplify tenfold. Suyu focused his intent. A low hum vibrated outward. The space within 1,000 meters of the villa twisted in a bizarre fashion. If a Star-Lord powerhouse were to intrude upon this space, they would panic as every particle of dust floating in the air transformed into the sharpest razor blade. Even the sound of the wind biting against their skin would sharpen into the noise of cutting edges. Suyu tapped his finger toward the fruit platter on the coffee table. The stainless steel knife meant for slicing fruit turned into a streak of light. It disintegrated automatically in the air, transforming into countless tiny metallic particles. Infused with the power of the blade domain, every grain contained the terrifying energy required to pierce the protective aura of a martial saint. This was not mere telekinesis. He had endowed dead objects with the attributes of a blade. This power is incredible, Suyu said, excitement flashing in his eyes. With this blade domain, and my perfection level water thunder fire curse, I could likely fight to a draw with a 6th stage Star-Lord without even using my trump cards. I might even kill them. This was no blind confidence. The 5th stage granted by the system held far more value than that of an ordinary martial artist. His foundation was perfect, his martial skills were at perfection, and his physical body was the supreme chaos body. Fighting above his rank was as simple as eating or drinking. Suyu, you really are your father's lucky star. Suyu reigned in his aura and dispersed the blade domain. Everything in the villa returned to normal, as if that terrifying event had been nothing more than a hallucination. Chapter 43. 1 week passed. The snow had just cleared, leaving the Beijing Martial Arts University campus draped in silver. Suyu trudged through the accumulated snow with little white, eventually reaching Jinglan Garden. The moment he stepped through the gate, the atmosphere felt different. Normally at this hour, Hong Tianyang would sprawl on the rattan chair, sipping tea or shouting obscenities. Today, the courtyard held a stranger. A man who appeared to be in his 40s stood in the center of the yard. He wore a crisp, gray tunic suit, and retro, round-framed glasses perched on the bridge of his nose. His hair remained perfectly combed. He held a strange metallic instrument, sweeping it back and forth against the old locust tree, while muttering to himself. "So you have arrived." Hong Tianyang beckoned him over, dropping his usual casual demeanor for a rare, serious introduction. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Qi Yunshan, the dean of our university's Universe Species Research Institute. He is also the top biologist in the Federation." Dean Qi. So Yu hurriedly bowed and offered a respectful greeting. Anyone serving as a dean at Beijing Martial Arts University held at least the strength of a Star Lord. Moreover, the title of Universe Species Research sounded incredibly prestigious. Qi Yunshan adjusted his glasses. He shifted his gaze from the locust tree to Suyu. His eyes were gentle, yet they carried a sense of probing scrutiny. "I have long heard the old ghost Hong boasting about the peerless genius he took under his wing. Seeing you today, with your blood and qi like mercury, and your spirit perfectly contained, you truly are a piece of uncut jade. Enough, old Qi. Stop reciting flowery prose." Hong Tianyang waved his hand impatiently. "I did not call you here today to inspect my apprentice. I called you here to examine this little thing." He gestured toward Little White, who huddled into a ball on Suyu's shoulder to keep warm. Qi Yunshan locked his gaze onto Little White. The gentle expression in his eyes vanished, replaced by a sudden, frantic fanaticism, much like a bachelor seeing a stunning beauty. "Is this the beast suspected of possessing high-level intelligence?" Little White bristled under that fanatical stare, shrinking behind Suyu's neck while its fur stood on end. What are you doing?" "I am not good to eat. I have not bathed in days." "It truly can speak." Qi Yunshan grasped the situation instantly, his excitement mounting. Furthermore, its vocal organs are completely different from a human's. It uses spiritual vibration to simulate vocal cords. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. "Suyu, may I examine it?" Qi Yunshan rubbed his hands together, his face filled with anticipation. Suyu hesitated and glanced at Little White. "Big guy." Little White prepared to refuse, but after witnessing the faint, knowing smile on Hong Tianyang's face, it recalled the terror of having its bottom spanked. Reluctantly, it extended a paw. Be gentle." Qi Yunshan accepted the creature, his movements as gentle as if he were cradling a rare treasure. He drew a silver instrument from his cloth bag. It was only the size of a palm, yet its construction looked incredibly complex. He pressed it lightly against Little White's abdomen. Genetic sequence comparison in progress. Energy frequency band detection in progress. The instrument emitted a faint blue glow, projecting rows of data that Suyu could not comprehend. Moments later, a sharp beep echoed from the machine. The data on the screen shifted to a jarring red. Qi Yunshan's hand gave a violent twitch, nearly sending Little White flying. This. Qi Yunshan stared fixedly at the screen, his pupils dilating and his voice cracking. Genetic lock overlap is 0%. Energy level immeasurable. It even detected a star core reaction. "Old Qi, speak in human terms." Hong Tianyang furrowed his brow. Qi Yunshan took a deep breath, raised his head, and fixed his gaze on them with an expression filled with awe and terror. "Old Ghost Hong, this is not some fierce beast, nor is it a mutated beast." He paused for a long time, as if struggling to process the implications, before continuing. "Perhaps it is a star beast." Star beast. Suyu and Hong Tianyang echoed the term simultaneously, stunned. Qi Yunshan stood with a solemn expression. He began to explain. "Fierce beasts are products of native planetary organisms undergoing genetic mutations due to the recovery of energy. No matter how strong they become, they remain confined to the category of planetary creatures. Star beasts are different." His fingertips trembled. "They are the darlings of the universe. They are born in the depths of nebulae, feeding on starlight, and nesting in asteroid belts. Every adult star beast possesses the terrifying strength to cross the void with its physical body and tear apart warships. The key factor is that the bloodline of a star beast is extremely noble and rare. In the first star sector, there has not been a record of a living star beast for 300 years. Once this little thing grows up, it will reach at least the peak of the Star-Lord realm." Suyu drew in a sharp breath. He knew Little White was strong. He knew his father brought it back from that eerie place in the falling Glow Mountain range. He never imagined its origins could be this significant. Qi Yunshan shifted his tone. His complexion turned ghastly pale. The appearance of a star beast often brings catastrophe. Their existence alone guarantees it. To the advanced civilizations or powerful predators in the universe, a juvenile star beast acts as a piece of walking treasure. Capturing it, raising it, or consuming it brings immense benefits to them. Suyu felt his heart tighten. He reached out, his instinct to protect Little White overriding his shock. At that very moment, a sudden change occurred. Little White sat in the palm of Qi Yunshan, listening to the story of its own life. An invisible key seemed to insert itself into a seal deep within Little White's mind. Ancient, desolate, and terrifying memory fragments exploded in its brain. It saw fire. Fire covered the sky. A massive purple planet burned. Countless creatures with 6 eyes slaughtered small beasts just like it. A massive white beast, its body comparable to a mountain, stood to protect it. A beam of light pierced the galaxy and shattered the protector. "Run, child, run quickly. Do not look back. Run." The desperate roar echoed across space and time, reverberating in the depths of Little White's soul. "Ah!" Little White screamed with extreme agony. The cry no longer held its usual childish, milky tone. It rang with wildness and madness. Roar! A terrifying wave of air erupted from the small body. Chi Yunshin stood in the path of the blast. He flipped backward, slamming hard into the courtyard wall. The instrument in his hand shattered into fragments. Hong Tianyang let out a gasp of shock. He flashed forward, attempting to suppress the creature, but he arrived too late. Little White's eyes turned blood red. Its snow-white fur grew rapidly, transforming into silver scales. The energy of heaven and earth above the Jinglan garden went completely out of control. Countless waves of energy gathered frantically toward Little White, forming a massive funnel-shaped storm. Then, a streak of silver-white light shot upward. It measured thousands of meters long. It pierced the firmament and penetrated the defensive shield of the Yanjing base. Chapter 44. Yanjing base stood as the core of the Human Federation in the Huaxia region. Its geographical location offered unique advantages while concealing hidden perils. Several hundred kilometers to the west lay the Taihang mountain range, a massive ridge resembling a dragon spine spanning the North China landscape. This place once served as a scenic tourist spot, but now it functioned as a forbidden zone for humanity, a paradise for fierce beasts. Deep in the mountains, clouds and mist curled throughout the year. Ancient trees reached toward the heavens. Tens of thousands of high-level fierce beasts lived here. Over 1,000 of them reached the martial saint-level beast saint classification. In the depths, where even human satellites could not probe, legends told of sleeping, terrifying beast gods with strength rivaling the Star-Lord realm. To the east stretched the vast North China Plain and the turbulent Bohai Bay. On the plains, mutated reptile beasts moved like a river of fish. They traveled through the ruins of abandoned cities, trampling the remains of a once great civilization beneath their feet. The ocean depths remained unfathomable. Massive mutated whale sharks flipped their bodies to stir up 100-meter giant waves. Deep-sea monster tentacles could crush nuclear submarines with ease. Usually, these overlords occupying their own territories possessed strong instincts to defend their domains. They respected the boundaries of others. However, today changed everything. When that silver-white beam of light pierced the heavens, rising from Jinglan Garden within the Yanjing base, a tremor originated from the depths of their bloodlines. It swept through every fierce beast within a radius of 1,000 kilometers. A roar echoed. Deep within the Taihang Mountains, a golden-winged great peng, asleep for 100 years, snapped its eyes open. Its wings spanned 1,000 meters, blotting out the sky. It roared at the heavens, the sound piercing gold and cracking stone, carrying a fanatical devotion akin to a pilgrimage. A mournful howl followed. On the plains, millions of wolves, swarms of rats, and legions of snakes ceased their slaughter. In unison, they turned, prostrating and trembling in the direction of the Yanjing base. Inside the Bohai Bay, the sea boiled. Countless marine beasts surfaced. Their densely packed dorsal fins resembled a dark forest. They rushed ashore in a frenzy, seeking the source of that light beam. 10,000 beasts bowed in worship. This reaction transcended simple energy attraction. It signaled the primal submission and longing of the lower ranks toward their superior royal bloodline. The highest alert level of the Yanjing base sounded at this moment. Beep, beep, beep. A super S-level beast tide reaction detected. The Taihang Mountains, the North China Plain, and the Bohai Bay, these three beast tides were converging. They would reach the Yanjing defense line in 2 hours. The entire base city plunged into chaos instantly. Countless searchlights cut through the night sky. The city defense army gathered in an emergency. All laser turrets began charging. A catastrophe loomed close. Inside Jinglan Garden, the silver-white pillar of light continued to spray outward. It illuminated the entire courtyard as if it were day. Little White, at the center of the light, had completely lost consciousness. Its body curled into a ball. Silver scales grew and shed repeatedly, while its aura climbed at a terrifying speed. Awakening. No, this sensation felt different. Chi Yunshin adjusted the glasses on his nose, which had cracked during the shockwave. He stared at the scene that defied common sense and muttered to himself. This resembles an evolution ritual of ancestral bloodline return. A hum vibrated through the air. A figure appeared from thin air. He brought no wind with him, but the moment his feet touched the ground, the raging energy storm calmed down in a bizarre fashion. Suwu stood there. His expression remained solemn. Purple gold blood energy hid within his body, but the aura, deep and prison-like, caused Hong Tianyang and Chi Yunshin to struggle for breath. Dad. Suyu, who had been guarding the side, hurried forward. Little White, I already know. Suwu waved his hand. His gaze fixed upon Little White within the pillar of light. The massive, awakening power within the creature radiated outward. Tell me what happened again. Suwu commanded in a deep voice. Suyu spoke at a rapid pace, recounting the process of Chi Yunshin testing the bloodline, Little White losing control, and the signal emission. After listening, Suwu turned his head. He gave Chi Yunshin a deep look. That single glance made Chi Yunshin, a biologist at the Star-Lord realm, feel a chill race down his spine. He felt as if an ancient fierce beast had locked onto him. This little thing exists in a very special state right now. It cannot stop immediately. Also, Chi Yunshin looked up at the sky. It created too much commotion. Hong Tianyang frowned. He looked at Suwu, his heart surging with waves of shock. This is Suyu's father. The first stage Star-Lord that guy spoke of. What a joke. As a veteran Star-Lord, Hong Tianyang possessed sharp intuition. He felt a vastness from Suwu that he only sensed when facing the ocean or looking at the starry sky. The unfathomable foundation of the man made even him, a third-stage Star-Lord, feel despair. Suyu, go back first. Wu spoke, his tone allowing no room for argument. Dad. But little white. Yu said with anxiety. Rest assured. I am here. Wu patted his son on the shoulder. A gentle force pushed him out of the courtyard gate. Go. Do not let me get distracted. Yu bit his lip, watching the firm expression on his father's face. He turned and left. He knew staying here would only become a burden. After sending Yu away, Wu turned. He stood alone in front of the pillar of light. His hands were behind his back. His posture remained straight like a pine tree. He appeared like an inviolable guardian god. Qi Yunshan and Hong Tianyang exchanged glances, seeing the solemnity in each other's eyes. They did not leave, but chose to retreat quietly into the corner. In the Yanjing base, the stronghold of the Star Demon cult. Such a strong energy fluctuation. High Priest Night Owl stood before the altar. He inhaled the energy floating in the air greedily, a look of intoxication appearing on his face. Did you do this? He turned his head and asked. No. The figure in the black robe replied respectfully. Then, as if recalling something, the voice became excited. Lord, do you remember that wanted order issued by the headquarters? That royal star beast cub that escaped from the depths of the starry sky to the first star sector? Are you saying? Night Owl snapped his eyes open, revealing vertical pupils. Is this commotion caused by that royal cub? Highly likely. This subordinate once saw a description of the awakening of the star beast royalty in an ancient book. It produces an omen that invokes worship from 10,000 beasts and resonance with the galaxy. It is exactly the same as the current situation. Ha 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 ha. Heaven helps me. Night Owl roared with laughter. His laughter caused the altar to hum. A royal star beast. If we can capture it and sacrifice it to the demon god, that will be another great achievement. Chapter 45. Half an hour later, above Jinglan Garden, the wind and clouds shifted abruptly. Two powerful auras descended without warning, locking instantly onto the pillar of light below. A man and a woman arrived. The man wore the Federation's custom blue and gold combat armor. His face looked resolute, but his eyes betrayed a sinister glint. The woman, with blonde hair and blue eyes, wore a tight-fitting suit. Her curvaceous figure radiated a constant flow of vital energy. They were the General Inspector of the Federation North China Theater, Zhao Feng, and his counterpart, Catherine. These two stood as the highest combat power currently stationed at the Yanjing base, representing the Federation itself. Two level 5 Star Lords. Wu saw through their strength at a single glance. Star Beast. So that is what it is. Zhao Feng hovered high above, gazing down at Little White within the pillar of light. His eyes revealed unmasked excitement. Looking at that bloodline purity, it must be a high-level Star Beast. However, when he noticed the middle-aged man standing nearby, he frowned. Wu, he muttered, clearly recognizing the man. The existence of this Star Beast endangers the safety of the Yanjing base, and even threatens the security of the entire solar system. We are here on behalf of the Federation to take custody of this creature, Catherine explained from his side. Wu stepped forward, his body rising slowly into the air until he hovered eye level with them. Little White is practically family to me. Purple gold blood energy erupted from Wu. He released the aura of a 5th-level Star Lord without reservation. It felt even more condensed and domineering than that of the two individuals facing him. If you want to take Little White away today, you must get past me first. A level 5 Star Lord. Zhao Feng and Catherine's expressions shifted. But the intensity of this man's blood energy far exceeds a typical level 5 Star Lord. Does he have a special constitution? Zhao Feng wondered, sensing that something felt off about Wu. You are openly defying the Federation. Have you considered the safety of the people in the Yanjing base? Or the security of the solar system? Catherine shouted sternly, as vital energy gathered slowly in her hands. Wu sneered. A long blade suddenly appeared in his hand. He raised it slowly, pointing the tip directly at the two inspectors. What does that have to do with me? Wu asked. I only know one thing. Anyone who touches my family dies. Boom. The space around Wu twisted violently. His blade domain expanded in an instant. The space within 1,000 meters transformed into his domain, where the very air turned into countless sharp blades, locking Zhao Feng and Catherine firmly in place. That prickling sense of danger, like needles against their backs, made cold sweat break out across their skin immediately. What is this feeling? It is so strange. Terror surged through Zhao Feng. He stood as a level 5 Star Lord, and he had Catherine, another level 5 Star Lord, beside him. Yet, he realized that if they fought in these conditions, they faced a 70% chance of being severely injured, or even killed by Wu. This Wu is absolutely not a run-of-the-mill level 5. Damn it. How can this be? Zhao Feng's eyes flickered. The fear of death dampened the greed in his heart. Risking his life against a lunatic just to capture a star beast did not seem worth the price. Zhao, what should we do? Should we fight? Catherine asked, looking toward Zhao Feng. She recognized that Wu posed a significant threat, and dared not act recklessly. Just then, Zhao Feng seemed to have a sudden thought. Wu, you are something else. Zhao Feng suddenly withdrew his aura, his face curling into a meaningful sneer. Since you persist in your obsession, do not blame me for being discourteous. However, with the beast tide approaching the city, I must act as a guardian. I have to defend the front lines against the fierce beasts. I have no time to waste on internal friction with you here. After saying this, he looked at Catherine. We are leaving. But, Catherine hesitated, caught off guard. Leave, Zhao Feng said, smiling at her. Trust me. Catherine nodded. Both individuals transformed into streaks of light, speeding away from the garden and heading toward the city wall. They left. Below, Hong Tianyang and Qi Yunshan stood stunned. Those two high and mighty federal inspectors had seemingly been intimidated by Siwoo's few words. Siwoo watched the pair disappear, his eyes chilling. He knew they would not give up so easily. Zhao Feng did not head to the front lines. He hovered in the air, activated the encrypted communicator on his wrist, and placed an intergalactic long-distance video call. Static crackled. A holographic projection expanded. The majestic figure of an elderly man appeared on the screen, Li Yuan, the head of the Li family from Mars. Inspector Zhao, you have time to enjoy yourself on Earth, yet you contact me. What do you want? Li Yuan sat in his main chair, looking displeased. Siwoo's affairs had given him a headache recently. Family head Li. I bring news. Zhao Feng's mouth curled into a sinister smile. That Siwoo you have been obsessed with eliminating. I saw him just moments ago. Oh. Li Yuan raised an eyebrow. That first-stage Star-Lord martial artist. The Li family had investigated Siwoo a month ago, concluding that Siwoo had no backing, and that his earlier bluffs were empty. However, Siwoo's status as an honorary guest of Beijing Martial Arts University had complicated things. Zhao Feng chuckled coldly. First stage. Your intelligence needs an update. Just now, he erupted with the strength of a fifth-stage Star-Lord. Even I almost suffered at his hands. What? Fifth stage. Li Yuan stood up abruptly, his composure vanishing. Impossible. He only broke through a few months ago. How could he break through 4 levels in such a short time? Even a seed could not possess such speed. Zhao Feng spoke softly. This child's talent is monstrous. He hides a secret. You know he bears a grudge against your Li family. If he reaches the 6th or 7th stage, will he not march directly to Mars and annihilate your entire lineage? Fear gripped Li Yuan's heart. The unknown potential paralyzed him. Only a few months. Raising 4 levels. A monster. If he did not crush him now, the Li family would perish. What do you want me to do? Li Yuan's voice turned hoarse and murderous. It is simple. Zhao Feng pointed toward the Yanjing base below. Yanjing faces a beast tide. Chaos reigns. Siwoo is trapped in the garden, unable to escape, while protecting an awakened star beast. This is the best opportunity to kill him. I am a federal guardian and cannot take action directly. If the Li family handles this, it has nothing to do with me. You will be contributing to the Federation. Li Yuan remained silent. This was a naked assassination plot, yet he had no choice. Fine. A fierce resolve flashed in Li Yuan's eyes. If he seeks death, I will grant it. The communication ended. Zhao Feng watched the screen fade, his smile growing more vicious. Siwoo, fighting me. You are still too naive. Once you die, that star beast will belong to me. Chapter 46. Catherine floated beside Zhao Feng. She hesitated, but determination hardened her expression. Doubts nagged at her regarding the plan Zhao Feng had proposed. As a federal inspector, she craved the high-level star beast and the generous reward promised by the Federation. She chose silence and cooperation. Success meant securing her status in the Federation, perhaps even reaching that higher realm she dreamed of. Beyond Earth's atmosphere, a pitch-black spaceship bearing a bloody star emblem punched through the clouds at sublight speed. Tense silence filled the bridge. Li Yuan sat in the main seat. He rolled 2 smooth jade walnuts between his fingers. He appeared calm, but cold. Murderous intent lurked deep within his eyes. He addressed the group. That brat Siwoo insulted my grandson, crippled our clan elders, and now he openly defies the Federation for the sake of a mere animal. If I do not eliminate him, what face remains for the Li family? The Yi family head sat on the left. He was a gaunt man with a sinister gaze. He cradled a bronze cube that emitted strange energy fluctuations. He laughed. Brotherly, rest easy. Since our ancestors immigrated to Mars, our 3 families have stood as one. We have weathered many storms together. Siwoo may possess strange methods, but he is only one man. He swept his gaze across the bridge, his tone arrogant. We have 3 6th-stage Star-Lords and 6 5th-stage Star-Lords. This lineup could hunt down a 7th-stage Star-Lord. Killing a wild dog like him is using a butcher knife to slaughter a chicken. The Liu family head sat to the right. His hulking frame radiated icy cold air. He grinned. That is right. Rumors suggest the kid hides a great secret, the ability to break through 4 levels in a short time. Once he dies, we will scour his soul and steal that secret for our 3 families. Li Yuan nodded. Greed flickered in his eyes. Then let us make this quick. Inspector Zhao provides cover, but that old man at Beijing Martial Arts University is no pushover. We have 10 minutes. Full speed ahead. Target, Jinglan Garden. Blue light flared from the rear thrusters. The warship fell like a meteor, carrying destructive intent as it dove toward Yanjing base. Inside Jinglan Garden, the silver beam of light pierced the heavens. Little White curled up in the center of the pillar, its aura strengthening, touching the threshold of the Star-Lord realm. Siwoo sat cross-legged beside the light. He kept his eyes shut, yet vigilance consumed him. Purple gold blood energy surged through his meridians like a raging river. His divine sense blanketed the area for 100 miles. Someone comes. Siwoo snapped his eyes open. A shrill sound tore through the air. A massive black warship appeared above the garden without warning. It blotted out the sky, plunging the courtyard into suffocating shadow. The hatch opened. 9 figures descended, shrouded in overwhelming pressure. The 3 leaders possessed auras deep as the sea. 3 6th-stage Star-Lords stood at the front. Behind them, 6 5th-stage Star-Lords stood in a line, their eyes fixed on Siwoo with the indifference of those watching a corpse. Qi Yunshan hid in the distance. He gasped. The Li family, the Yi family, the Liu family. The heads of the three great Martian families have all come. This formation aims to turn Yanjing upside down. Hong Tianyang gripped his iron blade, his knuckles white. Principal Su and the others remain pinned down by the star demon cult. They cannot make it here. Trouble has arrived. Li Yuan looked down from the sky, observing Su Wu as a dragon observes an ant. Su Wu, you hinder federal business. You hide a star beast and refuse to surrender it to the Federation. Your crimes are unforgivable. Li Yuan used vital energy to amplify his voice, and it cracked like rolling thunder. My Martianly family, as a glorious family of the Federation, acts in the name of heaven today to cleanse this cancer. We will execute you on the spot. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a reason. Su Wu stood up slowly, brushed the dust from his clothes, and curved his lips into a sneer of disdain. Acting in the name of heaven? So, the shameless dogs of the Martianly family have arrived. You lost the small ones, so you send the old ones out to do their bidding. Su Wu lifted his head. His eyes swept across the 9 figures hovering in the air. Fear was absent. A fanatical desire for battle ignited within his gaze. 3 6th stage Starlords, 6 5th stage Starlords. You certainly think highly of me. Enough talk. Do it. The Yi family head refused to give Su Wu a moment to stall. He flipped his wrist. The bronze cube flew out, expanding rapidly against the wind. It morphed into a massive, semi-transparent cube that swallowed Su Wu and the surrounding 1,000 meters of space whole. This was the second-grade peak ancient treasure, the trapped world cube. A hum vibrated through the air. The scene shifted. The familiar Jinglan garden vanished. A gray, alien space replaced it. No energy of heaven and earth existed here. No path of retreat remained. Only endless power of restraint gripped him. In my trapped world cube, even a 7th-stage Starlord would lose a layer of skin. The Yi family head appeared within the space, his face twisted in triumph. Su Wu, this is your burial ground. Li Yuan, the Lu family head, and the other 6 Starlords appeared in turn. They surrounded Su Wu in a 9-palace formation. Each of the 8 Starlords summoned their weapons. Everyone held a powerful ancient martial tool. Flying knives, long swords, long spears. Li Yuan summoned a crimson long blade. Even before he struck, a sharp blade intent radiated from it, seeming to tear the very air apart. Su Wu's expression remained terrifyingly calm in the face of this desperate encirclement. He did not draw his blade immediately. He inhaled deeply. He laughed, a grim, jagged sound. Very well. Since this place is cut off from the outside world, I do not need to worry about damaging the flowers or the grass. Since you want to lock the door and beat the dog. Blood energy erupted from Su Wu's body, without reservation. The star swirl spun frantically. He dared not be careless against 9 Starlords. He knew one mistake meant death. Blood demon transformation. Supreme chaos body. He bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed a mouthful of purple gold origin essence blood. Burning blood secret art. His aura surged instantly. It broke through the 5th stage bottleneck and reached the peak of the 6th stage for a brief moment. He poured terrifying, unimaginable energy into the alloy long blade in his hand. The blade vibrated with a shrieking sound. It sounded as if it would shatter at any second. 3 colored flames burned. 3 colored wild thunder exploded. Li Yuan sensed the heart-palpitating energy fluctuation. His complexion changed drastically, but it was too late. Chapter 47. Su Wu vanished from where he stood. A microsecond later, he materialized directly in front of Li Yuan. The distance between them measured less than 3 meters. Li Yuan could see the wild, swirling crimson pupils in Su Wu's eyes. You know. Li Yuan scrambled, panic etched onto his face as he tried to raise his blade. Borrowing your blade. Su Wu growled. The alloy longsword in his hand had already reached its limit. It shattered into countless fragments the moment he swung it. Su Wu did not stop. Using his hand as a blade, he wrapped the explosive thunder and fire shards with an unstoppable, terrifying intent to kill, and slashed down at Li Yuan's neck. The 3 fire thunder blade strike landed. The cut arrived with absolute speed and lethal precision. Li Yuan's protective energy crumbled like thin paper before the blow. Blood erupted like a fountain, staining the gray, eerie space. A severed head flew high into the air. Li Yuan's eyes remained wide, frozen in disbelief. The head of the Martianly family, a 6th stage Starlord, fell to the ground. Su Wu grabbed the crimson blade from Li Yuan's hand. He kicked the headless corpse toward the Yi family head in one fluid motion. First one. Su Wu licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, resembling an Azura returned from hell, and glared coldly at the remaining 8 enemies. The scene turned dead silent. The remaining 8 Starlords stood frozen, minds reeling. How could this be possible? Li Yuan killed in a single exchange, without even a chance to resist. Ah, Su Wu, I will tear you into pieces. The Yi family head stared at the headless body, his soul trembling. Yet, fear quickly gave way to a manic frenzy. Li Yuan was dead. If he did not kill Su Wu now, not only would the Li family suffer, but the Yi family would surely follow them to the grave. Everyone, do not hold back. Kill him with everything you have. The Yi family head roared. The trapped world cube in his hand flared with brilliant light. Countless golden runic chains shot out from the void, slithering towards Su Wu like venomous snakes. The Lu family head recovered. He flicked his long spear, and a roaring frost dragon burst forth, freezing the surrounding space. The remaining 6 5th stage Starlords unleashed a barrage of attacks. Sword lights, blade shadows, and beams of energy submerged Su Wu like a violent storm. Good. Su Wu gripped the stolen crimson blade, his fighting spirit soaring. With this ancient weapon, his strength increased by 30%. Blade domain. Full activation. A low hum resonated. Within 100 meters of Suwu, the space instantly transformed into an ocean of blade energy. Cut. Suwu did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward like lightning, diving headfirst into the sky filled with attacks. Bang, bang, bang. He withstood 2 energy beams with his own body. His shoulders and back split open instantly, soaking his clothes in blood. He did not let out a single groan. The longsword in his hand carried the power of thunder and fire as it slammed into the Lu family head's frost dragon. Crack. The giant dragon shattered. Suwu leveraged the momentum to press his attack. He kicked the Lu family head in the chest, sending the 6th stage Star-Lord flying hundreds of meters back, coughing up blood. Bind. The Yi family head manipulated the runic chains, finally entangling Suwu's left leg. Break. Suwu turned and slashed. The thunder and fire blade energy exploded, severing the alloy-like runic chains. However, the momentary delay cost him. The combined attack of 3 5th stage Star-Lords slammed into his back. Suwu spat a mouthful of blood, his body staggering. He is injured. Quick. Now is the time. The Yi family head surged with joy, convinced he glimpsed the dawn of victory. Suwu wiped blood from the corner of his mouth. A savage grin twisted his features. Deep within, the chaotic vortex born from his supreme chaos body spun with wild ferocity. It repaired his wounds and devoured the ambient energy drifting through the air. Come again, Suwu roared. Like an untiring tiger driven to madness, he charged into the fray once more. 5 minutes later, the gray space became a slaughterhouse. Blood sprayed through the air. Severed limbs littered the ground. Suwu stood drenched in gore, a mix of his own and his enemies'. His left arm hung shattered. 3 ribs had snapped. Wounds of varying sizes marred his flesh. Yet, the crimson blade in his grip swung faster and heavier with every passing second. 3 corpses of 5th stage Star-Lords lay at his feet. The remaining Yi family head, the Lu family head, and 3 others still lived, but injuries plagued them all. Deep terror clouded their eyes. What kind of monster was this? Why did his blood energy seem infinite? How could he unleash such terrifying combat power while suffering such heavy wounds? He wheezed. The 2 sides pulled apart for a moment. The Yi family head clutched a shoulder missing half its mass, his eyes drowning in despair. We cannot drag this out, he thought. If we delay, we all die. The Lu family head turned pale. His spear had snapped. A horrific slash marred his chest. We fight to the end, he growled. Use the origin secret art. They exchanged a look and decided to burn their life force for one final strike. Suwu denied them the opportunity. It is time to end this. Suwu stood atop the pile of corpses. He tilted his long blade toward the ground, blood dripping from the edge. He raised his left hand. During the chaotic brawl, he had secretly gathered strength. Using his micro-level control, he had compressed the leaking water, fire, and lightning energy from the combat into the palm of his left hand. The moment had arrived. A cruel smile curled his lips. The water thunder fire curse. 2 orbs glowing with destructive waves erupted from his palm without warning. They moved with the speed of a passing swan. What is that? The Yi family head and the Lu family head barely began to activate their secret arts before the beautiful, deadly orbs struck their faces. A chill of death froze their souls. No. A thunderous roar filled the air. Both orbs detonated simultaneously. Within the confined space of the trapped world cube, the power of the explosion magnified exponentially. Blistering extreme flames, violent destructive thunder, and heavy pounding shockwaves of water wove together into a storm of ruin. It swallowed the Yi family head and the Lu family head, along with the 3 remaining 5th stage Star-Lords. Their screams lasted less than a second before the explosion drowned them out. The trapped world cube, touted as an indestructible Earth-grade treasure, cracked under the internal pressure until it shattered. Suwu claimed the space rings and ancient weapons of the fallen Star-Lords. Outside, the sky above Jinglin Garden trembled. The giant semi-transparent cube exploded. From the fragments filling the sky, a figure emerged, bathed in blood and clutching a long blade. Behind him, 9 mutilated, charred corpses tumbled down like dumplings. Suwu stood in the void, a god of war drenched in blood. 1 man, 1 blade. He had successfully slaughtered 9 Star-Lords. Chapter 48. Chi Yunshin stammered, his voice raw. He stared up at the blood-soaked figure hovering in the high sky, his mind unable to process the sight. 9 Star-Lords had stood against him. Among them was the Martian Li family head, Li Yuan, a 6th stage Star-Lord of long standing. The Yi family head had even deployed ancient spatial treasures. A lineup of such terrifying luxury. Yet in less than 15 minutes, Suwu had slaughtered every single one of them alone. A monster, Chi Yunshin murmured. He felt every shred of martial arts common sense he had cultivated over a lifetime being ground into the dirt. Hong Tianyang inhaled a large gulp of the frigid air, forcing down the stormy waves crashing in his heart. Regardless of the madness, the man in the sky, acting like a god of slaughter, was the biological father of his precious apprentice. The father had won. The heavy stone in his heart finally settled. Suwu showed no signs of letting down his guard. He hovered in the air, gripping the stolen crimson blade. Deep, bone-piercing wounds marred his chest, back, and left arm. Blood dripped steadily from the hem of his clothing. The next second, a scene unfolded that made the scalp crawl. Inside Suwu, the purple-gold blood energy, previously nearly exhausted, surged like boiling magma. The supreme chaos body activated. Stray energy from the heavens and the earth, even the residual essence not yet dissipated from the 9 fallen Star-Lords, was dragged into his body by a domineering suction force. The edges of his shredded wounds sprouted countless fine granules of flesh. Broken bones clicked and knit together. The torn meat healed, scabbed, and shed at a speed that defied biological common sense. In 3 short breaths, Sowu stood whole. Aside from his tattered clothing, those fatal wounds that would have laid a normal Star-Lord in bed for half a year had vanished. Even his pale complexion flushed with new life. This was the terror of the Supreme Chaos body. Unless killed in an instant, he remained a tireless, unkillable monster, hiding like a rat. Sowu lifted his head slightly. His eyes, now restored to a cold clarity, locked onto a spot in the void. His blade pointed in that direction. Since you have arrived, come out and die like the 9 pieces of trash before you. Why hide? Thunder struck the hearts of Hong Tianyang and Qi Yunshin below. Someone else remained in the shadows. They were experts of wide experience, but their divine sense swept the area and found no sign of another living breath. A slow, low sound of applause echoed through the void. It seemed to come from all directions at once. Then, in the direction of Sowu's blade, the empty air rippled like black water. A mysterious figure draped in a wide black robe emerged from nothingness like a ghost. The figure wore a white, featureless mask. A disgusting black fog, filled with the stench of decay and corruption, coiled around the body, as expected of a being who could slaughter 9 Star-Lords across realms alone. The figure's perception and physical prowess were truly perfect works of art. The black-robed figure spoke in a voice both hoarse and low, like rusted metal grinding against metal. It made the eardrums ache. Star Demon Cult Scum. Hong Tianyang recognized the signature repulsive black fog immediately. He gritted his teeth, anger erupting in his eyes. These were the rats in the gutter who had intercepted so many geniuses at the gates of Beijing Martial Arts University. He dared to curse, but he did not dare to charge forward. The pressure radiating from the black-robed figure reached the 6th stage of the Star-Lord realm. Charging up now would be a pointless suicide. Sowu locked his cold gaze onto the robed figure. Silence stretched between them. The robed figure shook his head gently. A look of bizarre pity flickered across the featureless mask. He exhaled a long sigh. It is a pity. Truly a tragedy. Such an astonishing display of power. To perish here on this small planet, it would be such a waste. The robed figure spread his arms wide. His tone dripped with fanatical persuasion. Sowu, embrace the sacred cult. With your talent, you could accept the blessings and baptism of the great demon god. Breaking the shackles of this galaxy and ascending to the Star King realm would be merely a matter of time. You would stand alongside the gods. Are you willing? The blessings of a demon god? Sowu laughed, as if he had heard a ridiculous joke. His eyes burned with utter contempt. What kind of low-life ghost hiding in the shadows dares to call himself a god? If you want to make me your dog, you had better ask the blade in my hand. The words barely left his lips before the intent to kill flared. If you refuse a toast, you will be forced to drink a forfeit. Then, you shall become nutrients for the sacred cult. The robed figure snorted. He shoved both hands forward. A deafening boom echoed through the space. The strange black vapor clinging to his body surged like a volcanic eruption. In the blink of an eye, it coalesced in midair into hundreds, or even thousands, of ink-black spears. These spears lacked the substance of metal. They consisted entirely of the purest resentment and demonic energy, compressed tight. The tips of the spears carried the faint, mournful wails of countless vengeful spirits. Go. The air whistled as the black spears rained down. They descended like a dense storm, tearing through the space with high-pitched shrieks, blotting out the sky as they dove towards Sowu. Sowu narrowed his eyes. His divine sense locked onto the spears instantly. He would not underestimate an attack from a 6th-stage Star-Lord. However, the moment the first black spear crossed within 3 meters of his body, a hum vibrated the air. His brain reeled under a sudden, heavy pressure. It was not a physical blow. An extremely evil and twisted intent, like countless cold steel needles, forced its way through his senses and pierced deep into his soul. The spears made of black vapor carried a spiritual corruption that ignored physical defense. For a split second, Sowu's thoughts froze. Visions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood flashed before his eyes. A surge of uncontrollable rage, despair, and an urge to destroy himself welled up in his heart. The black-robed figure let out a sinister chuckle. Once struck by my abyss soul pierce, even a 7th-stage Star-Lord would have his soul instantly corrupted and assimilated. He would become nothing more than a walking corpse that knows only how to kill. The figure laughed with triumph. An ordinary Star-Lord might have been impaled by 10,000 spears during that single second of paralysis. But he was Sowu. Get out. A roar, as if splitting the heavens and the earth, echoed within the sea of Sowu's consciousness. The supreme chaos body roared to life. Facing this external spiritual corruption, the chaos vortex inside Sowu required no conscious control. It erupted with an instinct to protect its master. The evil resentment, capable of driving a normal person to madness, touched the source of chaos. It fell into a black hole. It did not even splash. It was shredded and devoured instantly. After a pause of only 1 microsecond, Sowu's eyes regained their clarity. Chapter 49. Sowu let out a cold shout. He did not retreat, but surged forward instead. He stepped onto the void like a purple-gold lightning bolt, and crashed directly into the dense forest of black spears. The crimson blade in his hand erupted with blinding light. 3 colored flames and 3 colored thunder intertwined perfectly upon the blade edge. Sowu swung his blade like the wind. He used no flashy techniques, only extreme speed and power. Clang, 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 clang. The fierce blade light transformed into a windproof net of thunder and fire. Those black spears that would poison anyone who touched them evaporated into wisps of black smoke the moment they made contact with the thunderous, fire-infused blade light, completely incinerated by the sheer yang power. The robed figure watched the scene, and that featureless mask seemed to twist. He had assumed that with the Star Demon cult's bizarre methods, he could easily manipulate Siwu, who had just experienced a massive battle, but he had not expected the opponent to possess countermeasures. The robed figure gasped, unable to process how things had gone so easily. His shocked words caught in his throat. Whoosh! A horrific blade light, spanning several tens of meters and wrapped in heaven-burning thunder fire, had shattered the last few spears at an incredible speed and slashed fiercely toward his face. Before the blade light arrived, the scorching temperature and violent destructive aura caused the black energy surrounding the robed figure to dissipate in large patches. The robed figure felt his scalp tingle and barely dodged to the side at the critical moment. Slash! The blade light grazed his shoulder. Although he dodged the fatal blow, the sharp blade energy easily tore through his protective black mist and sliced off his wide sleeve along with a large chunk of flesh. The wound charred black, burned by the thunder and fire. The robed figure let out a muffled groan of pain. Can you dodge that? Siwu did not give him any chance to catch his breath. After missing the first strike, Siwu's figure forced a turn in midair like a ghost and pressed the attack once more. The star swirl within him spun frantically. The blade domain instantly contracted, concentrating all pressure solely upon the robed figure. Slash! Siwu gripped the blade with both hands and slashed 3 times in succession. Each blade was faster than the last, and each blade was heavier than the last. Flames and thunder intertwined in the air to form a brilliant and deadly storm. The robed figure was forced into a desperate situation. He dared not be careless. His hands formed frantic seals before his chest, while his mouth chanted obscure and difficult spells. Boom! Endless black energy erupted from his body, forming a huge, thick black shield 10 meters high in front of him. Countless painfully twisted human faces appeared on the surface of the shield, emitting creepy screams, as if the shield were composed of thousands of vengeful souls. Boom! The first blade slashed down. The black shield vibrated violently. The human faces on the surface let out miserable screams as a huge crack ran through half the shield. The powerful energy shockwave rolled away in all directions like a tsunami. The Jinglan garden below was reduced to ruins under the sweeping aftermath of the shockwave. Hold it for me. The robed figure frantically squeezed the vital energy within his body, trying to repair the shield. Humph, you want to be the Oriole behind the mantis with this little strength. Siwu's eyes exploded with murderous intent. Break for me. The second and third blades stacked together, turning into a peerless blade glow that seemed to split the heavens and the earth, slashing fiercely at the crack. Crack. Bang. The Psy shield, which claimed to be able to withstand even a 7th stage Star-Lord for a moment, was slashed open under Siwu's unreasonable and violent crushing force. The robed figure suffered the backlash of his own broken shield. He vomited a massive mouthful of black blood. His mask fell away to reveal a face as withered and gaunt as a skull. Terror flooded his eyes. He could not process the reality of the situation. A man at the 5th stage of the Star-Lord realm, a man who had already battled 9 other Star-Lords, possessed combat power of this terrifying magnitude. He scrambled backward, raising his hands, attempting to summon more black mist for defense. Siwu moved faster. Space rippled slightly. Siwu crossed the dozens of meters as if he had teleported, appearing directly before the robed figure. Go to hell and meet your demon god. Siwu raised the crimson blade high. Lightning and flames roared across the blade edge, locked onto the top of the robed figure's head, and slashed down with immense force. The robed figure widened his eyes. The expanding light of the thunder and fire blade consumed his vision. He lacked the time to react. My lord, save me. The robed figure let out a desperate roar during the final half-second of his life. The blade tip hung less than 3 inches from the top of the figure's head. The searing heat of the blade wind scorched his remaining hair. Then, the impossible happened. A sickening sound of tearing flesh filled the air. The robed figure's chest cavity exploded outward without warning, tearing open a massive, bloody hole. No organs lay within that cavity. Only a deep, bottomless vortex of darkness swirled inside. A long, pale left hand, its fingertips burning with a peculiar, pitch-black flame, thrust out from that bloody hole. The hand appeared too abruptly. It looked as if he had treated the robed figure's body as a doorway of flesh and blood to traverse the void. The high priest of the Star Demon cult, Night Owl, descended by borrowing this vessel. Night Owl ignored the dying subordinate he had used as a one-time portal. His demonically beautiful face emerged from the bloody hole, cruel mockery dancing in his long, narrow, vertical pupils. At the exact moment Siwu's blade descended to kill the robed figure, Night Owl stuck to Siwu's defensive blind spot like a parasite. The movement defied speed. It defied reason. Siwu's pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks. He had calculated every variable, yet he never anticipated this evil secret art that turned a living human into a spatial springboard. Furthermore, the aura radiating from that pale left hand surpassed the 6th stage, transcending the power of a standard Star-Lord. It was the 9th stage of the Star-Lord realm. Not bad. It is a pity though. Die. Night Owl curled his lips into a cruel smile. His left hand, burning with terrifying black flames, carried an absolute stillness capable of annihilating all matter and souls. It struck out like a venomous snake, aiming directly for Sowu's temple. This strike carried enough force to incinerate a physical body at the 5th stage of the Star-Lord realm. Even a target at the 9th stage would suffer a brain incinerated instantly, leading to total annihilation. The distance closed to less than half a meter. Sowu had just swung his blade with full strength. His previous momentum had spent itself, and his new strength had not yet coalesced. Even with his micro-level control, even with his teleportation-like footwork, he stood no chance of dodging this premeditated, absolute surprise attack from a 9th stage Star-Lord. The shadow of death shrouded Sowu's heart with terrifying clarity for the first time. He wondered if his journey would end here. Chapter 50. In the nick of time. Below, within the ruins of the Jinglan Garden, the silver-white pillar of light, which had stood silently and shot toward the clouds, suddenly began to boil violently as if it possessed a mind of its own. A deep hum resonated. At the center of the pillar, an invisible eye seemed to snap open. Immediately following this, the main silver-white pillar, measuring tens of meters in diameter, forcibly split. A silver tributary shot out. It was no thicker than an arm, yet its light burned 1,000 times more intensely. This stream struck toward Night Owl, at the side of Sowu with an eerie motion that defied the speed of light. Night Owl, who had been preparing to deliver the killing blow, suddenly felt a chill creep up his spine. His narrow pupils, previously calm, flashed with extreme shock. He sensed a supreme, terrifying power within that seemingly unassuming beam of silver light. Night Owl cursed. If he did not withdraw his hand and continued to attack Sowu, Sowu would certainly die. However, half of his own body would also be vaporized by this silver light. Night Owl was mad, but he had no desire to perish alongside a 5th stage Star-Lord. In a flash, Night Owl gritted his teeth and forced his attack to cease. His left hand, still burning with black flames, turned violently in midair. He struck a palm toward the silver light. At the same time, using the reactive force, he retreated hundreds of meters like a teleporting blur. A sharp hiss erupted. The silver beam and Night Owl's black flames brushed past one another in the air. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Instead, a harsh sound echoed, like ice dumped onto red-hot iron. Night Owl's black flames, capable of incinerating stars, were easily pierced by the silver light. The beam grazed Sowu's cheek. It carried an incredibly hot current of air that sliced off several strands of hair at his temple. Sowu breathed heavily. Having escaped death, a layer of fine cold sweat instantly covered his forehead. His chest heaved violently. His hand, gripping the blade, turned slightly pale from the extreme tension. That was too close. If the beam had arrived even 1/100th of a second later, his head would have been reduced to charcoal. Sowu turned his head abruptly. His gaze locked onto the Jinglan Garden below. His eyes were filled with shock and doubt. Where exactly had this silver light, containing such terrifying power, come from? In the distant air, Night Owl stabilized his posture. He looked at his left hand, which trembled slightly. A charred, bloody hole burnt into his palm. His expression darkened until it looked as if it could drip water. He lifted his head abruptly. His inverted pupils locked onto the ruins of the Jinglan Garden. At that moment, a majestic beast roar, shaking the heavens, exploded from the center of the ruins in the Jinglan Garden. This roar contained only pure arrogance and violence. The sound waves transformed into tangible ripples, instantly shattering all the glass within 400 li. Even the remaining dark clouds in the sky were torn apart. With this beast roar, the massive silver-white pillar of light, which had connected the heavens and the earth, while providing energy for the awakening, finally exhausted its last glimmer of light and dissipated with a boom. In its place, at the center of the ruins, stood a terrifying giant beast that seemed to have walked out of a myth. When Sowu and Night Owl saw the appearance of that giant beast, their pupils trembled violently at the same time. That was Little White. Yet, at this moment, where was even a trace of that fluffy, adorable, and clingy little kitten appearance from before? The creature expanded rapidly to the size of an adult tiger. Its limbs grew long, packed with explosive power. The once snow-white fur turned a deep, gunmetal gray. Each hair stood upright, gleaming with the cold, hard luster of high-grade alloy. Two dark golden horns, twisted and sharp like those of a bighorn sheep, broke through the skin on its head. The face chilled the blood. The once clear, large eyes burned with pure scarlet rage. They overflowed with unadulterated violence, destruction, and cruelty. A slit cracked open in the center of its forehead. A third eye emerged. It was a dark purple vertical pupil. A collapsing black hole swirled deep within that pupil. It seemed to suck the soul out of anyone who dared to look. No energy of heaven and earth swirled around the creature. Instead, a faint layer of black mist clung to its body. Huff, huff. The beast dug its four limbs into the ground. Hard rock shattered like tofu beneath its sharp claws. It lifted that ferocious head. The blood-red eyes caught sight of the injured Sowu hovering in the air. A trace of anger flickered deep within those eyes. That was its long-term provider. That was the first family it recognized. Who dared to hurt him? The beast turned its head slowly. All three eyes locked onto Night Owl in the distance. Roar. It opened its jaws, lined with interlocking fangs. A low, murderous growl rumbled from the depths of its throat. The black mist surrounding its body boiled like a stormy sea. Night Owl, the dignified 9th stage Star-Lord and High Priest of the Star Demon cult, stood in midair. The moment those strange purple vertical eyes fixed upon him, his body trembled uncontrollably. Just then, the situation shifted again. The ruins of the Jingland Garden became the center point. 8 radiant pillars of light erupted into the sky without warning. A semi-transparent energy barrier closed in like an inverted bowl. It sealed off the space within several dozen miles, in the blink of an eye. Everyone present found themselves trapped inside. Night Owl, since you have come, leave your life here. A majestic, booming shout rang out like a great bell. The void above the barrier vibrated violently. Another terrifying aura descended with a crash. A figure stood in the air. He was yet another top-tier powerhouse at the 9th stage of the Star-Lord realm. Dazzling starlight surrounded his body. He seemed to stand within the galaxy itself. He lifted his right hand suddenly. A blinding, compressed ball of lightning crackled in his palm. It carried the destructive force of total collapse as he smashed it down toward Night Owl. Faced with a lethal blow from an opponent of equal rank, Night Owl turned pale. He lacked the time to think. He forcibly condensed layers of black shields before his chest in a hurried defense. Boom. The ball of light smashed down. Black energy dissipated violently. Night Owl blocked the strike, but the massive impact sent him reeling backward. His blood surged within him. Despair gripped him tighter when he realized the newly awakened beast from below was charging at him at blinding speed. Yet, the demonic and beautiful face of Night Owl showed no fear. Instead, a trace of extreme madness and ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Ha ha ha. Faced with this desperate situation, Night Owl performed an act that made everyone blood run cold. He raised his pale right hand. He formed his 5 fingers into a claw. Without warning, he plunged them directly into his own left chest. The sickening sound of flesh tearing filled the air. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, Night Owl tore his own chest cavity open. He reached in and ripped out his own heart. It was still beating violently and covered in black magic patterns. Bye-bye. Black blood spilled from Night Owl's lips. He wore a bizarre, desperate, and miserable smile. Bang. With a dull thud, Night Owl did not hesitate. He crushed his own heart into dust. Black demonic blood mixed with minced meat exploded in midair. It turned into a strange mist of blood. As the heart shattered, the overbearing 9th stage Star-Lord pressure of Night Owl receded like a tide. The light in his eyes dimmed completely. His body lost all signs of life and plummeted straight toward the ruins below. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.